Chapter 513. Yang Dingtian revived you. Qin Wanchou didn't dare to believe it. Could it be that a dead person could be revived? After all, this was completely different from Qin Chi and Qiu Ruhan's undying body. My disciple's ability is far beyond your imagination. Dongfang Minmi said he used a brand new energy system and a brand new martial Dao comprehension to revive me. Qin Wanchou, as a senior, you mustn't be a frog in a well. Qin Wanchou bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master Dongfang." Dongfang Minmi said, "Then Junior Martial Brother Qin, what's your choice now?" Qin Wanchou slowly closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a long time he opened his eyes and said, "Since Senior Martial Brother Dongfang is here, even if your cultivation isn't at its peak, I still can't help you. But I naturally can't make a move against Yang Dingtian. How about this? I won't take the Western world for now. Zhu Qing wants to interfere in the Western world, so let him. I'll still be neutral." Dongfang Minmi frowned and said, "Qin Wanchou, one can't sit on the fence forever." Qin Wanchou sighed and said, "Sect Master Dongfang, I want to protect Qin City's thousands of miles of territory and its countless lives. I can't risk it. I won't choose to stand on the losing side in a war that has absolutely no hope of victory." Yang Dingtian said, "Martial Uncle Qin, I'm very sorry. This time you have to choose a side, either a comrade or an enemy." Qin Wanchou was instantly enraged and said, "Yang Dingtian, don't go too far. Although I respect Senior Martial Brother Dongfang, I'm not afraid. Even if Senior Martial Brother Dongfang is here, you can't make me stay." Then Qin Wanchou sighed and said, "Senior Martial Brother Dongfang, don't force me. I'll withdraw from this game." Yang Dingtian helplessly closed his eyes and sighed, "Martial Uncle Qin, this world has already experienced so many world-ending battles. Didn't the Tiando League win the last time? Why are you afraid of evil ways?" Qin Wanchou said, "But it's different this time. There's no hidden sect this time. The leader of the Yin sect has become the Queen, Devil Queen. There's no hope for the Tiando League." "Am I not the leader of the hidden sect?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Nephew, what's up with your hidden sect leader? Others might not know, but don't you know?" Qin Wanchou said helplessly, "Have you seen that world-ending battle? The hidden sect's master wasn't even at the grandmaster level. The world's experts couldn't even enter the top 100. Which move of the hidden sect did you learn?" "Which move?" "The pig-slaying swordsmanship I learned was created by the savior of the ancient world, the ancestor of the Yin sect, Shiwu Piayan." "Yang Dingtian, the pig-slaying swordsmanship is the highest form of the swaying calamity crossing sword. The pig-slaying swordsmanship is the supreme technique of the Yin sect. For thousands of years, I was the first and only person to learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Otherwise, why would it take me less than 2 years to go from an enlightener to a grandmaster? Empty words have no proof. Who knows what the pig-slaying swordsmanship you learned is?" Qin Wanchou said indifferently, "I'll only ask you one thing. Are you confident in breaking through to the half-saint level within a year?" "Of course not," Yang Dingtian said. "That's right. Then you have no chance of winning." Qin Wanchou said, "The day of the Demon King's resurrection is getting closer and closer. You can't even beat Li Ming, let alone the Demon King Wentian. I'll say the same thing. You've always been meat on the chopping board. The reason you haven't died is because Li Ming didn't want to kill you before the battle between you and Dongfang Bingling because of emotional entanglements. As the leader of the hidden sect, your life is in the hands of others. How can you save the world? Your survival is purely because of Li Ming's favor. How can you make others follow you and fight evil ways to the end?" Then Qin Wanchou turned to leave. "Yang Dingtian, I'm temporarily withdrawing from this game. I don't want to see you in the future. If Qin Huaiyu wants to mess around with you, I can't control him. However, I'll try my best to keep his life. That's it. Don't come looking for me in the future. Wait, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanchou suddenly turned and roared. What else do you want? Do you really want me to fight with sect leader Dongfang? Don't force me. Sect leader Dongfang might not be my match now. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and said slowly, Martial Uncle Qin, you're not on our side because you don't have any hope for us, right? You think we can't win, right? Of course, Qin Wanchou said. What if I can win? Yang Dingtian said. In your dreams, Qin Wanchou said coldly. Yang Dingtian said slowly, Martial Uncle Qin, I have an absolutely fatal trump card. Only 3 people in the world know this secret. 2 of them are me and Master. Even Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongshu I don't know. In order to make you join us, I can show you this absolutely fatal trump card. Sorry, I'm not interested, Qin Wanchou said bluntly. I've given you a chance. If you leave now, the day I destroy evil ways will be the day you'll be destroyed. Yang Dingtian said coldly, think about it. From the beginning until now, which one of my words didn't come true? Which one of my words didn't come true? This is your last chance. Don't blame me. I've already told Qin Huaiyu. If you don't agree today, Qin City doesn't need to exist anymore. Qin Huaiyu will join Yinyang School, or Cloud Heaven City. I won't let him inherit Northwest Qin City. I'll destroy Qin City. Then Yang Dingtian said ruthlessly, after I leave this time, I'll immediately use the Demon Eagle Army to attack Qin City. I'll blast the entire Qin City into ruins. You dare! Qin Wanchou hissed. Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Dingtian said, Qin City will join the Council of Light. I'm determined to win. Qin Wanchou was so angry that he laughed. Good. Then I'd like to see what your trump card is. Yang Dingtian said, good. But Martial Uncle Qin, you have to be mentally prepared. Once you see my trump card, you'll only have 2 choices. The first choice is to fight to the death with us. The second choice is to join us and show your allegiance. Show your allegiance? Qin Wanchou said, what kind of allegiance? The other is Qin Chi-Chi, a demoness of evil ways. She doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken, but her heart is like a snake. She's Master Zhu's concubine. Yang Dingtian said, you have to kill her, and then I'll record it with the recording jade. But I promise that as long as you don't betray the Council of Light, I won't publicize this video. I'll bear the crime of killing Yi Wuhuan. You're crazy, Qin Wanchou said loudly. He didn't know how many times he had said that Yang Dingtian was crazy. Are you going to watch or not? Yang Dingtian said, if you don't watch, I'll attack Qin City and blast it into ruins. You have to make a choice. You can either join us or fight to the death here. Yang Dingtian, you lunatic, you're a lunatic. Qin Wanchou said in a trembling voice, fine. I, Qin Wanchou, am an ambitious and ruthless person. What's there to be afraid of? Then he looked at Dongfang Minmi and said, Sect Master Dongfang, I'm afraid I'll have to offend you next. After saying that, he held his sword in his hand. After watching Yang Dingtian's trump card, he was ready to fight at any time. Then Qin Wanchou said coldly with an overbearing aura, Yang Dingtian, take it out. After watching it, we'll fight to the death immediately. To be frank, you and Sect Master Dongfang are no match for me even if you join forces. But I'll be merciful. I won't kill you because of Sect Master Dongfang, but I'll teach you a lesson that will make you suffer for the rest of your life. Suddenly, an earth-shattering aura burst out from Qin Wanchou's body. The aura of a 7-star martial grandmaster was incomparably shocking. The ice seal of the entire Lishui lake melted instantly and began to boil. Qin Wanchou's entire body was filled with soaring battle intent. Yang Dingtian said, okay. Then he slowly took the huge jade box and said in his heart, darling, I'm sorry. I still have to use you to scare people. Then he grabbed the lid of the jade box and slowly opened it. Qin Wancho widened his eyes and held his breath, as if he was afraid to miss a single scene. He was filled with curiosity and even anticipation about Yang Dingtian's trump card. After the lid was opened, what entered his eyes was a pair of incomparably beautiful, soul-sucking eyes. Even Wu Maji's eyes were not as mysterious and seductive as the peerless beauty in front of him. But using a beauty as a trump card, wasn't that the biggest joke in the world? The biggest absurdity? Qin Wancho said slowly, Yang Dingtian, is this your trump card? #1 beauty in the world. Don't tell me you want to use a beauty trap on Li Ming and the Demon King, Wentian? Qin Wancho's mocking suddenly stopped abruptly, because the beauty inside was getting taller and taller. Then her lower body was revealed. Under the tight skirt was a snow-white snake tail. Ao Shuang slowly rose and rose. Finally, she used her snake tail to stand on the box. Her 3-meter-tall body looked down at Qin Wancho from above. Ah! Qin Wancho was instantly unable to breathe. He actually had the urge to scream out loud. Ever since he came to this world, he had never experienced such a shock, such a mental impact. Even on the day he killed his father with his own hands, he was not as shocked as this. Naga, Naga, Naga. A Naga had actually appeared in front of his eyes. Because of special reasons, he knew that Dugu Aoshuang's identity might be very special. Because before Aoshuang's mother looked for Dugu Shao, she was looking for Qin Wancho. However, in the end, she did not take a fancy to Qin Wancho and chose Dugu Shao. Therefore, Qin Wancho knew that among the 2 daughters of Dugu Shao, Dugu Aoshuang was very, very special and might be of great use. Moreover, he had a vague idea that her body was covered in scales. However, that was all. He had never thought that Ao Shuang was Naga, nor had he ever thought of it. This was because when Ao Shuang's mother appeared, she was only a combination of a mermaid and a sea snake. She did not display any form of Naga at all. In Qin Wancho's heart, Ao Shuang might be a hybrid between an underwater race and a human race. And the martial arts civilization of the ancient underwater races was very developed, far surpassing the current primal chaos continent. Therefore, when he was negotiating with Yang Dingtian, he had asked for Dugu Aoshuang. However, to Ao Shuang, it was a matter of Naga. He had never dared to imagine it. Really never. The people of the primal chaos world had never seen Naga. Even the people of the ancient world had never seen Naga. The overlord of the seabed, the only true overlord of the primal chaos world, the only demigod race for tens of thousands of years. In this world, the former supreme ruler, the absolute ruler who regarded humans as ants. Qin Wancho had never imagined the appearance of Naga. Naga. Qin Wancho said, Of course. Yang Dingtian, No, impossible. Qin Wancho said, In this world there is no Naga anymore. Even if there is a Naga, they are the rulers of the entire world. How could they be by your side? Good girl. Yang Dingtian said to Ao Shuang. Oh. Shuang said obediently. Then she gently turned around. Ao, oh! Turning her head again, she suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. His entire body suddenly changed. From 3 meters, it became more than 10 meters long. The snow-white scales all over his body suddenly turned purple, blue, and red. The sharp horns on his head suddenly grew out. His 2 eyes suddenly deepened and became incomparably terrifying. His entire face instantly turned into a sharp, snake-shaped face. The sharp and terrifying fins suddenly grew out of his neck. A beautiful snow-white shuang, disappeared and turned into a 10-meter-long, incomparably fierce, incomparably terrifying, incomparably mysterious, and incomparably gorgeous Naga. A Naga that was exactly the same as the painting in the book. In an instant, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Boom! The distant pool instantly burned fiercely. The endless forest trees in the surroundings all withered in an instant. The sky above his head was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. The entire sky and sun were completely covered. The sky suddenly darkened. Naga Ao Shuang suddenly bent down, opened his mouth, and roared at Qin Wancho. Ao Lo! The pressure shook the sky, and the roar of the soul scattered. Even Qin Wancho, who was at the great Grandmaster level, staggered back more than 10 steps before barely standing. His entire face instantly turned pale. A moment later, Ao Shuang's Naga's figure quickly shrank. Once again, it changed back to only 3 meters. The incomparably beautiful Shuang appeared again. Snow-white skin, snow-white scales, and beautiful, soul-stirring eyes. Then, Ao Shuang used her body to wrap around Yang Dingtian, kissed his face, and said coquettishly, "Husband, am I powerful?" Amazing. Yang Dingtian. It's so fun to scare people like this. Ao Shuang said, however, it's too ugly after transforming. I don't want to transform in the future. All right. Yang Dingtian said, Darling is so obedient. This time, your husband has let you down. I won't let you do this in the future. No, no. Ao Shuang shook her head and said, I still want to. I still want to scare people. Yang Dingtian gently stroked the back of her neck. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Wancho, whose face was deathly pale, and said indifferently, Sect Master Qin, what do you think now? Dongfang Minmi said indifferently, in Yang Dingtian's body, there is the energy sea of the Naga royalty, and the energy of the profound veins of the Naga royalty. Very soon, he will be able to combine with Shuang. At that time, he will become half of Naga and possess an absolute immortal body. At that time, do you think that the Demon King Wentian and Devil Queen together will be a match for this Naga couple? Qin Wancho instinctively shook his head. Don't joke around. No matter how strong humans were, they would never be a match for Naga. A mature Naga could easily destroy any sect and kill millions or tens of millions of people. Qin Wancho really didn't expect that Yang Dingtian's trump card would be so shocking, so terrifying, and so invincible. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Wancho and said indifferently, Sect Master Qin, this is my biggest secret. In the entire world, not many people know about it. Now that you know, you have to make a choice. You have no room to sit on the fence. Either the 3 of us kill you, or you choose to join the Council of Light and kill Zhu Qingzhu's concubine to prove your allegiance. Qin Wancho's face was still shocked and even a little sluggish. Then after the World Extermination War, what are you going to do? Destroy this world's martial arts civilization and turn it into construction and production. Reverse the direction of this world's civilization and turn it into production. Art, literature, morality, etc. Disband all the sects and powers and turn it into a country. At that time, the southwest and northwest continents will become a complete country. They will all belong to you. The king of this country will be you. Next, it will be Qin Huaiyu. In the future, if your contributions are great enough, other territories may not be impossible to give to you. Instantly, Qin Wancho's breathing became hurried. Sect Master Qin, you should make a choice. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, either we fight with ourselves or join the Council of Light and kill Zhu Qingzhu's concubine to prove our allegiance. Chapter 514. Qin Wancho had almost fallen into a life and death decision. It was the most painful decision in his life, and also the most difficult decision. Even his breathing began to become chaotic, and his long and mighty beard began to tremble slightly. But in the end, Naga, a demigod, appeared and became Yang Dingtian's lover. This earth-shattering secret still overwhelmed Qin Wancho's everything. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, All right, I have no choice. Since there's no choice, I'll make the craziest choice. I'll join. Qin Wancho's voice was filled with helplessness, so his voice wasn't loud. But in Yang Dingtian's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. Instantly, Yang Dingtian had the urge to cry. He had put in so much effort and energy. He had used all means, temptations, threats, intimidation, and even deceit to make Qin Wancho, who was close to a 7-star grandmaster, stand on his side. Today, because of Naga's appearance, Qin Wancho finally had great confidence. And also because of Naga's appearance, Qin Wancho was greatly afraid. He finally had no choice but to choose a side. It could be said that once Qin Wancho stood on his side, then in the Western world, Yang Dingtian would be in an invincible position. There was almost no one who could threaten the Western world and the safety of Cloud Sky City on a large scale. With Qin Wancho's words, the Western world was set. Next, it was to completely kill all the Evil Ways spies. In comparison, this matter should be considered simple. Seeing Yang Dingtian's excited and ecstatic expression, Qin Wancho said indifferently, "Where's that bitch Yi Wuhuan?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Qin Wancho's words seemed to be filled with hatred for Yi Wuhuan. She was the one who brought Qiu Ruhan to Ning Wuming's side. Qin Wancho said indifferently, "She was the one who made me wear a green hat." "I'll send it to you immediately," Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian said to Shuang, "Are we good? We're going to hide." "Oh, Shuang," I was a little reluctant, but she obediently replied. Then she entered the huge jade box. Yang Dingtian closed the jade box, completely hiding Ao Shuang's figure, and then whistled. Suddenly, a demonic eagle mount flew over from the distance. Zhu Hongxue sat on it, and in front of it was a huge box. Zhu Hongxue took down the box and opened it. An incomparably enchanting woman was revealed. No wonder Zhu Qingzhu doted on her so much. She really was a vixen. Whether it was her figure or her face, she was the best at seducing men's souls. She's also an infiltrator of evil ways. Does she have evil energy in her body? Is there a soul-condensed shadow? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhu Hongxue shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Yang Dingtian, I advise you not to do anything foolish. How did you treat me today? In the future, Sect Master Zhu will return the favor to your wife tenfold. Yi Wukuang sneered. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and used the evil soul art. In an instant, a cold wind blew and malicious spirits howled. Yi Wukuang's expression changed drastically, and she said, Yang Dingtian, how dare you? How dare you? Whoosh, Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly pulled. Ah! A wave of malicious spirits screamed, coupled with Yi Wukuang's incomparably mournful screams. Her soul was pulled out while she was still alive. Ah, Yang Dingtian, you'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. However, to his horror, after Yi Wukuang's energy was extracted, she did not turn into a puppet soul. Her consciousness did not dissipate. On the contrary, her soul spirit suddenly condensed into a faint shadow in the sky. It was just like her beautiful face that was constantly squirming and twisting. She was constantly cursing and scolding Yang Dingtian. There was indeed evil energy in her body. Just like Qin Chi, her entire soul was wrapped in evil energy. Therefore, even though she was powerless, she could have an undying soul. Yang Dingtian flicked his right hand lightly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the evil spirit, including its soul. Smack! Ah! Yi Wukuang's soul let out a terrible scream, and then instantly turned into ashes. Of course! Only her soul turned into ashes, and the evil energy was still safe and sound. However, now that Yi Wukuang's soul was gone, the light of the evil energy became even thinner. There was only a faint and almost invisible light and shadow. It was not fixed in one color. It kept changing from blue to green to black to white to transparent. Marshal Uncle Qin, it's your turn. Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Hongxue pressed Yi Wukuang's zombie-like body to kneel on the ground. Qin Wancho pulled out his big sword and slashed down. Suddenly, blood spurted out, and Yi Wukuang's beautiful head flew out. Once he made a decision, he was very decisive. Gently shaking off the blood on the sword, Qin Wancho said to Yang Dingtian, I didn't expect that I, a dignified hero of a generation, would be forced into such a situation by you. I hope this is not a dead end." Yang Dingtian took out a dense list of names and handed it to Qin Wancho. "These are the names of the Evil Ways spies in all the territories of the northwest Qin city. Clear them as soon as possible. Evil Ways, plague attacks, and the source of the virus are all here. You should deal with the problem as soon as possible." Qin Wancho took the list, glanced at it, and directly put it in his arms. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Wu Maji is in the northwest continent. As long as we kill people, she will immediately find out and immediately launch a plague attack. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of people will die in an instant. We won't be able to stop it." Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. Indeed, Wu Maji's position was very high, and she was in the northwest continent at this time. She could control all the spies in the entire Western world. Once Qin Wancho or even Yang Dingtian made a move against the spies, all the spies would immediately go underground. She would immediately send all the spies underground and launch a plague attack, causing a devastating blow to the entire northwest continent. Hundreds of thousands or millions of people would die. Yang Dingtian could not bear such an outcome. "We must make Wu Maji leave, the farther the better." Qin Wancho said, "While she's gone, we will use lightning-fast methods to kill all the spies and the source of the virus in the shortest time possible." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "I will handle this matter. I will make sure that Wu Maji is 10,000 miles away from Qin City within 20 hours. "You can do it?" Qin Wancho asked doubtfully. "Yes, I can do it," Yang Dingtian said. "Good. When you successfully make Wu Maji leave, release this shining crystal. I will receive the news as soon as possible." Qin Wancho said, "Remember, 3 blue, 2 white, and 3 red." Yang Dingtian took a special crystal and nodded. "I understand. Then I will take my leave," Qin Wancho said and quickly left. "Marshal Uncle Qin," Yang Dingtian said, "what else do you want?" Qin Wancho asked. Yang Dingtian bowed. "My apologies, Marshal Uncle Qin. I have offended you before. Please come to Cloud Sky City after you have dealt with the spies in Qin City. We will officially announce to the world that the Council of Light of the Tiando League has been established." "Understood." Qin Wancho disappeared in the blink of an eye and said, "I will come immediately after I have dealt with them." Then he turned back and bowed to Yang Dingtian with his sword. He said with a complicated tone, "Northwest Qin City is willing to pledge allegiance to the Tiando League and the Hidden Sect Master." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Then he bowed deeply to Qin Wancho's disappearing figure again. Then, before Yang Dingtian could react, he really disappeared without a trace. Dongfang Minmi handed over 3 recording jades and said, "I have recorded all the scenes." Yang Dingtian put the recording jades into his interspatial ring and looked at the evil spirit energy floating in the air. The evil spirit energy that had lost its soul was just a pure energy body. It could not escape or attack. From the looks of it, it was just a slightly turbid energy body. It did not feel particularly scary. However, in reality, it was the most terrifying thing in the world. It was also the highest level of energy in the world, even higher than the darkness, mystic flame. However, the evil spirit energy in front of them was only at the lowest level. It was slightly higher than Qinji's. "Master, what should we do with this thing?" Yang Dingtian asked. "You guys, take a few steps back," Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue kept retreating. Dongfang Minmi condensed all his mystic qi on his sword. Then he fiercely swung the sword. Instantly, the power of a grandmaster exploded. The sword glow that left his body suddenly burst toward the evil spirit energy. How shocking was the sword glow of a grandmaster! It could be said that Dongfang Minmi's sword was enough to kill a 7 or 8-star grandmaster. However, the evil spirit energy in front of them was extremely weak. The sword glow that was like a stream of light suddenly shot into the evil spirit energy ball. Then the energy of the sword glow instantly disappeared without a trace. That's right. The sword glow that was enough to kill a 7-star grandmaster disappeared without a trace, as if it had sunk into a quagmire. The evil spirit energy was indeed terrifying and shocking. Then Yang Dingtian condensed the demon spirit, demon fire, and fiercely attacked. It still disappeared without a trace, as if it had sunk into a quagmire. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Little Tian, there's no need to try. This is the most powerful energy in the world. It's the highest level of energy. Even if it's just a little bit, it's invincible. No energy can hurt it. Dongfang Minmi said, including your darkness, mystic flame. Yang Dingtian looked at the faint light and said, if it can't be destroyed, what can I do? This thing is endless disaster. From the beginning to the end, whether it was Yang Dingtian or Dongfang Minmi, they did not dare to touch this evil spirit energy. They were afraid that after it entered their bodies, they would not be able to escape. The deep-sea mystic poison was already so terrifying that it could devour some mystic chi and corrode all energy. And the evil spirit energy was a level higher than the deep-sea mystic poison. Once touched, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi would not be able to escape. Yang Dingtian still remembered the scene when Dongfang Bingling's body was occupied by the evil spirit energy. She used all her willpower and energy, but she was unable to stop it. Nephew Zhu, please go and capture a demon beast, Dongfang Minmi said. Yes. Zhu Hongxue rode on the demon eagle and flew into the distance. After just a quarter of an hour, Zhu Hongxue caught a fire crow. This was a 3rd-grade demon beast that could simply breathe fire. It was a very common low-grade demon beast. Dongfang Minmi used 2 wooden sticks to hold the fire crow and slowly approached the ball of evil spirit energy. If the evil spirit energy had an incomparably terrifying, penetrative, infectious, and drilling ability, then as long as it approached, it would drill into the fire crow. As the fire crow approached, Yang Dingtian could not help but hold his breath, waiting for the terrible scene to happen. Perhaps the fire raven would instantly become evil, or perhaps become powerful. Dongfang Minmi held the fire crow and suddenly reached into the evil spirit energy. The fire crow suddenly trembled. Then nothing happened. The evil spirit energy was still faintly wriggling. There was no penetration, and it did not enter the fire crow's body at all. Yang Dingtian wanted to touch this ball of evil spirit energy with his own hand, but in the end, he gave up this risky idea. Instead, he took out an ordinary energy-shielding jade box from his arms, and then the evil spirit energy drilled into the jade box, and then the jade box was put into the interspatial ring. Okay, let's go back. Yang Dingtian said, Qin Chi should know more about evil spirit energy. Then, Yang Dingtian whistled again. In the distance, Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu flew over like lightning. Looking at Yi Wuxuan's corpse on the ground, Qin Huaiyu said to Yang Dingtian in surprise, It's done? My father agreed. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, We have exhausted almost all of our means and have finally succeeded. Long live. Qin Huaiyu shouted loudly. Perhaps he was the happiest person with Qin Wancho's participation. Although he had always followed Yang Dingtian without hesitation, deep in his heart he was unwilling to be enemies with his father, and even more unwilling to meet his father with weapons. Now that Qin Wancho had joined, Qin Huaiyu felt incomparably excited. Song Chanhua and Qin Huaiyu were very, very curious about what methods Yang Dingtian had used to force Qin Wancho to join. Qin Huaiyu understood Qin Wancho too well. Once he decided on something, it was almost impossible to change it. However, despite their curiosity, Qin Huaiyu and Song Chanhua did not ask. If Yang Dingtian could say it, he would definitely say it. Go back. Master is guarding Cloud Sky City. All the experts of Cloud Sky City above the martial mystic rank are to move out, ride the demon vulture, and head west. Once they receive news that I have successfully lured Wumaji away for a few hours, they will immediately send out the order. Immediately follow the list and kill all the evil ways lurkers on it, Yang Dingtian ordered. Hearing that Yang Dingtian had lured Wumaji, Song Chunhua's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she was slightly stunned. Yes. Then, everyone shouted in unison. When Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City, Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua immediately gathered all the martial mystic rank experts in Cloud Sky City. As long as Yang Dingtian lured Wumaji away, they would immediately head south and kill all the evil ways lurkers. Yang Dingtian accompanied Shuang Er to the unfreezing pool in the depths of the crypt. This precious Shuang Er could be said to have made the greatest contribution today. Without her appearance, Qin Wanchou would definitely not have changed his mind. And when he saw Naga Aoshuang, Qin Wanchou was instantly filled with hope of victory, because as a half-god race, Naga was simply too powerful. At this moment, Shuang Er was still immersed in the excitement of scaring people, especially when she felt that she could help Yang Dingtian. She felt even happier and was completely immersed in a special sense of happiness. Yang Dingtian accompanied her for a while and then told her a cheerful story. Then, Shuang Er happily let Yang Dingtian leave. She was alone in the jade room, telling herself the story that Yang Dingtian had told her. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's love for Aoshuang had become deeper and deeper, so deep that it had penetrated into his bones. Before pretending to be Ningyu to seduce Wumaji, Yang Dingtian still had to meet Qin Chichi to understand about the evil spirit energy. This matter was even more important. Yang Dingtian came to the dungeon to meet Qin Chichi. At this moment, Qin Chichi was locked in a special iron cell. When Yang Dingtian entered, she was lovingly stroking her stomach, even though the bulge in her lower abdomen was still very small and almost invisible. "Didn't I already give you clothes?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know why, but I don't want to wear them." Qin Chichi said, "It's as if I want to see my stomach grow bigger day by day. I killed Yi Wuqing. She should also be a spy of the evil ways, right?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, that's true. Qin Chichi said, "She's a level 4 spy with a similar status as me. She's not as smart as me and doesn't have as much power as me, but she's more vicious than me." In order to drive a wedge between Qin Wanchou and Ning Wuming, she lured Qiuruhan to offer herself to Ning Wuming in exchange for level 4 evil spirit energy. How many levels are there in total for evil spirit energy? Yang Dingtian asked. Level 6 is known. The highest level is world destruction. Next is level 1. Level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5. Qin Chichi said, "What level of evil spirit energy do you have?" Yang Dingtian asked. Level 4. "I'm the same as Qiuruhan and Yi Wuqing." Qin Chichi said, "Let me borrow a weapon." Yang Dingtian handed over a dagger. Qin Chichi made a cut on her chest, and blood immediately flowed out. Then the entire wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level 4. As long as the head is not cut off, the body will not die. Even if the head is cut off, the soul can escape thousands of miles away and enter the soul aggregation realm to be reborn again. Qin Chichi said, although Yang Dingtian roughly knew, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Just level 4 evil spirit energy was already so heaven-defying and terrifying. Level 5 evil spirit energy is the lowest level. For example, Song Minghua and Yi Feng have level 5 evil spirit energy. Qin Chichi said this kind of lowest level evil spirit energy can't have an immortal body. However, it can quickly increase one's cultivation. How can it be increased quickly? Yang Dingtian asked. After obtaining evil spirit energy, the entire Xian meridians and Qi Si will be completely transformed. It can directly devour any xian qi to increase one's cultivation. Qin Chi Chi said, in other words, even battle xian qi can enter the qi si to increase one's cultivation without any purification. It's as if the qi si that has been transformed by evil spirit energy has completely turned into chaos. Any kind of terrifying and complex energy can be devoured. It can even directly absorb the xian qi of other martial artists or even demonic beasts to increase one's cultivation. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air again. This plane was too heaven-defying. Yang Dingtian had the yin-yang qi transformation technique, and his cultivation speed was already extremely fast. It was several times faster than others. And with evil spirit energy, even if it was the lowest level evil spirit energy, 24 hours a day, they could cultivate for 24 hours a day. Their cultivation speed per unit of time was several times that of other martial artists. No wonder Song Minghua and Yi Feng's cultivation had suddenly increased. In particular, they could directly devour the xian qi of other martial artists or even demonic beasts. It was even more heaven-defying. However, they can't increase the grade of their xian meridians and qi si. Qin Chi Chi said, so even if their cultivation increases quickly in the early stages, they will soon reach a bottleneck. I know. 5th grade evil spirit energy can increase one's cultivation quickly. 4th grade evil spirit energy can increase one's cultivation quickly, and it can also give one an immortal body. Yang Dingtian asked, then what about 3rd grade evil spirit energy? Qin Chi Chi said, Ning Wuming, Wumaji has 3rd grade evil spirit energy. The special characteristic of this evil spirit energy is that it can be truly immortal. Truly immortal? What do you mean? Yang Dingtian exclaimed. 3rd grade evil spirit energy and above are all living evil spirit energy. They are true evil spirit energy. Qin Chi Chi said, 4th grade and 5th grade evil spirit energy are just energy. They don't have life, and those who have 3rd grade evil spirit energy can be truly immortal. This is because they don't need any soul condensation. As long as the evil spirit energy and the soul are together, even if you cut their body into thousands of pieces, they can enter another body and be reborn. Then what if I use the evil soul art to extract their soul first? Yang Dingtian asked. It's useless. Yang Dingtian said, that's because 3rd grade evil spirits are already living beings. Your evil soul art is completely useless now. In fact, the moment you form a spiritual connection with it, it will instantly contaminate your soul and spirit, or even devour you. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was startled. That meant that he could not use the evil soul art against Wumaji and Ning Wuming. Of course, some people might ask why Ning Wuming was desperately trying to escape if he could be immortal with 3rd grade evil soul art. Of course, he was trying to protect his own body. It was not easy for him to become a high-level master. Moreover, this body of his was very important to him. Then, what about 2nd grade evil spirit energy? Yang Dingtian asked. 2nd grade evil spirit energy belongs to Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian said, this evil spirit energy is not only immortal but also has life. Most importantly, it can learn soul-devouring xian qi. As you know, once a martial artist has soul-devouring xian qi, he is almost invincible. Then, other than evil ways, Zhu Qingzhu is invincible? Yang Dingtian asked. Not necessarily. Qin Chi Chi said, soul-devouring xian qi takes a very long time to brew. Perhaps it will take a few years to brew an attack, because this attack will not only use soul-devouring xian qi, but also the evil spirit energy with life. No wonder. Fortunately, that was the case. Zhu Qingzhu had paid such a huge price to kill Shimenwuya. It was obvious that Shimenwuya was the biggest obstacle in his way. Yang Dingtian asked, then what about 1st grade evil spirit energy? 1st grade evil spirit energy belongs to Crown Prince Li Ming and Princess Mudan? Qin Chi asked. That's not right. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling became a succubus because she was hit by someone else's soul-devouring devil mystic. The person who used the soul-devouring devil mystic on her would, at most, possess third-grade evil spirit energy. No, the first-grade evil spirit energy in Dongfang Bingling's body was infected by the Queen Devil Queen. It has been in her body since a long time ago. Qin Chi said. However, first-grade evil spirit energy not only possesses life, but also a soul and consciousness. It can hide in a person's body and sleep forever. The soul-devouring devil mystic could naturally turn into a succubus, but for Dongfang Bingling, it only activated the first-grade evil spirit energy in her body. Otherwise, Dongfang Bingling would be a pitiful succubus and not Princess Mudan. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally understood. Dongfang Bingling had clearly become a succubus, but she still seemed to be domineering and noble. Li Ming was completely helpless against her. She was still incomparably high and mighty. It turned out that she was not just a succubus. She was the princess of evil ways who possessed first-grade evil spirit energy. Qin Chi said, moreover, the person who possesses the soul-devouring devil mystic is the most pitiful person. Why do you say that? Yang Dingtian asked. Because the person who possesses the soul-devouring devil mystic is a true walking corpse. The only use of his body is to nurture a terrifying and mysterious energy life form like the soul-devouring devil mystic. Once the soul-devouring devil mystic is released, he will quickly become a cripple. Therefore, the person who possesses the soul-devouring devil mystic is a tool and not a martial artist. Qin Chi said. Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. He now knew why Ningru would be so desperate after releasing the soul-devouring devil mystic, and would even destroy her own Xian veins and die. It was because his mission was completed, and he was about to be destroyed. Ningru was merely a tool. Then, how powerful is the first-grade evil spirit energy? Yang Dingtian asked. This is not something that a mere fourth-grade spy like me can know, Qin Chi said. Crown Prince Li Ming and Princess Mudan are completely out of my reach. Then, what about the highest grade evil spirit energy of destruction? Yang Dingtian asked. The Demon King Wen Tian and the Devil Queen, Qin Chi said. Perhaps the two of them share the same evil spirit. Of course. This is only my speculation based on the story. In your opinion, what are my chances of winning against the evil ways? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Qin Chi fell into silence and said, using my eyes to see, using my brain to think, you should have no chance of winning. However, the things you have done have repeatedly exceeded the limits of my thinking, so I don't know what to say. Yang Dingtian took out a jade box and opened it. A fourth-grade evil spirit? Qin Chi said. Yes, I pulled it out from Yi Wuxuan's brain. Yang Dingtian said, even a grandmaster's sword couldn't hurt it at all. Evil spirit energy is the highest grade energy in this world. No energy can hurt the body of an evil spirit, not even a fifth-grade evil spirit, Qin Chi said. Then, will it be dangerous to bring the evil spirit around or touch it? Will it be infiltrated? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Qin Chi said. Fourth-grade evil spirits have no life, no soul, and no consciousness. They are inanimate objects, just an energy body. Therefore, they have no offensive or harmful properties. It is just that they can never be destroyed. Immediately, Yang Dingtian had a deep understanding of this point. Deep-sea black poison had life, so it could actively attack, spread, and corrode. It could not be touched. Fourth-grade evil spirit energy, and below had no life. Therefore, even though it was the highest energy level, it did not have the ability to attack. Qin Chi continued, in fact, it is very, very difficult for you to inject fourth-grade evil spirit energy into a person's body. Then, how did your evil spirit energy enter your body? Yang Dingtian asked. When we determine the level of evil ways, someone of a higher level will inject evil spirit energy into us, Qin Chi said. For example, I am a 4th grade lurker, so I need a 3rd grade lurker to inject evil spirit energy into me. In fact, before I met Ning Wuming, I did not have evil spirit energy. He was the one who gave me evil spirit energy. Of course, Qiu Ruhan's evil spirit energy was also given to me by him. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, if I devour this 4th grade evil spirit energy, what will happen? Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Qin Chi-Chi's expression changed, and her delicate body trembled. Chapter 5:15. First of all, it's impossible for you to devour this evil energy, Qin Chi-Chi said. If you succeed, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. However, your Xian veins, your body, and your soul will be completely contaminated by the evil energy. I understand. Yang Dingtian nodded and gently extended his finger into the evil energy. As expected, he didn't feel anything. The evil energy was still floating gently, and not a single bit of it entered his body. Evil energy below the 4th grade was indeed no threat or attack. Yang Dingtian asked, then, what should I do if I don't devour the evil energy, but I want my entire body to emit the aura of the evil energy? It's very simple. Put the 4th grade evil energy into the soul condensing image, then place it in the energy crystal box. Finally, place the energy crystal box on a certain part of your body, and your entire body will be emitting the evil energy. Qin Chi said, don't worry, the soul condensing image won't be affected. It will only amplify the aura of the evil energy by many times. I understand. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said. It's my honor to be of service to you, Qin Chi said. Goodbye. Take care of your baby. Yang Dingtian left. Yang Dingtian took out the soul condensing image, then placed the evil energy and the soul condensing image together. Instantly, the aura of the evil energy was amplified by many times. The entire space seemed to be covered by the evil energy in an instant. Then, he placed the soul condensing image and the evil energy into the energy crystal box. Finally, he put the crystal box into his clothes. Finally, Yang Dingtian took out the illusion mask and put it on his face. Immediately, the mask began to wriggle and gradually seeped into Yang Dingtian's face, completely merging with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian became a peerless handsome man, the former young master of the Ning clan in the Southern Sea, Ningyu. Wu Maji's husband, the husband she yearned for day and night. In order to lure Wu Maji away, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to seduce her with his handsome face. And this time, he couldn't leave without seeing her. He had to stay with her for a few hours, until all of the spies were killed. Then, Yang Dingtian thought of another more important problem. Ning Lan's face had appeared twice. The first time was when Yang Dingtian appeared in West Continent City wearing the illusion mask. Wu Maji immediately rushed to West Continent City, followed by Ning Wuming. Then, these two people couldn't go to the Autumn Water Sword sect, and Yang Dingtian successfully destroyed the sect. Yang Dingtian was worried that Ning Wuming and Wu Maji would suspect that he was impersonating Ningyu. Therefore, he had to fabricate an alibi for Zhao Mu to appear in the fringe wearing Ningyu's mask. Wu Maji immediately rushed to the Chaos Land. Both times, Wu Maji did not encounter all the impostors. There was one very important thing, and that was to not let others suspect that Ninglan was Yang Dingtian impersonating Ninglan. This was because Yang Dingtian was going to impersonate Ninglan and go to the Ning clan in the Southern Sea to get close to Wu Maji for more important matters. If he used the illusion mask to lure Wu Maji away again, and then took the opportunity to kill all the spies in the Northwest continent, then everyone would suspect the relationship between Ninglan and Yang Dingtian. Why would Ninglan appear every time Yang Dingtian needed to lure Wu Maji away? Once Wu Maji became suspicious, the consequences would be fatal. Once Ninglan's identity was destroyed, the effect of the illusion mask would also be destroyed. And Yang Dingtian might have to impersonate Ninglan in the future to do more important things. Impersonating Ninglan could be done once or twice, but not thrice. This time, once he lured Wu Maji away and took the opportunity to eliminate the spies in the evil ways. Wu Maji would definitely be suspicious. Wu Maji would definitely be suspicious. I can't do that. I definitely can't do that. It will destroy the effect of the illusion mask. He had to find another way to lure Wu Maji away. Immediately, Yang Dingtian racked his brains. It was too difficult because Wu Maji only had one thing on her mind right now, and that was Ning Ruo. Without Ninglan, Wu Maji would not be lured away. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought about it. What should he do? Was there a way to kill two birds with one stone? Not only could he lure Wu Maji away, but he could also prevent her from suspecting Ninglan's identity? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. He had an idea, and it was an absolutely perfect idea. Not just killing two birds with one stone, but three birds with one stone. Immediately, Yang Dingtian took off the illusion mask and then put the crystal box containing the evil energy into his spatial ring. Immediately, the evil energy on his body disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian went to Ao Shuang's unfreezing pool, and Yang Dingtian told her a new story. This time, the story was still very simple. It was the meaning of Snow White. Right now, Ao Shuang had no resistance to Yang Dingtian's story. She had the body of an adult, the memories of an adult, and even the intelligence of an adult. However, her personality and thinking were still like that of a child. This way, she could easily understand the meaning of the story, and she could also imagine a rich scene in her mind. Moreover, she would never dislike the advantage of the story. Therefore, these stories were completely fatal to her. She had even forgotten about kissing and was completely immersed in the story. Yang Dingtian realized that telling a story to Ao Shuang would allow her to not be annoyed for almost an entire day, because she would think about it over and over again, and even start to play the role of different characters. Playing these stories in her mind, she wouldn't be bored for an entire day. Shuang, I'm going out to do something. I'll be back when I count to 90,000, okay? Yang Dingtian said, I'm okay. Shuang said sweetly. However, the next scene stunned Yang Dingtian, because Shuang continued to count while telling herself the story. The two thoughts were completely independent and didn't interfere with each other. Naga, this is really heaven-defying. Iron Furnace City. This city that belonged to the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa was especially lively today. This was because Lady Gong's son of the 7 Refined Lane was going to perform in public in the Tianshui Pavilion. The person with the highest martial arts in the 7 Refined Lane was obviously first Lady Gong's son. The person with the most beautiful appearance in the 7 Refined Lane was obviously third Lady Gong's son. Third Lady Gong's son was once the most desired woman in the world, the woman that made men go crazy for. However, third Lady Gong's son hadn't appeared in public for a very long time, let alone perform. It was said that she was already married and a concubine at that. Immediately, third Lady Gongsuan's man became the public enemy of all men in the world. Third Lady Gong's son was a peerless beauty, the dream lover of all men in the world. Countless great men couldn't wait to give up everything in exchange for a smile. Among the 9 clans and 27 sects in the world, there were many outstanding men, and even the young masters of their sects who weren't married even though they were almost 30 years old. They were just waiting for the position to be empty, madly in love with third Lady Gong's son. You, on the other hand, actually made third Lady Gong's son his concubine. This would make all the other men jealous to death. In short, after third Lady Gong's son retired and became a concubine, countless men were dejected and heartbroken. At this moment, fifth Lady Gong's son of the 7 Refined Lane appeared. This woman's figure wasn't inferior to third Lady Gong's son at all. Although she wasn't as voluptuous, she was more graceful and charming. This woman's face was always covered by a veil, a hazy and translucent veil. Only 2 eyes were exposed. However, just these 2 eyes were enough to captivate one's soul. They were like 2 black holes, a pair of eyes that were even more seductive and mysterious than Third Lady Gongsuen's. No one could see her exact appearance, but her hazy silhouette was already extremely beautiful. However, what was more fatal was the mysterious and seductive aura she exuded. She was full of temptation, danger, and even a little bit of evil. She was like a poisonous flower, but also like a seductive flame. Men would crazily throw themselves at her. In this short month, the battle in Cloud Sky City had attracted the attention of all men. However, this couldn't overshadow Fifth Lady Gongsuen's brilliance. She first rose to fame in the East Continent. Even the #1 prodigy of Inyang School, Lung Ao, personally attended her performance. Next, Middle Continent's Zhu Hongli of the Black Heavens sect publicly expressed his love for her. Now, Fifth Lady Gongsun had finally come to the Northwest Continent, which had just experienced a shocking battle. Her first performance was in Iron Furnace City. Instantly, the entire Iron Furnace City went crazy. Countless people flocked to the city. They came from the East Continent, Middle Continent, and even Sky Demon City. The Tianshui Pavilion was packed with people from the rich and powerful families. Tonight, there were 2 important VIPs. The first was the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa's master, Qiu Wanjie. The second was the Black Heaven sect's 3rd young master, Zhu Hongli. At this moment, 8,000 miles away, the news of White Cloud City's annihilation had yet to arrive. Countless people were completely intoxicated by Fifth Lady Gongsuen's performance. Fifth Lady Gongsun didn't dance or wield her sword. She only played the zither and the flute. That's right, she played the zither and the flute. Was there a zither in this world? There was, but it wasn't outstanding. This was because the mainstream of this world was always martial arts. Music was just a decoration. Therefore, for thousands of years, there weren't any classical music scores. As for the flute, it didn't even exist in this world. In the Despair City's mystic realm, there was a woman who kept saying that she wanted to bring disaster to the world and become the world's #1 disaster. She even said that she wanted to be a prostitute who sold her skills and not her body. If she liked someone, she would give her body to him. In order to repay her for saving his life, Yang Dingtian had once drawn sketches of Earth's guqin, guzheng violin, vertical bamboo flute, and other musical instruments for her to see. He had even hummed a few tunes. Yang Dingtian didn't know much about music. He could only hum a few tunes that he liked very much. However, he didn't expect that. In the few months after leaving the Despair City's mystic realm, the few musical instruments that he drew became real. The few tunes that he hummed became truly beautiful music. Therefore, Yang Dingtian immediately knew that this so-called Fifth Lady Gongsun was Qin Ji, who had left the Despair City's mystic realm. Qin Ji only had low-level evil spirit energy and didn't have an immortal body. Zhao Mu's sword also didn't kill her. Under the holy light pillar, she quickly recovered. After waiting for more than 20 days, the Despair City automatically opened, and she came out. Moreover, she came out with a thick layer of memories. Then, Qin Ji became the popular Fifth Lady Gongsun. She had indeed realized her dream. In a short period of time, she had already made all the men in the world crazy. She had once again raised the banner of the 7 refined lane. It was believed that soon she would completely replace Third Lady Gongsuen's position in the hearts of all the men in the world. This was because her performance was unique and brilliant. There had never been such a performance. There had never been so many beautiful tunes. Therefore, she appeared in this world with the classical music scores of Earth. It was completely subversive. In an instant, she destroyed all the men's defenses. A woman who was so beautiful, so mysterious, and so talented could play such a heavenly sound. In addition, she was filled with evil spirit energy. Which man in the world could refuse? In the hearts of some men, they even felt that third Lady Gongsuen's cleavage revealing sword dance was a little vulgar. Therefore, fifth Lady Gongsun completely attracted all the men in the world after only 3 chaotic world concert tours. Tonight, fifth Lady Gongsun played 4 tunes. Even though she had already played it in the East Continent and the Central Continent. However, the people of the Western region had never heard of it. Therefore, they were instantly intoxicated and crazy. Of course, although the classical music scores of Earth were pleasant to listen to, not everyone would be intoxicated by it. The key was the blind following effect. Young Master Leng Ao and young Master Zhu Hongli both felt that it was a heavenly sound. If you didn't feel intoxicated, then you must be vulgar and have no appreciation. Moreover, there were thousands of people present, and they listened to the same atmosphere. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, under the contrast of countless people, even a slightly beautiful woman would become a fairy, not to mention Qinji, who was extremely beautiful and seductive. Therefore, under the intoxication of Qinji's mysterious and seductive temperament, under the seductive eyes and under the infiltration of evil spirit energy, the concert in the Northwest world was completely sensational and crazy. There was a sea of people present, and countless people were crazily shouting fifth Lady Gongsuen's name. Countless people were even willing to go through water and tread on fire for her, giving everything they had. In particular, third Lady Gongsun had a new way of performing today. She was playing and singing at the same time. It was really a heavenly sound. It was like the wonderful sound of an immortal from the 9 heavens, instantly breaking through everyone's defenses. Many people even forgot that martial arts was the mainstream civilization of this world. Many martial artists even temporarily forgot about martial arts and wanted to immerse themselves in music, because this world was really too wonderful. Until Qinji finished singing, the entire Tianshui pavilion was completely silent. The sound lingered in the air for 3 days. Even though it was already over, the beautiful sound of nature still seemed to reverberate in everyone's ears and hearts. In the end, fifth Lady Gongsun stood up slightly, awakening many people who were obsessed with her. My last song still doesn't have a name. I hope that many of you can give it a name. If any young master comes up with a wonderful name that can break through my defenses, I'll invite him to my room tonight for a chat, Qinji said lightly. Her voice was not crisp or delicate. It was slightly hoarse and gentle, full of magnetism and temptation. As soon as she finished speaking, countless people went crazy. Then, countless people racked their brains and tried their best to be Lady Gongsuen's guest. The night of chaos. The first person to speak was a handsome and elegant young master. This person was Zhu Hongli, who was madly chasing after fifth Lady Gongsun. Young Master Zhu is indeed knowledgeable. You immediately understood the essence of the song. Fifth Lady Gongsun said lightly. Hearing the praise of her sweetheart, Zhu Hongli immediately became intoxicated, as if she was drunk. With Zhu Hongli as the starting point, countless other knights appeared one after another. There was the Knight of Tianshui, the Knight of Peerless, and even the Knight of Iron Furnace City. Finally, a faint and penetrating voice rang out in the night sky. The moonlit night of Spring River. Then, the entire Tianshui pavilion fell silent. When everyone heard the name, although they did not know what it meant, they could not tell what was so good about it. But all in all, they felt that it was very good. It was a perfect match for Lady Gongsuen's song. They did not know what it was, but they felt that it was awesome. It was high-end and classy, mysterious and profound. Fifth Lady Gongsuen's body trembled. Then she said to the crowd, "Young master, please follow me." Zhu Hongli's eyes were almost spitting fire. Countless men looked at the crowd with jealousy. Then everyone cried out in surprise, "Wow, a handsome young man." He was so handsome that he could make everyone fall head over heels for him. Only a man like this was worthy of Lady Gongsun. Instantly, countless men felt inferior and did not even dare to be jealous. This handsome young man was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He gently floated up and landed behind Fifth Lady Gongsun. A man and a woman walked toward Fifth Lady Gongsun's pavilion. Tonight, this handsome young man was famous all over the world. Only a few people recognized him. He was the mysterious young master of the Ning clan in the South Sea, Ningyu. Yang Dingtian, are you here to visit me? After reaching her room, Qin Ji sat down lazily and said to Yang Dingtian, if you are, please do it yourself. I'm too tired to do it. Just like how Yang Dingtian recognized her as Qin Ji at first glance, she also recognized Yang Dingtian at first glance. Is my flaw that obvious? Yang Dingtian asked. It's not obvious, but your scent is unforgettable. Even if I change my face 100 times, I can smell it from half a mile away. Qin Ji said. Then she leaned back lazily and said, I've become popular all over the world. I heard that all men want to sleep with this woman. The addition of a woman's fame will make men crazy. Tonight, are you here to visit me? If so, you're really lucky. You're the first. Yang Dingtian was speechless. He didn't want to answer her. In any case, Yang Dingtian had never won when it came to bickering with her. From the beginning to the end, he had suffered countless losses. Is this the life you want? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course, this is my dream, my life. Qin Ji's beautiful eyes were burning. This is not the end. One day, I want to make the whole world go crazy. It's best if I start a war and millions of people die because of me. Yang Dingtian was even more speechless. This crazy woman. Yang Dingtian, how about this? You take me tonight. Then I'll be snatched away by Zhu Hongli. Then you'll be angry and send 1,000,000 troops to suppress Central State. How about that? Qin Ji said, this way I'll completely suppress Third Lady Gongsun and even Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her crazy words. Towards a crazy woman, the best attitude was to remain silent and ignore her. Seeing that Yang Dingtian ignored her, Qin Ji lost interest. She said, why are you looking for me? You're not sleeping, and you're not saying anything. It's boring. You, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian asked. Taking a bath. Who asked you to be so unromantic and waste my time? Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian, okay, I just asked you to help me put on a show to make me famous. Let people know that I'm here. Oh, Qin Ji said. Then she suddenly stepped forward and kicked Yang Dingtian. Bastard, I'm famous all over the world. How dare you use me as a stepping stone? Do you know how much I'm worth? Okay, it's just a show. You won't lose anything, Yang Dingtian said. 5 songs. It's hard to talk. I'll immediately shout, Yang Dingtian, get out of here, Qin Ji said. Okay, but I only remember a few lines and they're fragmented. They're not necessarily correct, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Then the candlelight in Fifth Lady Gongsun's room went out. Instantly, countless men's hearts were broken. 15 minutes later, Yang Dingtian, who was pretending to be Ningyu, left quickly under the cover of the night. Half an hour later, he appeared on a crystal ship and headed toward the Central Plains. An hour after Yang Dingtian left, Wu Maji appeared in Qin Ji's room. As soon as she appeared, instantly endless jealousy, endless anger, and endless frustration welled up in Qin Ji's heart. Then, Qin Ji looked at Wu Maji with hostility, because the woman in front of her was even more beautiful, mysterious, and seductive than her. And she was also full of exotic charm. Her face was even more beautiful than hers. More importantly, her eyes were even more seductive than hers. More importantly, her body was curvier than hers. How could this woman be so beautiful and curvy? Qin Ji wanted to go forward and smash Wu Maji into pieces. Where's my husband? Wu Maji went forward and asked anxiously, Mr. Ning. Qin Ji said with hatred. After having a good time with me, he ran away because he was afraid of the tigress at home. Wu Maji's heart was in a mess. She was originally a demon-like woman. Qin Ji had acted ruthlessly in front of her, and she would have cut her into pieces. But now her heart was in a mess. She said with tears in her eyes, Where did he go? Is he not even willing to see me? Could it be that he still refuses to forgive me? Then, tears rolled down her beautiful face. Qin Ji was stunned. Then she said he went to the seaside and said he wanted to go to Central State. Wu Maji was overjoyed. She bowed and said, Thank you, sister. Then the demon-like figure left quickly, leaving behind an enchanting fragrance. Qin Ji sighed. Wu Maji should have recognized her. At least she could feel the evil spirit energy on her. But in her confusion, she did not care at all. It was obvious how much she cared about Ningyu. 2 hours later, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly rushed into a crystal ship. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Yang Dingtian and sobbed. Husband, I finally get to see you. No one can separate us in the future. Then, she threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms. Chapter 516. When Wu Maji rushed in, almost everyone in the cabin was petrified by her beauty. Yang Dingtian, who was impersonating Ningyu, saw Wu Maji pouncing on him. He was shocked and stunned. In the blink of an eye, Wu Maji was already in his arms. Under countless envious gazes, Wu Maji hugged Yang Dingtian tightly and pressed her face against Yang Dingtian's chest. She cried emotionally, Husband, I finally see you. I finally see you. Let's never be separated again. Wu Maji's attractiveness to men was simply too great. Anyone's heart would melt after being stared at by her bewitching eyes, especially since this was a great demoness who killed people like scything flax. At this moment, she was like a weak little beast in his arms. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and she was pleading charmingly. Don't be like this. Yang Dingtian pushed her away with a little force. Husband, are you still not willing to forgive me? Wu Maji cried, I was wrong. Husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me. As long as you forgive me, I'm willing to do anything. I can do anything. Then she hugged Yang Dingtian tightly with her jade-like arms, as if her husband was flying away again. Husband, I know I'm childish. My ignorance hurt you. You're the most amazing man in the world. I'm sorry I hurt you. When I heard the news of your death, I felt like I was struck by lightning. I immediately followed you. Wu Maji cried and pleaded while hugging Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji did not suspect that Ningyu, who had suddenly appeared, was definitely a fake Ningyu. One had to know that Yang Dingtian did not use the illusion mask on purpose. It was just a disguise. Others might not be able to tell, but those who were very close to him would be able to tell at a glance. However, Wu Maji was so emotional that she hugged Yang Dingtian and cried. She did not even think about whether it was real or fake. There's nothing to forgive. Yang Dingtian said, I've seen the vast ocean. Let the past go with the wind. Then, Yang Dingtian tried to push Wu Maji away again. Wu Maji's face turned pale. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Husband, you still don't want to forgive No, I was wrong. Then Wu Maji frantically tried to hug Yang Dingtian again. Then, with tears in her eyes, she opened her mouth and kissed Yang Dingtian. She kissed his lips and kissed his face. Yang Dingtian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He never thought that Wu Maji would be so delicate and weak when she saw Ningro. She even begged to please Ningro. Even the kiss was filled with pleading. The key point was that this woman, who could be said to be even more beautiful and charming than Yan Yan, was too lethal to men. Although Yang Dingtian had something important to do, after being kissed by her, he could not help but feel confused. Her exotic face was simply too beautiful. Her lips were simply too soft and sweet. Therefore, when she kissed his lips, Yang Dingtian was almost stunned. Then, Yang Dingtian pushed her away and flew out like a bolt of lightning. After leaving the cabin, Yang Dingtian circulated his mystic energy and flew up to 1,000 meters in the air. Then he quickly flew towards the north. Husband. Wu Maji's mournful cry came from the cabin. Then a fragrant figure floated out, and Wu Maji chased after him at full speed. At this moment, there was only one word in everyone's mind. Bastard. This man is a bastard. Such a beautiful wife was pleading in his arms, but he was so cold-hearted that he abandoned her. Yang Dingtian used his flight mystic skill to increase his speed to the extreme as he desperately flew towards the east. Wu Maji, on the other hand, used all her strength to chase after him. She cried and begged as she chased after him, listening to the heart-wrenching cries and pleas behind them. Even a heart of stone would melt. What Yang Dingtian did not expect was that Wu Maji still did not suspect his identity. Perhaps her mind was only filled with the thought of begging her husband, Ning Hua, for forgiveness. After all, back then, Ning Hua was infatuated with her, but she was cold and arrogant. She even made Ning Hua vomit blood in anger. Wu Maji thought that Ning Hua was weak and despised him even more. In the end, she forced Ning Hua to leave home in grief and never return. When Wu Maji met the most handsome and shameless thief in history and was about to be destroyed by him, Ning Hua, who dared to run away, Ning Hua, whom she looked down upon, rushed out and used her own life in exchange for her escape. At that time, she really did run away. The last thing she saw was Ning Hua, who was almost deformed. Then Wu Maji could never forgive herself. She could never let go of this huge debt of love. Even when she heard that Ning Hua was dead, she immediately committed suicide to follow him. Once she was resurrected by the evil spirit, she still could not forgive herself. She could never raise her head in front of Ning Hua. Therefore, she did not consider that the Ning Hua in front of her was fake. She already owed Ning Hua so much. How could she dare to suspect him or hurt him in the slightest? Yang Dingtian's full speed was, of course, incomparably fast. Wu Maji was still hot on his tail. Just like that, Yang Dingtian kept flying east with Wu Maji in hot pursuit. The two of them actually flew for more than 4,000 to 5,000 miles. In the end, Wu Maji's speed was not as fast as Yang Dingtian's. She was getting further and further away. Although her cultivation was high, she was in a state of great sorrow and joy when she saw Ning Hua. During the few hours of chasing, she kept crying and pleading. Therefore, her Xian Qi was already weak. At first, she could only catch up to Yang Dingtian, but later, she was getting further and further away. At this time, they were already 6,000 to 7,000 miles away from the northwest continent. 8 to 8 hours had passed since Yang Dingtian sent out the signal. That's right. Yang Dingtian had already sent out a special signal 3 to 4 hours ago. When Yang Dingtian left Qin Ji's room and came to the shore, he sent out the signal when he confirmed that Wu Maji had already caught up. However, because of 5th Lady Gongsuan's performance that night, when she saw Yang Dingtian's signal, she thought that he was trying to curry favor with 5th Lady Gongsun. She did not know that Yang Dingtian was actually sending a message to Qin Wanzhou and the northwest Qin city. At this time, the message had to be sent in the fastest way possible. It would be too late even if they used a messenger bird. Therefore, they could only use the light signal. After Yang Dingtian sent out the signal, Qin Wanzhou's intelligence organization in Iron Furnace City immediately received it and responded to Yang Dingtian's signal. Then these intelligence organizations used the same method as the beacon towers to transmit the news to Cloud Sky City and Northwest Qin City through light and fire. Therefore, even though the distance was very far, at this speed, Qin Wanzhou should be able to receive the signal within 4 hours. Within 2 hours, Cloud Sky City would receive the signal. Hearing Wu Maji's heartbroken cries behind him, Yang Dingtian really felt like his heart was melting. If he was really Ning Ro, even if he had a heart of stone, he would really melt into water at this time. At this time, they were almost at Zhongzhou. Because of the extreme joy and sorrow, Wumaji's celestial qi was already exhausted. Instantly, she fell from the sky into the sea. Then, she suddenly pulled out her sharp sword and placed it against her neck. She sobbed, "Husband, since you won't forgive me, then what else can I do? I'll die in front of you right now. Yes, I won't die, but my body can die. I'll let my soul sink into the bottom of the sea forever, never to be reincarnated." Then, she suddenly slashed her own neck with the sword. Instantly, fresh blood gushed out. Her strength and determination were incomparably great. She wanted to cut off her own head with this sword. "Don't!" Yang Dingtian suddenly shot out a sword ray, instantly knocking Wumaji's sword away. Wumaji's snow-white neck was completely covered in blood at this time. She cried at Yang Dingtian, "Husband, you won't let me die even if you die, and you won't forgive me. What do you want me to do?" Then Wumaji cried loudly. Her heart was really in a mess. She didn't even see such an obvious flaw in Yang Dingtian's sword ray. Yang Dingtian sighed, turned back, and floated above Wumaji. He sighed and said, "Wumaji, actually Ningro has never blamed you. If I don't blame you, then why do you talk about forgiveness?" Wumaji's beautiful eyes lit up. She said, "Husband, really?" At this time, she still called him husband? Where did that cunning and vicious witch Wumaji go? Yang Dingtian had already used his own voice and called out Ningro's name. Then Wumaji said, "Husband, why did your voice change? It's so familiar." Yang Dingtian slowly wiped off the disguise on his face and said slowly, I'm not Ningro at all. And the one who appeared in West Prefecture City wasn't the real Ningro either. It was all an impersonation. Last time, it was because Ning Wuming didn't go to the Autumn Water Sword sect. This time it was to lure you away. Wumaji was completely dumbfounded. Like a flower that was struck by lightning, she was completely stunned. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "It's all an impersonation? It's all an impersonation? Then my husband is really dead, really dead?" Her eyes, which were full of spirit and temptation, suddenly lost their vitality and light. You're Yang Dingtian. You're pretending to be my husband?" Wumaji asked in a daze. Contrary to Yang Dingtian's expectations, her anger and hatred didn't appear. Instead, she looked at Yang Dingtian in a daze, as if she had received a fatal blow. "Yes, I'm Yang Dingtian. I'm pretending to be your husband, Ningro." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm sorry. I wanted to keep hiding it, but seeing you so deeply in love, seeing you so heartbroken, I couldn't hold it in anymore." Wumaji still didn't blame him. She didn't even ask why Yang Dingtian had pretended to be Ningro to lure her away. She didn't even care. Her beautiful eyes grew dimmer and dimmer as she muttered to herself, "He's already dead. My husband is already dead." Yang Dingtian finally understood why she couldn't see through Yang Dingtian's disguise that was full of flaws. Because Ningro being alive was her greatest hope. It was even her greatest motivation to live in this world. How could she suspect him? To be honest, even if it was fake, she would rather not know. She would rather it be real. I'm sorry," Yang Dingtian said bitterly. There were two meanings behind his apology. The first was that he was sorry for pretending to be Ningro. The second was that he had ulterior motives. That's right, he had ulterior motives for revealing his identity as Ningro, because he had pretended to be Ningro again and again to lure Ning Wuming and Wumaji away. This time, Yang Dingtian lured Wumaji away and slaughtered all the spies in the northwest continent. Then Wumaji would definitely suspect that Ningro was a fake. Then Yang Dingtian might as well expose this point. Then he would let Wumaji see the flaws in his disguise. Then it would become a mindset that the fake Ningro was a disguise. Then, in the future, when Yang Dingtian put on the illusion mask and was filled with evil spirit energy, he would become the real Ningro. He would draw a clear line between himself and the fake Ningro. This was called putting death in the face of death. First, he would court death by pretending to be Ningro. Then he would make the next Ning Ro under the illusion mask become the real Ning Ro. However, Wu Maji's reaction was completely unexpected by Yang Dingtian. She didn't rebuke him angrily and didn't hate Yang Dingtian to the core and draw her sword to kill him. Perhaps, when she found out that Ning Ro was a fake, her heart had already died. Her anger towards Yang Dingtian's impersonation had become insignificant. No, nothing. Wu Maji said, "This is my fate. Do you want to kill me or something else, please?" Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment. "I can't kill you now." "Then goodbye." Then Yang Dingtian turned and left. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sense of unease, because Wu Maji was too calm, so calm that it was frightening. Then she suddenly turned her head. Suddenly, she saw the seawater trembling. A terrifying blue energy suddenly burst out from her body. Her Xian meridians seemed to be shattering inch by inch. She was going to self-detonate her energy reserve. She was going to crush her soul to death. She was actually going to commit suicide after losing all hope. "You're crazy." Yang Dingtian rushed over and hit the back of Wu Maji's head with his palm. She was about to commit suicide and was immediately knocked unconscious. Uff! Wu Maji spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He lifted her head and saw that there were countless blue cracks in her energy reserve. Her energy reserve had been shattered. Yang Dingtian carried her and flew to the nearest island, on an isolated island. Wu Maji lay quietly on the beach. Even though Yang Dingtian saved her quickly, Wu Maji was still seriously injured. When Yang Dingtian found her, her energy reserve and Xian meridians had already begun to crack. However, the evil spirit energy was too heaven-defying. In a short period of time, her energy reserve and Xian meridians were completely healed. However, when Wu Maji tried to kill herself, she used her Xian qi to attack her soul. He wondered if she was injured. For hours later, Wu Maji slowly woke up. She looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated gaze. She glanced at Yang Dingtian for a moment before looking at the flying birds on the surface of the sea again. "I really envy them. They are free and carefree," Wu Maji said softly. "You can be like that too. You have too many burdens on your shoulders." Yang Dingtian said, "No, I don't have a chance anymore." Wu Maji shook her head and said, "My ugly heart will make me carry shame and sin forever. I don't have a chance anymore. If I had a chance just now, I could have turned into ashes and died, but you saved me." Then Wu Maji smiled bleakly and said, "Aren't we enemies? Why did you save me?" Yang Dingtian said, "Even if I want to kill you, I want to do it on the battlefield. This time, you killed yourself because of me. I can't just sit by and watch. You are really pedantic. You are very similar to my husband in this aspect." Wu Maji said, "All right, you can go. I won't die. There is something I want to tell you," Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji said indifferently, "Whether Ningyu dies or not, he won't blame you. You are the person he loves the most in this world. Even if he dies for you, he will be happy. If he sees you in such pain, he will be very sad. That's why he has never forgiven you," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, tears fell from Wu Maji's beautiful eyes. She shook her head and said, "No, I am not worthy of his love. My heart is so ugly. I'm hypocritical, mean, ridiculous, and shallow. I'm nothing at all. I don't know what happened between the two of you," Yang Dingtian said, "but I know that you might think you are ugly and guilty. But I want to say that the person you think is ugly is actually the person he loves deeply. Your so-called mean and shallow nature might be incomparably cute in his eyes. Not maybe, but definitely. Human feelings can't be described with words, and they can't be rationalized. On the contrary, the current you, who is incomparably guilty and gentle, might not be the one he loves. Don't you think so?" Wu Maji was stunned. Then she fell into deep thought. If a man was not bad, a woman would not love him. Similarly, if a woman was not bad, a man would not love her. Perhaps it was because she was so bad and bullied Ningyu that he loved her more and more? Instantly, Wu Maji was even more confused. Yang Dingtian continued, "Believe me, if Ningyu is not dead, he will definitely come to you. Even if he is dead, his soul will always be by your side and protect you. It's just that you might not be able to see him." "Really?" Wu Maji's beautiful eyes lit up. "You think he will definitely come to me if he is still alive? He won't blame me or ignore me?" "Of course not. In your heart, is Ningyu such a person?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No, he is not. He is the most open-minded man in the world." Then Wu Maji got up and knelt on the beach. She said sincerely, "Twin suns above, God of chaos below, if my husband Ningyu is still alive, please let him come back to me. I am willing to pay any price to let him come back to me alive, even if I am sent to the 18th level of hell, even if I am unable to reincarnate forever." Then Wu Maji slowly knelt down and kowtowed on the sand. "Madam Ning, then this one will take his leave," Yang Dingtian said. "At this time, the cleansing of the entire Western world should be over. Evil Wei's hidden forces in the Western world were completely uprooted. The era that belonged to Yang Dingtian in the entire Western world was about to arrive." Chapter 517. Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to return to the northwest continent. In fact, his celestial qi was almost depleted and could not support a long flight. From this, one could see how heaven-defying the demon vulture was. Yang Dingtian was a master realm expert, but he could not fly more than 5,000 miles with all his might. Moreover, his speed was not as fast as the demon vulture. The demon vulture army could fly more than 10,000 miles when they were at their craziest. As for flying more than 5,000 miles, it was not a problem at all. After recovering his celestial qi on the isolated island, Yang Dingtian continued to fly toward the northwest continent. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian landed in the northwest continent and entered Iron Furnace City. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had already disguised himself as an ordinary young martial artist. At this moment, Iron Furnace City, the entire Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, and even the entire northwest continent were in an uproar. In the morning, the entire Iron Furnace City was still talking about Fifth Lady Gongsun. When the news spread, the entire Iron Furnace City, the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, and even the entire southern part of the northwest continent fell into a dead silence. In an instant, Fifth Lady Gongsun's limelight was completely overshadowed. For a moment, the entire southern part of the northwest continent was silent. The second strongest force in the northwest continent, the main force of the Tiando League, the fifth of the 27 sects, and the absolute ally of the Black Heaven sect, White Cloud City, was annihilated. White Cloud City Lord Yi Wuqing, White Cloud City Madam Zhu Xianing, and the entire Yi clan were all killed. White Cloud City's hundreds of thousands of armed forces were all killed. White Cloud Castle, which had not fallen for 1,000 years, was now a pile of ruins. This news was like a 10,000-pound boulder in a lake that was not calm to begin with. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion. The moment the news spread to the West Continent City, at least a few hundred crystal ships carried this news to the Middle Continent, the East Continent, and the entire world. After the news of White Cloud City's annihilation, Yang Dingtian's declaration was repeated. The contents of the declaration were exactly the same as before. Yang Dingtian was righteous. Evil ways were evil. You can sit on the fence and watch, but you can't stand on the side of evil ways. Once you stand on the side of evil ways, you will be exterminated. White Cloud City had colluded with evil ways, and their crimes were unforgivable. Yang Dingtian officially announced the second extermination order in the world. White Cloud City exterminated. The first time Yang Dingtian made the declaration, many forces had their women and children defecate and pee on the declaration to express their disdain. It was to the point that Yang Dingtian issued a kill order for the first time and exterminated the Autumn Water Sword School. The commotion it caused wasn't that big because it was followed by a 1,000,000-strong army attacking Cloud Sky City. Moreover, under the deliberate suppression of some people, the news of the Autumn Water Sword School's destruction didn't spread throughout the world. Some people even darkly believed that the destruction of the Autumn Water Sword School was Qin Wancho's doing. This was because after the Autumn Water Sword sect was destroyed, Qin Wancho immediately dispatched forces to take over the entire Autumn Water Island. This time, White Cloud City was destroyed. It really set off monstrous waves that shook the world. Most importantly, what followed was Yang Dingtian's second extermination order. He clearly announced to the world and to the Black Heaven sect that it was Yang Dingtian who exterminated White Cloud City. Instantly, the forces in the world were jittery. In the entire northwest and southwest continents, no one dared to express any opinions. The entire northwest and southwest continents didn't dare to express any opinions about Yang Dingtian's declaration and White Cloud City's destruction. Praise Yang Dingtian? Of course not. Yang Dingtian's enemies were all over the world. Attack Yang Dingtian? They didn't dare to. White Cloud City was powerful, but Yang Dingtian had exterminated it in one night. Do you think you're as powerful as White Cloud City? If it was in the middle continent or the east continent, the mountain was high and the emperor was far away. Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. It wouldn't matter if he scolded Yang Dingtian. However, to scold Yang Dingtian in the northwest and southwest continents? Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Perhaps if you scolded him today, Yang Dingtian would come to exterminate you at night. Therefore, in the entire northwest and southwest continents, there were turbulent undercurrents. But on the surface, there was dead silence. Only wandering martial artists or low-level martial artists were whispering in the restaurants. Awesome, this is fucking awesome. Yang Dingtian is fucking awesome. I thought that he had won the crusade with great difficulty and shocked the world. Next, he would be extremely low-key and behave himself with his tail between his legs. He was afraid that a real big shot like the Black Heaven sect would come and destroy him. Who knew that he would scare people to death when he made a move? White Cloud City was so powerful. Hundreds of thousands of people were wiped out in one night. Isn't that so? Some time ago, I heard that the Tiando League formed an investigation team to check if Cloud Sky City had any evil weapons. At that time, many people said that Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City were finished. In the end, Yang Dingtian passed. At that time, I thought that Yang Dingtian must have knelt down and licked the soles of Zhu Qingzhu's shoes in exchange for his life. Damn it, I didn't expect that. She turned around and slapped Zhu Qingzhu, killing her younger sister and brother-in-law's entire family. Awesome, really fucking awesome. Who is Zhu Qingzhu? He's one of the top big shots in the world. Maybe he's the #1 expert in the world now. Yang Dingtian slapped him just like that. I heard that Zhu Qingzhu's concubine is in Yang Dingtian's hands. This time, I'm afraid Zhu Qingzhu's head will be covered in green. Isn't that so? This group of people said that they were going to make Yang Dingtian a cuckold. In the end, Yang Dingtian's woman didn't even touch a single hair on her head. Instead, they were the ones who got cuckolded. Then, a burst of sinister laughter came from the restaurant. Yang Dingtian sat at the side completely speechless. However, he didn't take it to heart. As long as a group of men were together, especially low-level martial artists, they would definitely talk about crotch matters in the end. Sai, do you guys think that Zhu Qingzhu will make a move on Yang Dingtian? Someone asked. Nonsense, of course he will, someone else said. But isn't he going to mess with Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion? The entire middle ground is moving. Is he going to abandon Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion to mess with Yang Dingtian? Someone said, of course. Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion are just disobedient. Yang Dingtian killed his subordinate, raped his woman, and slapped his face. How can he tolerate this? If he tolerates it, Zhu Qingzhu's reputation will be ruined, someone else said. That's true. That makes sense. Then, do you guys think that Yang Dingtian will be finished? Someone else asked. Finished, definitely finished. He's definitely finished. Someone else said. Zhu Hongli went to the Divine Weapons Manor immediately. Next, he will go to the Northwest Qin City and World Assembly. In the previous crusade, these three clans didn't do anything and didn't do anything. Now that Zhu Qingzhu has spoken, the three clans don't dare to not do anything. It can be said that Zhu Qingzhu doesn't even need to send a single soldier for Yang Dingtian to be finished. Just wait and see. There will be another war in the Northwest. This time, it will be bigger than the previous one. Qin City, Divine Weapons Manor, and World Assembly will definitely go all out. With Zhu Qingzhu's great grandmasters and a bunch of grandmaster experts, Yang Dingtian won't be able to escape this time. He's completely finished. Yang Dingtian naturally wouldn't lower himself to the same level as these people. After finishing his noodles, he rushed to the Divine Weapons Manor. At this moment, the Divine Weapons Manor's Qiu Wanjie was receiving a distinguished guest. Black Heaven Sect's third young master, Zhu Hongli, Manor Lord Qiu. This time, Yang Dingtian is digging his own grave. Now, in the entire Western world, no one will speak out against Yang Dingtian's evil deeds. You will be the first. Zhu Hongli said, I believe my father will come to the Northwest continent soon. The sooner you speak out, the better it will be for you. But City Lord Qin hasn't spoken yet, Qiu Wanjie said. That old fox will definitely speak out. This time, Yang Dingtian has forced him into a dead end. However, he is waiting for a good price. Zhu Hongli said, if nothing goes wrong, he should want to swallow the entire White Cloud Peninsula. I don't know if he will succeed, but I dare say that the entire Cloud Heaven City's territory can only belong to you. As long as you speak out, everything east of the Abyss border will belong to you. Instantly, Qiu Wanjie's breathing quickened. The east of the Abyss border was a total of 4,000 to 5,000 miles. Originally, the barbarian tribe's biggest force in the Sunset Mountain Range had been completely destroyed by Qin Chichi. Therefore, there was no obstacle to reaping the entire 5,000 miles east of the Abyss border. And now, it seemed that as long as Cloud Heaven City was destroyed, no one would be able to stop the expansion of the Divine Weapons Manor. If Qin Wanchou's Northwest Qin City could obtain the White Cloud Peninsula, it would be a huge gain. It would be impossible for them to touch the east of the Abyss border. As such, his Divine Weapons Manor could move unhindered for 4,000 to 5,000 miles. The size of his territory could almost be on par with the Northwest Qin City. Although the Northwest Qin City's sphere of influence was more than 10,000 miles, the territory they directly governed was only 4,000 to 5,000 miles. Qiu Wanjie's face flushed red, and his breathing quickened. He forcefully suppressed his agitated emotions and said, Third young master, can you give me some time to consider? Zhu Hongli said, I will leave in 6 hours for West Prefecture City. Manor Lord Qiu, you must be the first to speak out against Cloud Heaven City. Otherwise, you will be in a passive position. I will go to West Prefecture City to preside over the Northwest Tiando League's crusade against Yang Dingtian. If you only speak out after the Northwest Tiando League has spoken out, it will be like giving advice after the horse gets back. Understood, understood, Qiu Wanjie said. I will definitely give third young master a clear answer within 6 hours. Just at this moment, Qiu Wanjie's trusted aide came in and handed him an invitation card. Manor Lord, a guest is here. Qiu Wanjie casually opened the invitation card. When he saw the name on it, his heart trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Yang Dingtian. He wasn't in Cloud Heaven City at this time. He actually came to the Divine Weapons Manor alone. He was too daring. What was he trying to do? At this moment, Qiu Wanjie was actually a little apprehensive. Even though his cultivation was higher than Yang Dingtian, he was still a little apprehensive, annihilating White Cloud City in one night. Such a move really made him a little apprehensive. Then Qiu Wanjie smiled at Zhu Hongli and said, "Third young master, please rest here. I will be back soon." "Martial Uncle Qiu, please go ahead," Zhu Hongli said indifferently. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In fact, in front of Qiu Wanjie, she had a strong sense of superiority. She didn't really care about Qiu Wanjie and thought that Qiu Wanjie's compromise and agreement were inevitable. Even though Zhu Hongli was the third young master of the Black Sky sect, he wasn't as famous as Zhu Hongshiwei and Zhu Hongyu. This time, Yang Dingtian annihilated White Cloud City, which gave her a huge opportunity. If she could settle the western region of the world, suppress Cloud Heaven City, and suppress Yang Dingtian, it would be a great achievement in front of Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian was an enemy, she couldn't help but feel grateful to him. If it wasn't for Yang Dingtian seeking death, Zhu Hongli wouldn't have the chance to stand out. "Yang Dingtian, look at what you have done." Qiu Wanjie instantly berated when he saw Yang Dingtian. "What did I do?" Yang Dingtian smiled. "What did I do? The three of us had a clear discussion in Cloud Heaven City. We will mind our own business. You shouldn't create trouble in the Northwest continent. Don't involve my divine weapons manor and Northwest Qin City." Qiu Wanjie said coldly, "What have you done now? You have exterminated the entire White Cloud City. You have forced us into a dead end." "Dead end? What dead end?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Starting a war with you is a dead end," Qiu Wanjie said sternly. "White Cloud City is the backbone of the Taindo League and an ally of the Black Sky sect. You annihilated it. Once Zhu Qingzhu arrives in the northwest, I can only choose to start a war with you. I have no other choice, unless I betray the Taindo League. But that would be courting death." Qiu Wanjie took a deep breath and said, "Yang Dingtian, during the previous punitive war, we tried to drag things out. We tried our best to deceive and drag things out. In the end, we didn't make a move against you and allowed you to defeat Qin Chichi. You should have kept your tail between your legs. I didn't expect you to actually dare to annihilate White Cloud City. This time, you have forced all of us into a dead end. You have forced the Divine Weapons Manor, World Society, and Northwest Qin City into a dead end. Yang Dingtian, we don't want to make a move against you, but this time we have to give it our all. Previously, when you annihilated Qin Chichi, no one pursued the matter because Qin Chichi took the initiative to attack you. This time, we have to fight you to the death. We have no other choice." Qiu Wanjie said, "Don't count on those cannons and those secret weapons of yours. It's useless. Our three clans and the Black Sky sect will only send out our experts and not our army. Your Cloud Heaven City is about to be annihilated. The previous victory has really made you dizzy. You don't even know that your previous victory is nothing." Seeing how agitated Qiu Wanjie was, Yang Dingtian didn't say a word and waited for him to finish. "Return my son. Cloud Heaven City is hopeless." Qiu Wanjie said, "I only have one question for you. Northwest Qin City, World Society, Divine Weapons Manor, and Black Sky Sect. They have mobilized 30 to 50 Grandmasters and 3 to 4 Great Grandmasters. Can your Cloud Heaven City withstand them?" "No," Yang Dingtian said. "Will your Cloud Heaven City be annihilated?" Qiu Wanjie asked. "It will definitely be annihilated," Yang Dingtian said. "Then you still dare to annihilate White Cloud City? You idiot!" Qiu Wanjie said sternly, "Then return to Cloud Heaven City and return my son. Then wait for the dozens of Grandmasters and a few Great Grandmasters to arrive. Cloud Heaven City will definitely be annihilated. Are you done?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Humph," Qiu Wanjie snorted. "All right, then it's my turn to speak." Yang Dingtian said, "In the name of the hidden sect, I establish the Taindo League Council of Light. From now on, The entire western region will no longer obey any orders from the Tiando League headquarters until the Tiando League headquarters is restored. I hereby formally invite the Divine Weapons Manor to join us. Instantly, Qiu Wanjie was stunned. You, Yang Dingtian, are about to be annihilated, and you still haven't forgotten to drag my Divine Weapons Manor down with you? Qiu Wanjie pointed at Yang Dingtian and said in disbelief, Yang Dingtian, do you think I'm a fool? At this point in time, you still want to drag me down with you? Do you think I'm a fool? Yang Dingtian said, if you don't agree to join the Council of Light, then I will announce the world's third annihilation order. My target will be your Divine Weapons Manor. Instantly, Qiu Wanjie was completely stunned. Lunatic. The Yang Dingtian in front of him was a lunatic. At this point in time, this kid was still acting cool and even mentioned the world's third annihilation order. Haha, announce it then. Wait until you get it tonight, Qiu Wanjie said sternly. The day Zhu Qingzhu reaches the northwest will be the day you, Yang Dingtian, will be annihilated. Seeing that you are about to die, I won't lower myself to your level. Get lost. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. The World Association leader, Song Shao, has already abdicated. Song Chanhua is in charge of the World Association and has inherited the Devil Dragon Martial Soul. Song Shao has become the Grand Supreme Association leader and has announced the self-condemnation order. Also, sign an agreement with me, and the World Association will officially join the Council of Light. Qiu Wanjie's expression changed, and he sneered. You are spouting nonsense. Are you trying to fool a ghost? Yang Dingtian threw out an echo jade. The image inside was very clear. Song Shao had passed the World Association leader to Song Chanhua in front of everyone and announced that the World Association would join the Council of Light and be loyal to the hidden sect leader, Yang Dingtian. Qiu Wanjie looked at it and said in a hoarse voice, Song Shao, is he crazy? What methods did you use to deceive him? Then Qiu Wanjie said, even so what? After the Devil Dragon Army was deceived by you, the World Association was already on the brink of collapse. There is no use for Song Shao to join you. Yang Dingtian continued. The Northwest Qin City Lord, Qin Wanqiu, officially announces that he will join the Council of Light and be loyal to the hidden sect. This news was like a bolt of lightning that struck Qiu Wanjie instantly. Impossible, impossible, Qiu Wanjie said in a hoarse voice. Sect leader Qin is an ambitious and ruthless person. How can you control him? You are merely Yang Dingtian. You can't change his mind. Stop dreaming. Yang Dingtian threw out another echo jade. The image inside was very clear. Zhu Qingzhu's concubine, Yi Wuquang, was kneeling on the ground. Qin Wanqiu chopped off Yi Wuquang's head with a sword. This meant that Qin Wanqiu had completely broken off his relationship with Zhu Qingzhu. There was no room for negotiation. In the next image, Qin Wanqiu bowed to Yang Dingtian and officially agreed to join the Council of Light and pledge his loyalty to the hidden sect leader. Seeing these images, Qiu Wanjie was completely stunned. This echo jade couldn't be faked. At that time, Lun Yanmei took out the echo jade and said that Yang Dingtian had blasphemed and humiliated Dongfang Bingling. Everyone present could tell with a single glance that Yang Dingtian was trying to mislead Dongfang Bingling, as Yang Dingtian was obviously treating her injuries. However, everyone present pretended to be confused. Qin Wanqiu had also joined the Council of Light. He had also pledged his loyalty to Yang Dingtian. How could this be possible? Qin Wanqiu was an ambitious and ruthless person. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by Yang Dingtian? Qin Wanqiu was definitely someone who wouldn't act without seeing the flesh. It was impossible to deceive him. There had to be sufficient reasons for him to join the Council of Light. The person that Qiu Wanjie feared and admired the most was Qin Wanqiu. Because of their special fate, their names were very similar. Therefore, Qiu Wanjie had always followed the Northwest Qin city's lead. Qin Wanqiu's loyalty was the last straw that broke Qiu Wanjia's back. Manner Master Qiu. Qin Wanqiu doesn't have the right to sit on the fence. You also don't have the right. You have to make a choice. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Either you agree to join the Council of Light, or you become my enemy. I will issue the third extermination order. Qiu Wanjia trembled. What if you are lying to me? I still don't believe that Sovereign Qin would pledge his loyalty to you. Do you know what Song Shao, Qin Wanqiu, and my Cloud Sky City have been doing in the past few hours? Yang Dingtian asked. What? Qiu Wanjia asked. Killing. Yang Dingtian said. Furthermore, it has already ended. Most of the evil Dao spies in the southwest, northwest, and northern continents have already been eliminated. Just a few hours ago, my Cloud Sky City mobilized close to 1,000 people, all riding on the Demon Eagle Army. The Northwest Qin City mobilized tens of thousands of people to hunt. The world society has been killing for a few days, other than your divine weapons manner. The rest of the evil ways have been uprooted. Following that, Yang Dingtian took out a name list and said, You have 10 hours to kill everyone on the name list and head north to Cloud Sky City for a meeting. Tonight, Sovereign Qin and Song Shao will rush to Cloud Sky City to officially announce the establishment of the Council of Light. At that time, if you don't appear, it means that you are our enemy. Then it doesn't matter whether you kill the spies or not. Once the third extermination order comes, your divine weapons manner and all the evil ways in hiding will be killed. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian turned and walked out. Qiu Wanjia was left in a daze in the house. After Yang Dingtian left, Qiu Wanjia locked himself in the house for an hour. After coming out, he directly sent Zhu Hongli away and said to her, He will speak in an hour. Zhu Hongli was satisfied. She left the divine weapons manor and headed to the Northwest Tiando League of West Prefecture City to officially lead the crusade against Yang Dingtian. After Zhu Hongli left, Qiu Wanjia immediately formed the most elite force and raised their butcher's knife to carry out a thorough cleansing and massacre of the entire territory. The evil ways in hiding weren't strong enough in the divine weapons manor. In just 2 hours, all the evil ways in the headquarters were slaughtered. Among them were Qiu Wanjia's 2 concubines and 3 foster sons. Next, the cleansing expanded to the entire territory. After a few hours, the sky turned dark. Qiu Wanjia dressed up and wore a gorgeous and majestic golden robe. He led the winged cavalry and prepared to head to Cloud Sky City for a meeting. At this moment, an envoy entered the divine weapons manor and said to Qiu Wanjia, The mystic sky sex Zhu Qingzhu is coming to the northwest. Qiu Wanjia, please welcome him 500 miles away. The news of the annihilation of the White Cloud City had indeed been relayed by the birds and reached Zhu Qingzhu's ears. I'm not free, Qiu Wanjia said indifferently. Then he mounted the winged cavalry and flew north. At night, Cloud Sky City was brightly lit. In the main hall of Cloud Sky City, 6 people sat quietly. Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanqiu, Song Shao, Qiu Wanjia, Li Guanong, and Ningro. The Tiando League's Council of Light was officially established. At this moment, the mystic sky sex Zhu Qingzhu had arrived in the northwest mainland. In order not to affect everyone's rest, the second update will be updated tomorrow. Good night, everyone. I have to vote for you. Chapter 518. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Begging for monthly votes. Li Guanong had spoken up for Yang Dingtian at the Tiando League conference, so the Wooden Sword Castle was expelled from the Tiando League. However, perhaps because the Wooden Sword Castle was too weak, some people had touched Kuei-si, but no one touched Li Guanong. Even so, Li Guanong took a long detour and avoided the main sea route. It took him more than a month to return to the Wooden Sword Castle from the East Continent. When he returned to the Southwest Continent, the war in Cloud Sky City had already ended. However, during the war in Cloud Sky City, Li Guanong's daughter and the disciples with the highest cultivation were all in Cloud Sky City. This time, Liguanong had come to Cloud Sky City 2 days ago. Yang Dingtian had sent a few demon vulture warriors to pick him up. This time, Yang Dingtian had established the Tiando League and the Council of Light to rope in all the forces in the West Continent. Therefore, the Wooden Sword Castle that had been expelled from the Tiando League also became a member of the Council of Light. Moreover, for safety reasons, all the members of the Wooden Sword Castle temporarily gave up on the southwest continent and entered Cloud Sky City. As for Ning Ro, she was present at the conference because she represented the Sky Phoenix Pavilion. A few months ago, Duan Rian was defeated and captured. Her whereabouts were unknown. Lang Yanmei became the pavilion master again and led the disciples of the Sky Phoenix Pavilion to participate in the crusade. In the end, they were defeated in Cloud Sky City and were almost completely wiped out. Lang Yanmei was executed in front of tens of thousands of people. Of course, Qin Chichi's substitute was also executed. As for the Sky Phoenix Pavilion, it was completely dead. When Lang Yanmei rebelled for the first time, she killed a wave of people. Later, when Duan Rian regained her position, she fought with Qin Chichi, and another wave of people died. Then Duan Rian was defeated and captured. Lang Yanmei carried out a thorough cleansing of the Sky Phoenix Pavilion and killed another wave of people. In the end, Lang Yanmei was completely prepared for war in Cloud Sky City and was almost completely wiped out. Therefore, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion, one of the 27 sects with 50,000 direct female disciples, was almost completely dead. There were no more than a few thousand people left in the entire Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Some had died while others had fled. Moreover, most of them were low-level disciples. Ning Ro, a disciple who was not even a martial honorable, had actually become one of the top experts in the Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Of course, even so, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion was still one of the 27 sects in the world. For the sake of safety, Yang Dingtian had decided to transfer all the remaining disciples of the Sky Phoenix Pavilion to Cloud Sky City. Furthermore, all the secret manuals of the Sky Phoenix Pavilion would be transferred to Cloud Sky City. Sky Phoenix Pavilion also became a member of the Council of Light. The main hall of Cloud Heaven City was brightly lit. Almost without any discussion, everyone unanimously agreed that the Tiando League Council of Light was officially established. Everything that followed was to draft the Council of Light's First World Edict. After the discussion, Qin Wanqiu drafted the final draft and finalized it. 1. The Tiando League Council of Light is officially established. Yang Dingtian is the leader of the Tiando League Council of Light. He has supreme power and status in the Council of Light. 2. Qin Wanqiu, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanjia are the permanent elders of the Council of Light. Northwest Qin City, World Society, Cloud Sky City, Divine Weapons Villa, Sky Phoenix Pavilion, and Wooden Sword Castle are the first batch of members of the Council of Light. 3. The Council of Light's main purpose: lead all the forces of justice in the world to fight to the end against evil ways. 4. The Council of Light is a temporary organization of the Tiando League. However, before the end of the Great War, before the Tiando League headquarters is restored to its original state, the Council of Light will have supreme and unique power. The Council of Light will have the power to wage war against all forces of evil ways. 5. Since the Tiando League headquarters has been infiltrated by the forces of evil ways, the Council of Light will maintain complete independence and will not obey any orders from the Tiando League headquarters. 6. The Western world will completely seal off all the docks and shores of the Western world. Any forces with more than 100 armed forces entering the Western world will have to report to the Council of Light for approval before they can land. Otherwise, they will all be destroyed. Any martial artist above the level of a martial venerable must apply to the nearest office of the Council of Light before they can land. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. 7. The Council of Light will protect the safety and integrity of any of its members. Any force that offends any member of the Council of Light will be treated as a declaration of war against the entire Council of Light. 8. The Council of Light will clarify the evil nature of White Cloud City and the Ning clan of the South Sea. Any forces of justice will have to draw a clear line between themselves and them and will be irreconcilable. 9. The Council of Light officially invites the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion to officially join them. The entire Council of Light's orders were written in the most straightforward language without any ambiguity or slogans. After Qin Wanchou finished drafting, all the members of the Council of Light stamped their seals. Finally, Yang Dingtian carved his own seal on the World Edict. His seal was also one of a kind. He used a special energy crystal and the million spirit demon fire to carve Yang Dingtian's name. Then he used the demon spirit heavenly fire to carve it. Finally, Yang Dingtian's unique pig-slaying swordsmanship, Xian Qi, was infused into it. After the seal was stamped, the energy of 2 heaven and earth Xian flames would flow on Yang Dingtian's seal. No one in the world could imitate it. Similarly, Qin Wanchou, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanji's seals were unique and could not be imitated. Behind the big seals of several people, behind Duan Rian and Li Guanong's seals, instantly the Council of Light's order represented the will of the entire Western world. It represented the will of millions of soldiers, 30,000 miles of territory, and hundreds of millions of citizens. Other than the destroyed Cloud Sky City, all the forces of the Tiando League in the Western world would join the Council of Light. From now on, the entire Western world would be unified. The entire Western world, 20,000 miles of land, would be unified and condensed into a single force. It would be completely independent of the entire chaotic world and the Tiando League. After the World Edict was drafted, in Cloud Sky City, hundreds of thousands of citizens all gathered outside their houses. In Cloud Sky City Square, tens of thousands of disciples and close to 100,000 citizens gathered. Yang Dingtian led all the members of the Council of Light to the center of the square and announced loudly, "The Tiando League's Council of Light is officially established." Instantly, Cloud Sky City let out a tsunami of cheers. In the shortest time possible, the Council of Light's order was made countless copies and pasted all over Cloud Sky City. At the same time, hundreds of demon vulture warriors carried the duplicated Radiant Parliament's Heaven's Order to the Northern Lands World Society, the Northwest Qin City, the Southwest Continent, the Divine Weapons Villa, the Iron Furnace City, the West Prefecture City, and all the other cities, villages, and vassals in the Western world. From the sky, the Council of Light's World Edict was scattered all over the Western world. The next day at dawn, Xiantian Sec's third young master, Zhu Hongli, rushed to West Prefecture City and went to the headquarters of the Northwest Tiando League to issue a crusade against Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian. Instantly, all the vassal forces within 1,000 miles, whether it was the Divine Weapons Villa, Northwest Qin City, or other vassal forces, they all went to West Prefecture City to welcome Zhu Hongli. Instantly, Zhu Hongli was the center of attention. In front of the largest square of the city lord's mansion in West Prefecture City, he issued a crusade against Yang Dingtian. The crusade completely affirmed White Cloud City's justice and White Cloud City, Lord Yi Wuqing's nobility and selflessness. Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City's forces, as well as the demon vulture army of the Fisher City, had committed heinous crimes and were extremely evil. Xiantian sect would represent the Tiando League to seek justice for White Cloud City and completely eliminate the evil axis led by Yang Dingtian. Zhu Hongli called on all the forces, martial artists, and citizens of the Western world to stand up and use their voices, their fists, and their weapons to resist Yang Dingtian's evil and atrocious acts. In the end, Zhu Hongli roared, "The World Society will stand on the side of justice, the Northwest Qin City will stand on the side of justice, and the Divine Weapons Villa will stand on the side of justice." The three forces would join the crusade and fight to the death with Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian. Instantly, Some of the self-righteous martial artists and vassals in the square shouted loudly, "Fight to the death with Cloud Sky City and Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian's heinous crimes are unforgivable. Of course, they did not really hate Yang Dingtian. Instead, it was because the opportunity to curry favor with the Xiantian sect was too rare. Since the Xiantian sect had stepped forward to eliminate Yang Dingtian, the three forces of the Western world had also stepped forward. In that case, Yang Dingtian's destruction was inevitable. They could boldly announce that they had defeated Yang Dingtian. However, more people chose to remain silent. At this moment, a series of whistling sounds cut through the air suddenly came from the sky. Then, countless golden flyers fell like raindrops. Many people picked them up and looked at them. It was as if they had been struck by lightning and their bodies trembled. The Council of Light's World Order. This thing was the Council of Light's World Order. There were a total of 9 orders, and every one of them was deafening, especially the last few big seals. Northwest Qin cities, Qin Wanzhou, World Society Songshao, and the Divine Weapons Villas, Qiuwanjia. Every seal was a ghastly sight. The last Yang Dingtian's big seal was even more shocking. Yang Dingtian established the Tiando League's Central Committee as an equal to the Tiando League's headquarters. Yang Dingtian became the leader of the Council of Light. Qin Wanzhou pledged his loyalty to Yang Dingtian. Song Shao pledged his loyalty to Yang Dingtian, and Qiuwanjia pledged his loyalty to Yang Dingtian. The entire Western world was completely unified. This news was like a tsunami that swept across the entire Western world. At this moment, the entire West Prefecture City Square was dead silent. Everyone was unable to find any words to describe their own shock. What was going on? Yang Dingtian risked universal condemnation and annihilated the entire White Cloud City. It should have been a disaster. Qin Wanzhou, Song Shao, and Qiuwanjia should have completely suppressed Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's doomsday was about to arrive. However, the situation had taken such a shocking turn. Not only was Yang Dingtian fine, but he had also unified the Western world. He had completely subdued the 3 overlords and became the king of the entire Western world. He was the supreme ruler of millions of people and millions of martial artists. Although none of the martial artists in the square were mentally prepared, once the Council of Light's world order was issued, they had no choice. They had no other choice. Yang Dingtian had automatically become everyone's supreme ruler. He had the authority to order any of them to live, die, or fight. If they wanted to change this, they would have to betray the Northwest Qin City and the Divine Weapons Manor. However, in the Western world, betrayal meant destruction. At the top of the square, Zhu Hongli was still speaking passionately. Then, the first person in the square left silently. Following that, one after another, group after group, all of them left. Zhu Hongli was shocked and said, "How can you all retreat? Are you going to go against the Tiando League?" Immediately, someone said, "White Cloud City colluded with evil ways. Their crimes are unforgivable. Lord Yang Dingtian annihilated White Cloud City. He is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. We support his righteous action. Yes, we support Yang Dingtian. Long live city, Lord Yang Dingtian. Long live the Council of Light." Then the entire square was in chaos. Zhu Hongli was shocked and quickly took a copy of the order to read. It didn't matter if he didn't read it. He was instantly scared out of his wits. His legs trembled in shock. Instantly, he knew that no one in the entire Western world could control Yang Dingtian. At dawn, Zhu Qingzhu's boat officially docked at Iron Furnace City's harbor. Inside the luxurious cabin, Zhu Qingzhu was lying comfortably on a soft couch. White Cloud City was annihilated, and Yi Wuqing's entire family was killed. Zhu Qingzhu was, of course, extremely furious. Yang Dingtian was crazy. He had barely escaped with his life from the Tiando League investigation team. Now he actually dared to court death. Annihilating White Cloud City was like slapping Zhu Qingzhu's face. But other than being furious, Zhu Qingzhu was more happy and thankful. He, Zhu Qingzhu, was worried that he didn't have a reason to intervene in the Western world. He didn't expect Yang Dingtian to give him such a great reason. From now on, 30,000 miles of the Western world would be in his hands. Zhu Qingzhu had already planned everything out. He would participate in the Western world's upheaval as an arbitrator. He ordered Song Shao, Qin Wanzhou, and Qiu Wanjie to send out all their experts to annihilate Cloud Sky City and kill or imprison Yang Dingtian. After Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City were annihilated, Zhu Qingzhu roped in Song Shao and Qiu Wanjie and burned the northwest Qin cities, Qin Wanzhou. He said that Qin Wanzhou colluded with Yang Dingtian and played an extremely dishonorable role in the annihilation of White Cloud City. Then, the 3 grandmasters of the Black Heaven sect would go out and kill Qin Wanzhou. They would annihilate northwest Qin City and take over 10,000 miles of Qin City's territory. Finally, it would be easy to kill Song Shao and Qiu Wanjie or turn them into puppets. At that time, the entire Western world would fall into Zhu Qingzhu's hands. After the war in Middle Ground, Earth Fisher City would be annihilated and Cloud Sky Pavilion would be destroyed. All those who didn't submit to him in Middle Ground would be wiped out in this war. At that time, the entire Middle Ground would fall into his hands. At that time, he would have 2 out of the 3 worlds. Even the nefarious demon prince, Li Ming, would be under Zhu Qingzhu. He, Zhu Qingzhu, would be under one person and above millions of people. He would become the supreme ruler of Middle Ground, the Western world's countless citizens, and the ocean and land within 100,000 miles. Sect Master, we have arrived at Flame City's pier. Outside, Qin Wanzhou's external affairs elder reported. Let Qin Wanzhou, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanjie in, Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently. Every time he came to the northwest continent, these 3 overlords would undoubtedly come out to welcome him. This time, Zhu Qingzhu wasn't happy that they didn't come out to welcome him. However, considering that such a huge incident had happened in the northwest continent, he didn't mind. The external affairs elder's voice trembled as he said, Sect Master, they're not at the pier. Not at the pier? Zhu Qingzhu said angrily. Then, who is at the pier? No one, the external affairs elder said in a low voice. No one came to welcome Sect Master. Zhu Qingzhu's arm suddenly trembled. Impossible. Zhu Qingzhu's body suddenly floated out of the cabin and came to the surface of the sea. Indeed, there was no one. The entire pier was empty. Zhu Qingzhu's face twitched, and his face turned pale. Something happened. Something must have happened. Then, Zhu Qingzhu floated toward the shore with complete fury and bewilderment. After reaching the shore, Zhu Qingzhu saw a piece of golden paper on the ground. He immediately picked it up and looked at it. The Tiando League's Council of Light World Order. Instantly, Zhu Qingzhu's body trembled and his mind went blank. After a while, his back was covered in cold sweat. His tall and straight body suddenly staggered and took a step back. His head was dizzy. The world had changed. The Western world had completely changed. The situation that Zhu Qingzhu had never imagined had happened. Yang Dingtian had established the Tiando League as the center. The entire Western world was completely independent and divided. The Tiando League was completely divided. Yang Dingtian had turned from a small snake into the king of the Western world. Zhu Qingzhu would never be able to figure out how Yang Dingtian did it. However, all of this had become reality. Qin Wanzhou, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanjie had pledged their loyalty to Yang Dingtian. Zhu Qingzhu's plan to reap the benefits of the Western world was completely ruined. Once the Western world was unified, unless the forces of Zhongzhou and East Continent gathered, it was impossible to invade the Western world with armed forces. There was no armed force in the world that could do anything to Cloud Sky City. Following that, Zhu Qingzhu entered the Black Heaven Sect's pavilion in the northwest continent in an unprecedentedly pathetic state. Then he wrote 3 letters. The first letter was to Zhu Qingzhu from northwest Qin City. The second letter was to Song Shao from the World Society. The third letter was to Qiu Wanjie from the Divine Weapons Manor. The contents of the 3 letters were the same. They invited the 3 of them to have a chat. The words and style of the letters were unprecedentedly humble. The 3 letters were sent out by the fastest winged cavalry. 10 hours later, the 3 of them replied one after another. The contents of the letters were exactly the same. Sorry, I'm not free. Zhu Qingzhu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After Dongfeng Minmi was gone, he, Zhu Qingzhu, had almost become the emperor of the entire chaotic world. Qin Wanchou, the overlord of a region, tried to curry favor with him. Someone like Song Shao didn't even have a seat in front of him. Someone like Qiu Wanjie didn't even dare to breathe in front of him. Now he, Zhu Qingzhu, used a humble tone to invite the 3 of them to have a chat. Their reply was that they weren't free. This was an unprecedented humiliation for Zhu Qingzhu. This was an unprecedented trampling on Zhu Qingzhu's dignity. Zhu Qingzhu's entire body was trembling. At this moment, his hatred for the 3 of them had far exceeded Yang Dingtian's hatred. He wished he could dismember the 3 of them into pieces. Finally, another person delivered a letter to him. After Zhu Qingzhu opened the letter, he almost exploded with rage. This letter was written by Yang Dingtian. The contents of the letter were very simple. It meant that the world order of the Council of Light stated that any armed forces with more than 100 people entering the Western region had to report to the Council of Light first. Only after obtaining approval could they enter the Western region. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. However, since Zhu Qingzhu hadn't seen this order before entering the Western region, they would let bygones be bygones this time. The next time sect leader Zhu visited the northwest continent, he would have to submit an application in advance. After obtaining approval from the Council of Light, he could only enter the Western region. Bastard, bastard, I'll tear you to shreds. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu was extremely regretful. When he killed Shimenwuya, why didn't he kill Yang Dingtian along the way? As a result, he had to suffer such humiliation today. However, this wasn't the end of the humiliation. Just 4 hours later, a Divine Weapons Mountain Villa army carrying the Council of Light's flag arrived at the Black Heaven Sect's headquarters in the northwest continent and delivered an official document. The official document stated that all foreign affairs organizations stationed in the northwest continent had to undergo a thorough investigation. Moreover, no foreign affairs organizations were allowed to station martial artists above the level of martial supremacy, and no more than 200 armed guards. The Black Heaven Sect requested that all martial artists above the level of martial supremacy and any extra armed guards in the headquarters be sent back to Zhongzhou within 3 days. Otherwise, the Council of Light would reserve the right to take any action. Yang Dingtian was ruthless. Not only did he want to uproot the evil ways in the Western region, but he also wanted to uproot all the non-Council of Light forces in the Western region. Zhu Qingzhu raged for 2 whole hours. After 2 hours, he came out of his room and handed a letter to the Foreign Affairs Elder. Send it to Cloud Sky City as soon as possible. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian received Zhu Qingzhu's letter. In the letter, Zhu Qingzhu requested to visit Cloud Sky City and have a formal meeting with Yang Dingtian. The words in the letter were neither humble nor arrogant. The name in the letter was Yang Dingtian, the Lord of Cloud Sky City. There was no mention of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian glanced at it a few times and then handed it to Zhu Qingzhu. That's right, these people had not left yet. They had been in a meeting for a day and a night. However, the members who attended the meeting were not just the sect masters. Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, Song Lihua, Tang Guozhao, Song Lihua, and all the other important members had already attended the meeting. The content of the meeting was how to unify the entire Western region, how to maximize the Western region's combat strength, and how to prevent any other forces from infiltrating the Western region. Then, Tang Buizhou made a suggestion. That was the travel permit and household registration policy. Every martial artist, soldier, and citizen in the Western region had to register with the Council of Light. Every person would be issued a special identification. This identification had the Council of Light's special seal and could not be imitated. Anyone without an identification would be monitored by the Council of Light's army. Then everyone was shocked, including Yang Dingtian, even though he knew all these methods. But Tang Buizhou, almost at the first moment, brought it up with great acuity. Moreover, he also suggested that any residents with more than 1,000 people should establish a militia to monitor any outsider or possible spy in this area. Yang Dingtian had never mentioned these things. However, Tang Buizhou said it directly. Then, the first generation of identity cards in the chaotic world appeared. With Tang Buizhou's suggestion, the entire Western region would be completely clean and worry-free. Sect Master, should we expel Zhu Qingzhu or let him come? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian, let him come. The next day, Zhu Qingzhu of the Black Sky sect officially visited Cloud Sky City and met with Yang Dingtian. Chapter 520. At noon, Black Sky sect's Zhu Qingzhu and 4 other elders landed in front of Cloud Sky City's city walls. Yang Dingtian personally led everyone to the city gates to welcome them. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu had an unprecedented smile on his face. He pointed at the 100-mile city wall and said, City Lord Yang, this city wall can be said to have created a miracle in the entire chaotic world. That's right. Not only did it create a miracle in construction, but it also created a miracle in resisting evil ways. Yang Dingtian smiled, but his words were filled with sarcasm. Huh. Zhu Qingzhu laughed heartily. Qin Chichi, Leng Yanmei, and the other traders, in front of this great miracle, were like eggs hitting a rock. It's only natural that they were all wiped out. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Qin Chichi and Leng Yanmei were clearly on the same side as you. Although you didn't participate in the war against Cloud Sky City, you still had a part to play. Now, when you talk about Qin Chichi and Leng Yanmei, it's like you're talking about someone else. You can't wait to step into the mud. Along the way, Zhu Qingzhu completely stole the limelight. He praised the newly built Cloud Sky City along the way and praised the spirit of Cloud Sky City's citizens. City Lord Yang, I believe that soon, a city that surpasses West Prefecture City, and even Qin City will stand in the east of the Western world. Cloud Sky City will also become the center of the entire Western world. Zhu Qingzhu looked down at the city and said loudly, Damn, can you be any more obvious when you're trying to sow discord? The Northwest Qin City Lord, Qin Wanchou, was right beside him. Then, as they walked through Cloud Sky City and into the castle, Yang Dingtian saw the elegance of a movie king. Zhu Qingzhu walked forward and asked about the citizens' well-being. Along the way, he would suddenly stop and enter a simple wooden house. He would ask the elder in the house for water and then hold the owner's hand to talk. Is there enough food to eat? Are the taxes heavy? Are the children filial? And so on. The citizens of Cloud Sky City didn't know Zhu Qingzhu, but when they saw that he was accompanied by City Lord Yang Dingtian, they were instantly very enthusiastic about Zhu Qingzhu. In their words, they kept talking about Yang Dingtian and were full of love and support for Yang Dingtian. Zhu Qingzhu, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. Yang Dingtian finally figured out Zhu Qingzhu's plan. He was here as the leader of the Tiando League to inspect Cloud Sky City. This old thief was truly cunning. He had subtly influenced the moment he arrived and wanted to seize the initiative in this matter. At night, they finally arrived at the central castle of Cloud Sky City. In the main hall of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu formally met. Originally, Zhu Qingzhu was going to sit in the Hall of Elders. He was going to sit in the seat of the Arbiter and everyone else would sit in the ring seats below him. However, Yang Dingtian took a different approach. Imitating the Earth era, he used a long table. Yang Dingtian's group sat on the left, while Zhu Qingzhu's group sat on the right. Yang Dingtian's side had 5 people: Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanqiu, Qiu Wanjie, Song Shao, and Li Guanong. There were also 5 people on Zhu Qingzhu's side. Other than Zhu Qingzhu, there were 4 other elders. Tang Guozhao was the recorder. Zhu Hongxiue was the supervisor. They sat at the top and bottom of the long table. Sect Master Zhu, what brings you here? Yang Dingtian asked directly. Zhu Qingzhu did not speak. When he was facing the citizens of Cloud Sky City, he was incomparably amiable and full of smiles. However, after entering the main hall, he instantly became high and mighty, cold and dignified. The Foreign Affairs elder beside him said, "In view of Cloud Sky City's pivotal position in resisting the evil forces, we officially put the matter of Cloud Sky City returning to the Tiando League on the agenda. This time we will do a comprehensive inspection of Cloud Sky City. If there are no mistakes, within half a month the Black Heaven sect will propose for Cloud Sky City to return to the Tiando League." Yang Dingtian replied faintly. The Black Heaven sect's Foreign Affairs elder continued. "In addition, in view of Cloud Sky City's power and status, we will propose for Cloud Sky City to enter the 27 sections." Yang Dingtian still did not directly reply. The Foreign Affairs elder said, "By the way, City Lord Yang, we heard that you have established a so-called Council of Light." "That's right, the Tiando League's Council of Light," Yang Dingtian said. The Foreign Affairs elder said, "However, without the approval of the Tiando League's headquarters, any organization with the name of the Tiando League in name is illegal. Has your Council of Light been approved by the Tiando League's headquarters?" "There's no need to get approval from the Tiando League's headquarters," Yang Dingtian said. "How dare you? Yang Dingtian, are you trying to rebel?" The Foreign Affairs elder shouted sternly. "I am the leader of the Tiando League. I have the authority to establish another Tiando League's central authority. I have the authority to establish the highest temporary authority of the Tiando League. So the Council of Light is a completely legal organization." Yang Dingtian said coldly. "You are the leader of the Tiando League? Who knows? Who will admit it?" The Foreign Affairs elder said coldly. "We admit it," Qin Wanqiu said indifferently. "We also admit it," Song Shao and Qiu Wanjie said immediately after. The Foreign Affairs elder's expression changed. Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed. Then the Foreign Affairs elder said, "Yang Dingtian, whether or not you are the leader of the Tiando League is another matter. Now that the Tiando League's headquarters is complete and authoritative, why would we need to establish a Council of Light? The Tiando League's headquarters has already been infiltrated by the evil ways. What is there to talk about complete and authoritative?" Yang Dingtian said. The Foreign Affairs elder's gaze turned cold. "Who do you think is the leader of the evil ways in the Tiando League's headquarters? Say it." "Black Sky Sect's Zhu Qingzhu," Yang Dingtian said directly. Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed drastically. The Foreign Affairs elder's body trembled, and his face turned pale. "This is a meeting and negotiation. How can you be so direct?" By now, many of the elders knew Zhu Qingzhu's identity. However, no one dared to say it out loud. But Yang Dingtian said in front of Zhu Qingzhu that he was the leader of the evil ways. This was not just a slap in the face, but a blatant flipping of the table. In terms of negotiation, even 100 Yang Dingtians couldn't compare to the Foreign Affairs elder. However, Yang Dingtian's rudeness and straightforwardness made it hard for the other party to handle. Zhu Qingzhu remained calm and didn't say anything. "Yang Dingtian, do you know the consequences of your words?" The Foreign Affairs elder said coldly. "Don't waste time," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "Be direct and tell me your true intentions. Otherwise, I won't welcome you." As soon as these words came out, the Foreign Affairs elder trembled with anger. "Fine," Your so-called Council of Light can exist, but don't call it the Tayando League. This organization has nothing to do with the Tayando League. It's only a regional organization in the western part of the world, the Foreign Affairs Elder said. Impossible, say the next condition, Yang Dingtian said. The Foreign Affairs Elder was so angry that his voice trembled. Was this still a negotiation? Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu opened his eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. All right, let's stop with the empty words. Yang Dingtian, I don't care if you want to establish a new Tayando League. I won't stop you. Qin Wanqiu, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanjie want to die with you. I won't stop them. However, the earth-shattering city's Cloud Sky Pavilion is a power in middle ground. Don't drag them into this, and don't invite them. Yang Dingtian understood that Zhu Qingzhu didn't want Yang Dingtian to get involved in middle ground. Do you understand? I don't care if you want to rule over the western part of the world, but don't touch my middle ground. Otherwise, you'll have to face my wrath. Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently, as long as you touch middle ground, I'm willing to let go of the earth-shattering city and Cloud Sky Pavilion. I'll use all my power to mobilize middle ground and east ground to destroy your Cloud Sky City and the entire western part of the world. In an instant, the hall fell into silence. Without a doubt, Zhu Qingzhu's conditions were very tempting. As long as Yang Dingtian didn't help the earth-shattering city and Cloud Sky Pavilion, Zhu Qingzhu would tacitly agree to the establishment of the Council of Light, tacitly agree to the unification of the western part of the world, tacitly agree to the independence of the western part of the Tayando League. However, if Yang Dingtian didn't agree, Zhu Qingzhu would put the earth-shattering city and Cloud Sky Pavilion aside and focus on attacking Cloud Sky City and the western part of the world. At that time, the number of people coming from middle ground wouldn't be 1 million or 2 million. It wouldn't be a few grandmasters, but more than 10. The number of grandmasters that would come wouldn't be 1 or 2, but double. As long as Yang Dingtian continued to stand up for the earth-shattering city, this torrential fury would be directed at him. Sorry, I don't agree, Yang Dingtian said. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu's entire body surged with killing intent. You're prepared to bear my wrath? Is that so? Zhu Qingzhu said coldly. I have no other choice, Yang Dingtian said. What about you guys? Zhu Qingzhu looked at Qin Wanqiu and the rest. Qiu Wanjie trembled and didn't dare to meet Zhu Qingzhu's gaze. Qin Wanqiu said, Sect Master Yang's words are the collective will of the Council of Light. That's right, let's fight. Song Shao said calmly. Good, good. Zhu Qingzhu said, then wait for my power to destroy the world. When I come back to the western part of the world, the entire western part of the world will be turned into ruins. The entire western part will become hell. With that, Zhu Qingzhu left with his people without even eating dinner. After Zhu Qingzhu left, everyone in the main hall had a grave expression on their faces. After a long time, Qiu Wanjie said, City Lord Yang, Zhu Qingzhu is completely different from Qin Qiqi and Ning Wuming. Once he unleashes all his wrath on the western part of the world, we won't be able to withstand it. Yang Dingtian asked, how many troops does Zhu Qingzhu have in the entire central state? The central state's population and forces occupy more than half of the world. The entire central state's armed forces add up to more than 10 million. Zhu Qingzhu can mobilize at least 5 million. Qin Wanqiu said the Black Heaven sect alone has 3 great grandmasters. There might be more than 100 great grandmasters. Song Shao said, the most important thing is that we have to defend the entire western part of the world. It's 30 to 40,000 miles. The coastline is more than 100,000 miles. It's not like Cloud Sky City, where we can pull up 100 miles of city wall to protect everyone. We can't defend 100,000 miles of coastline. As long as the Central State's army breaks through a little, they can enter like a tide. At that time, even if we can protect Cloud Sky City, Ba City, and Qin City, the other cities and regions in the western part of the world will be destroyed. If we can't protect the other forces and cities in the western part, the Council of Light's authority will be destroyed. That's right, the Council of Light had made the entire western part of the world independent. If they couldn't protect the people in the western part of the world, then there was no need for the Council of Light to exist. They would lose their righteousness and natural legitimacy. Qiu Wanjie suddenly said, "Do we really have to care about Earth-splitting city and Cloud Sky Pavilion? The price is too high." Yang Dingtian said, "If we can abandon Earth-splitting city and Cloud Sky Pavilion today, we can abandon the divine weapons manor tomorrow. Manor Lord Qiu, I don't care about others. But as long as we fight, my men and I will always be on the front line. No matter if the battlefield is Earth-splitting city or divine weapons manor." Qin Wanqiu smiled faintly. "Junior brother Qiu, once you make a choice, just be a little more straightforward. It's too late to retreat now." "That's right," Song Shao said. "The key now is to stop the million-strong army from Middle Ground from entering the western part of the world. This is different from the previous time. Their target was Cloud Sky City, so they wouldn't harass the other cities in the western part of the world. This time, as long as they enter the western part of the world, Middle Ground's army will definitely kill everyone they see, destroy every city and every village they see. How do we defend the entire western part of the world with almost 100,000 miles of coastline?" Qiu Wanjie said, "This is almost impossible." Indeed, it was impossible. Actually, they didn't say enough. The entire western part of the world had more than 100,000 miles of coastline. At this moment, the total army of the four forces in the western part of the world was close to 2 million. These 2 million cities weren't enough to defend 100,000 miles of coastline. "Why don't we scorch the earth again?" Qiu Wanjie said. "We'll send all the people in the western part of the world to a few cities. Especially the coastal people, we can gather them in White Cloud City, West Prefecture City, Qin City, Cloud Sky City, Bar City, Iron Furnace City, and other cities." Song Shao said, "Also, we need to build a second line of defense in the Sunset Mountain Range. Once Yen City and Divine Weapons Manor fall, we'll immediately retreat to Cloud Sky City. If Cloud Sky City falls, we'll retreat to Qin City. If Qin City falls, we'll retreat to Tianxia Society." Once Song Shao said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Although he said it heroically, he already revealed extreme pessimism. "No," Yan Dingtian replied. "Our Radiant Parliament has just been established. Even if only one city were to fall, it would still be a huge loss. If even one city falls, the entire western part of the world will abandon us. Countless forces, including the vassals of Divine Weapons Manor and Northwest Qin City, will surrender to Zhu Qingzhu and Middle Ground. Then what should we do?" Qiu Wanjie said. "Don't tell me this Council of Light is going to be destroyed right after it was established? Then what's the point of establishing it?" Qin Wanqiu said, "You should be able to imagine this situation. Establishing another Central Taiando League will completely overturn the Taiando League and completely split the Taiando League. How can Zhu Qingzhu and the entire Taiando League headquarters just sit by and watch? But I didn't expect Zhu Qingzhu to be so resolute. He would rather abandon Earth Fisher City and Sky Cloud Pavilion to destroy the Council of Light." Tang Buozhao suddenly said, "If I were the enemy, it would be better to start a war against the Council of Light as soon as possible, because the Council of Light hasn't completely controlled the entire western part of the world. The entire western part of the world is still in a state of panic. Once the Council of Light completely controls the entire western part of the world, they will train an army of millions. At that time, even if the entire Central Continent and East Continent attack us, we will be able to exhaust them to death with the formation of scorched earth. Then, is there no solution?" Qiu Wanjie said, "Are we just going to watch the Central Continent's army enter the western part of the world, destroy the cities, and cause the Council of Light to lose the hearts of the people. Yang Dingtian said, "Everyone, we shouldn't keep thinking about defense. Hundreds of thousands of miles of coastline can't be defended. What we need is to attack." "Attack?" Qiu Wanjie said. "Attack Central Continent? Are you crazy?" "Not attack Central Continent, but attack all the military ships on the sea." Yang Dingtian said, "Any military ships that come close to the western part of the world will be destroyed. Even if the Central Continent and East Continent have an army of millions, they will have to cross thousands of miles of sea. We can destroy all the enemies on the sea." "We don't have a navy," Qiu Wanjie said. "Our navy ships are not even 1/10 of the Central Continent's, not even 1/100th. The Demon Vulture Army can destroy the Central Continent's navy." Zhu Hongxue said, "When they ambushed White Cloud City, the 800 Demon Vulture Army destroyed hundreds of warships in just an hour. What if the Central Continent's navy is equipped with 3,000 large crystal crossbows?" Qiu Wanjie said, "Then the Demon Vulture Army will only be seeking death." Instantly, Zhu Hongxue fell into silence. The large crystal crossbow's destructive power against the Demon Vulture Army was extremely shocking. "We don't have a navy, but the Cloud Sky Pavilion does. The Cloud Sky Pavilion has the world's #1 crystal warship." Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanchou said, "It's true that the Cloud Sky Pavilion has the world's #1 crystal warship, but it doesn't exceed 1,000. Once the Central Continent gathers together, there will be tens of thousands of them. Moreover, the advantage of the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal warships in front of normal warships is not that great. Especially when there are crystal crossbows, the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal warships will not be of much use." "No," Yang Dingtian said, "the Cloud Sky Pavilion has a type of warship. Once equipped with my secret weapon, then we only need a few hundred of them to destroy all the warships on the sea and not let a single Central Continent warship near the western part of the world." "Really?" Qin Wanchou said. "Absolutely," Yang Dingtian said. "Moreover, only the Cloud Sky Pavilion has this kind of secret warship. I only saw it by accident. Without further ado, I will immediately go to the Ingzhou continent and visit the Earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and invite them to join our Tiando League Council of Light." 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian, Kuei Ning, and Zhu Hongxue flew to Iron Furnace City on the Demon Vulture. Then they took a large crystal warship to the Ingzhou continent to visit the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Of course, the 3 demon vultures were also on the warship. The reason why they did not take the demon vultures directly to the Cloud Sky Pavilion was because the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city had signed an agreement. No demon vultures were allowed to appear in the sky above the Cloud Sky Pavilion. If they took the demon vultures, it would cause a huge misunderstanding. At this moment, Yang Dingtian already knew. After Zhu Qingzhu left the Cloud Sky Pavilion, he did not stop at all. He directly boarded the warship and returned to the Central Continent. The crystal warship under Yang Dingtian's feet was already the most elite warship of the Divine Armament Villa, but it could only travel less than 100 miles per hour. Although crystals could provide great power, the warship was too big, so its speed could not increase. After 1 day and 1 night, they had traveled almost half of the journey. The establishment of the Council of Light and the break with the headquarters of the Tiando League resulted in the sea area between the Central Continent and the western part of the world becoming completely deserted. In particular, the ships of the western part of the world no longer dared to go to the Central Continent. The situation of the entire world was once again in a state of confusion. When Zhu Qingzhu returned to the Central Continent, the entire world would be in a state of upheaval. At that time, the Central Continent and the western part of the world would be on opposite sides. The East Continent might also be completely involved. At that time, the so-called Civil War of the Tiando League would completely break out. If Yang Dingtian could not control the situation well, this war might very well evolve into a world war. Without a doubt, this was something Yang Dingtian did not want to see. If a world war broke out within the Tiando League before the army of Apocalypse arrived, it would be too tragic. Once a world war broke out, the entire chaotic world of hundreds of thousands of miles and billions of people would be completely involved. At that time, it would not be hundreds of thousands or millions of people who would die, but tens of millions or even more. Moreover, the people who would die were basically the elites of the Tiando League who would resist the Legion of Doom in the future. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to control the situation well. Before the World War began, he had to immediately end this conflict and win. Yang Dingtian was drawing in his cabin and shooting a brand new secret weapon. Suddenly, Zhu Hongxue walked in. It was rare for him to enter Yang Dingtian's cabin, although he had always been standing beside Yang Dingtian. However, he continued to be indifferent and didn't have much interaction with Yang Dingtian. He didn't have much interaction with anyone. In Cloud Sky City, he would rather be with ordinary soldiers and ordinary people. Otherwise, he would walk aimlessly. Yang Dingtian knew that he was in a period of determination and confusion. Determination meant that he was completely on the side of justice. He had completely seen who was righteous and who was evil. Confusion meant that he could not see his position clearly. He did not know what he should do, or even what kind of contribution he could make. He could not find sustenance. He had lost the position of Black Heaven Sect's young master and the only woman he loved. Therefore, he could not find sustenance. Yang Dingtian, come and take a look, Zhu Hongxue said. When there were outsiders present, he would call him Sect Master or City Lord Yang. When there were no outsiders, he would directly call him Yang Dingtian. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian stood up and followed Zhu Hongxue out of the cabin. That should be the ship of the Vulture Palace. Zhu Hongxue pointed at a ship more than 10 miles away. That's right, it was the black ship of the Vulture Palace. The mysterious and terrifying black vulture flag was fluttering on it. It seems to be the vulture, Zhu Hongxue said. Just now I saw her come out. It was indeed the little Princess Vulture. There was also Wu Yuming. The little Princess Vulture held his arm and walked to the bow of the ship. She was pointing at a little dolphin in the sea and clapping her hands. She did not notice Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue, who were dressed here. This was the first time Yang Dingtian had seen the vulture since they parted last time. They seemed to be heading in the direction of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Zhu Hongxue said. Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly. Why were Wu Yuming and the vulture going to the Cloud Sky Pavilion? At this moment, the vulture discovered the ship here and looked in Yang Dingtian's direction. Chapter 521. Do you want to go and say hello? Zhu Hongxue asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said no need. Before we figure out their purpose, we shouldn't act rashly. Then, Yang Dingtian and Zhu Hongxue retreated into the cabin. When the little Princess Vulture saw the flag of the Divine Weapons Villa on the ship, she pursed her lips in disdain and continued to hold Wu Yuming's arm. She pointed at the little dolphin on the sea and smiled sweetly. A happy smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. Yang Dingtian also noticed that the little girl had always faked patting on her breasts. Now, she didn't do that and openly acted like a flat princess. Moreover, her hair was combed to look like a married young woman. Of course, she didn't look like a married young woman. She didn't look like a married woman from head to toe. Just like that, the two ships set off toward the Yingzhou continent with a distance of more than 10 miles. During this day and night, Zhu Hongxue didn't leave the cabin again. He had been cultivating and adjusting his breath. Almost a year ago, he was already a 9-star, 9th grade Martial Venerable. He was only half a step away from the master stage, but he still hadn't broken through. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian had been drawing all sorts of blueprints. Another day and night passed. The Yingzhou continent was already in front of them. On the sea ahead More than a dozen crystal magic warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion were quickly surrounding the Vulture Palace and Yang Dingtian's warship. These crystal magic warships were extremely fast. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that their speed was more than twice that of the warship under Yang Dingtian's feet. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be speechless again. The crystal warship under Yang Dingtian's feet was about 1,000 tons. Of course, this was nothing in the modern navy of Earth. But if it was in the ancient times of China, it was obviously a huge warship. With crystals as energy, the warship's speed was more than 40 kilometers per hour. Even in the era of Earth, it was definitely not slow. And the crystal magic warship of the Cloud Sky Pavilion in front of them was no smaller than the warship under Yang Dingtian's feet. But its speed was more than twice as fast, reaching more than 100 kilometers per hour? How is this possible? Even in the modern era of Earth, the fastest missile speedboats could only reach about 50 knots, which was about 80 to 90 kilometers. On Earth, only motorboats could reach this speed, and the key point was that motorboats were very small in tonnage. The crystal warship in front of him weighed more than 1,000 tons. That was not all. What shocked Yang Dingtian the most was the crystalline devilish warship in front of him was extremely visually striking. The entire body of the ship was black, and it had a streamlined aesthetic. It didn't look bloated at all. Instead, it looked slender and sharp. Most importantly, almost every part of it that could be seen with the naked eye was made of a special metal. That's right, it was metal. It was not made of wood. Almost all the warships and ships in this world were made of wood. Furthermore, the quality of the wooden battleships in this world was far better than the wooden ones on Earth, because this world was filled with forests that were thousands of years old. However, no matter how good the wood was, it couldn't compare to metal, especially when the metal in this world was extremely frightening. Of course, Yang Dingtian suspected that these crystal warships were not actually made of metal. Instead, they were wooden warships wrapped in a layer of metal. But when he got closer, Yang Dingtian realized that he was half right and half wrong. Yes, part of the warship was indeed made of wood, and another part was wrapped in a layer of metal. But there was still another part that was completely made of metal. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was amazed. The Cloud Sky Pavilion was indeed the overlord of the seas in this world. They had the best warship in the world. Yang Dingtian estimated that with 100 of these crystal warships, they could destroy 10 times the enemy's navy. Instantly, Yang Dingtian became even more passionate about the Cloud Sky Pavilion. "Who are you?" the officer on the crystal warship shouted. Wu Yuming walked out of the cabin with the little princess Vulture. He bowed on the deck and said, "Wu Yuming brings his wife Vulture to visit the master of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Master Kai Lin." Instantly, everyone on the surface of the sea was shocked. Then, all the soldiers and officers on the crystal warships knelt down in unison. "Greetings, young Master Wu Yuming." The officers of the Cloud Sky Pavilion bowed almost 90 degrees. They didn't dare to stand up for a long time. In fact, everyone's expression was filled with respect. Wu Yuming, the most powerful person in this world, the most honorable person in this world. Behind him stood the two most powerful forces, the only two half-saints. Even the nefarious crown Prince Li Ming had to bow before him. Then, all the crystal warships of the Cloud Sky Pavilion immediately changed their formation. They surrounded Wu Yuming's ship in the middle. None of the warships faced him because that would be disrespectful. There were a total of more than 10 warships. Almost all of them went to protect Wu Yuming's ship. The last warship went to Yang Dingtian's ship. Although the Divine Weapons Villa was considered impressive, it might not be in the eyes of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. "Who is the Divine Weapons Villa?" the officer on the crystal warship in front of them asked. "Yang Dingtian of the Tiando League's Council of Light," Yang Dingtian said calmly. Instantly, there was another tremor on the surface of the sea. Then, all the officers and soldiers on the crystal warship in front of them bowed to him. They all held their breaths and bowed. What was going on today? Why were the two most important people in the world at the Cloud Sky Pavilion? In the past, Yang Dingtian might not be a big deal. But not long ago, Yang Dingtian had just destroyed Qin Chi and Ning Wuming's allied army. With the help of Cloud Sky City, he destroyed hundreds of thousands of troops. Instantly, the world was shocked. However, wasn't Yang Dingtian the lord of Cloud Sky City? Why was there another Council of Light? However, the ordinary officers of the Cloud Sky Pavilion didn't understand these things, so they didn't care. Dozens of miles away, Vulture was excitedly watching these powerful crystal warships when she suddenly heard Yang Dingtian's name. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled violently, and her beautiful face revealed an extremely complicated expression. A complicated and even awkward look quickly flashed through her beautiful eyes. At that moment, she grabbed Wu Yoming's arm tightly. She wasn't mentally prepared for Yang Dingtian's appearance at all, and Wu Yuming didn't reveal her surprise. She gently patted the back of her hand and said softly, "They are your sworn brothers. Let's go up and pay them a visit." "Okay," Wu Yuming said softly. "Big brother Tian." Vulture cheered as she rushed onto Yang Dingtian's ship. Then, she suddenly rushed forward and hugged his neck. She said sweetly, "I missed you so much." And Wu Yuming, who was behind her, wasn't angry at all. She gently and lovingly looked at Vulture. Yang Dingtian lightly patted Vulture's back. Vulture let go of Yang Dingtian and walked in front of Zhu Hongxue. She said, "Hey, second brother, why are you still so arrogant and pretentious?" Zhu Hongxue was even worse at concealing his feelings than Yang Dingtian. He could only stiffly nod his head. At that time, Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City alone. Vulture didn't come back with him, even though no one asked Yang Dingtian about this matter. However, everyone felt sad in their hearts, especially Zhu Hongxue, who couldn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He felt that Vulture's actions were a form of betrayal. "Why, only the two of you came. Did big sister Chanhua come? I missed her so much." Vulture held Yang Dingtian's hand and said, "In the past, although Vulture was very clingy to Yang Dingtian, they rarely had physical contact. She often said that men and women shouldn't touch each other. She still had to marry, so why do you keep touching me?" But now, she was even more intimate with Yang Dingtian physically. She didn't avoid physical contact at all. "Chanhua still has things to do at home." Yang Dingtian smiled. "She also misses you. What about you? Do you miss me?" Vulture asked coquettishly. "Of course I miss you, even though I'm very busy, so busy that I don't have time to think. But in the end, I still miss you." Yang Dingtian smiled. "At least you have conscience." Vulture immediately rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. Then, the two groups of people sailed towards the Cloud Sky Pavilion under the protection of more than 10 crystal demon warships. Vulture kept talking to Yang Dingtian and asked everyone in the Cloud Sky City. She kept acting coquettishly and kept hitting Yang Dingtian. It was as if she was the same as before. But there were two things that the two of them didn't talk about. First, their ships were more than 10 miles apart, but they sailed together for a day and a night. Little Princess Vulture came to the deck many times. Yang Dingtian must have seen her, but he didn't greet her and didn't come out to greet her. The little girl was such a smart person. She must have thought of this long ago, but she didn't mention it. Second, the two of them didn't talk about the purpose of coming to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. In the end, the topic of their conversation was all about the baby, Qin Huayu and Song Lihua. It was always Yang Dingtian and Vulture talking. Wu Yuming and Zhu Hongxue didn't interrupt at all. They arrived at the Yingzhou southern continent where the Cloud Sky Pavilion was located. Although Yang Dingtian was already mentally prepared, he still exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God! This was really a miracle from the heavens. This was really a continent in the sky." The Qinghai Tibet Plateau was also a few thousand meters above sea level, but the terrain there was slowly rising, and the Ingzhou southern continent was very abrupt. It directly rose from the sea. The entire few thousand miles of land were all more than a few thousand meters above sea level. The entire Ingzhou southern continent was surrounded by 6,000 to 7,000 meters high mountains. The 3,000 to 4,000 miles of plateau in the middle was the territory of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. These huge mountains that stretched for thousands of miles became the highest walls of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Most of the flying mounts in the world couldn't fly to this height, and of the large-scale air forces, only the Demon Eagle Army could enter the Cloud Sky Pavilion. After the warship docked, it was an extremely busy and huge dock. This dock was even bigger than the one in the Iron Furnace City. It was almost the same size as the dock in the Middle Continent. Behind the dock was a bustling city. This city was below the huge mountains and above the sea level. It was a land of normal altitude. This land was only a little more than 100 miles wide. All of the Cloud Sky Pavilion's transactions with the outside world were carried out in this city. Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming had yet to disembark, but the entire Nanning city was already under martial law. In almost 2 hours, the streets of the city were empty except for the Cloud Sky Pavilion's army. As soon as Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian got off the ship, a fully armed Cloud Sky Pavilion army came to greet Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian with the highest etiquette. Cloud Sky Pavilion's Southern Continent City Lord, Mo Yenqing, greets young Lord Wu Yuming and Lord Yang Dingtian. A middle-aged man in a black brocade robe bowed to the two. Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming returned the bow. Then, City Lord Mo bowed to Vulture and Zhu Hongxue. As for Kuei Ning, he completely ignored him, as if he didn't see him. That's right, the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Shattering City had stopped fighting. Moreover, Earth-Shattering City's city, Lord Kuei Ning, and Cloud Sky Pavilion City, Lord Kailin, had a very close relationship. On matters related to the Tiando League, the two of them had the same attitude. Even during the last Tiando League meeting, Master Kailin and Kuei Si were against the punishment of Yang Dingtian. However, after hundreds of years of war, the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Shattering City's lower, middle, and even upper echelons viewed each other with absolute hostility. Please enter the city. I have already prepared a banquet to welcome the two of you. City Lord Mo said. No need. I want to immediately pay Master Kailin a visit. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming said me too. City Lord Mo said, that's a pity. I have endless respect for the two of you and wanted to listen to your teachings. It's my bad luck. I'll immediately prepare to send the two of you to Cloud Sky City. City Lord Mo didn't have it easy. He had to mention Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming's names whenever he spoke. He couldn't let anyone feel left out. Of course, he would always mention Wu Yuming's name in front of Yang Dingtian. Following that, the two groups of people, under the protection of hundreds of fully armed cavalrymen, began to climb the mountain. That's right, they were riding a special kind of Highland mount, the silver-haired demon lion. That's right, it was a ferocious beast that looked like a mastiff and a lion. This was the Cloud Sky Pavilion's main cavalry force, the Demon Lion Army. The Demon Lion Army was the Cloud Sky Pavilion's second trump card. However, the Cloud Sky Pavilion was rarely attacked on land, so the Demon Lion Army rarely had a chance to fight. That was why they weren't very famous. These mountains, which were thousands of meters high, were extremely steep. Normal people would find it difficult to walk on them. However, the Demon Lion Army seemed to be walking on flat ground. Moreover, they were extremely fast. Even on the steepest mountain path, they were more than 100 miles away. Yang Dingtian noticed that this was definitely not the Demon Lion Army's fastest speed. Obviously, the combat power of this Demon Lion Army was not to be underestimated, even though it was less than half the size of the Demon Dragon, and its strength was less than half of the Demon Dragon's. However, Its speed wasn't any slower than the demon dragon army. Moreover, it was more suitable for fighting in extremely complicated and steep environments. After just 2 hours, the demon lion army brought Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming to the peak of the Cloud Sky mountain range. Below them was the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory, which was surrounded by high mountains. The Cloud Sky Plateau spanned 3,000 miles. "You!" the demon lion army shouted. Instantly, hundreds of demon lions roared down the mountain and charged towards the Cloud Sky City in the distance. The Cloud Sky Plateau spanned 3,000 miles. If converted to the size of Earth, it was more than 2 million square kilometers. It was almost the size of the entire Qinghai Tibet Plateau. However, the total population of the Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory was less than 2 million. Moreover, nearly half of the population was in Nanning City. In the middle state, the 2 million square kilometers were crowded with tens of millions of people. The Cloud Sky Plateau was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and was surrounded by high mountains. Throughout the year, the 4 seasons were like spring, and the resources were abundant. It wasn't as desolate and barren as the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. However, it was a plateau after all. The overall terrain was complicated and lacked flat land. Therefore, most of the population gathered on the relatively flat land. As a result, there were less than 3 million people on the 2 million square kilometers of land. Most of it was a continuous mountain range, galloping all the way. After 6 hours, they arrived at the Cloud Sky City in the center of the Cloud Sky Plateau, where the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion was located. The Cloud Sky City was built on the mountain. It was completely a city in the mountain range. This city didn't have any production. Everyone was a martial arts disciple. It didn't look like a city, but more like a sect. Moreover, Yang Dingtian discovered that the mountain where the Cloud Sky City was located was actually the highest mountain in the entire Cloud Sky Plateau. It was even taller than the surrounding mountain ranges. It was more than 10,000 meters above sea level. Moreover, it was the only snow mountain in the entire Cloud Sky Plateau. The chaotic world seemed to be different from Earth. Even the mountain ranges that were 6,000 to 7,000 meters above sea level didn't have snow mountains. And the peak of the heavenly mountain where the Cloud Sky City was located was covered in pure white snow. The Cloud Sky Pavilion was at the peak of the heavenly mountain. Therefore, it was called the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yang Dingtian followed the demonic lion army down the mountain range from 6,000 to 7,000 meters. After running for nearly 1,000 miles, he began to climb the highest heavenly mountain. At the foot of the mountain, it was as warm as spring. In the mountain, the cold wind rustled, and the peak was covered in white snow. Arriving at the peak of the heavenly mountain, everywhere was snow white. Here, there was only one color, and that was white. The Cloud Sky Pavilion built at the peak of the mountain was filled with eaves and pavilions. There were corridors everywhere. A total of a few thousand pavilions were built at the peak of the heavenly mountain that was 10,000 meters above sea level. It was really like a city in the sky. It was a true jade palace. No wonder it was called the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Entering the Cloud Sky Pavilion, immediately he saw a dense crowd of Cloud Sky Pavilion disciples. More than half of them were women, and a small half were men. Every one of them was dressed in brocade robes and jade crowns. They looked confident and arrogant, although the Cloud Sky Pavilion wasn't completely isolated from the world. They didn't interact much with the outside world. In the past 1,000 years, they hadn't been invaded by foreign enemies. Therefore, they were born with a kind of indifference and arrogance. They arrived in front of the Cloud Sky Pavilion's main hall. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Yang Dingtian is here to pay respects to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's master and Master Kalin." Wu Yuming followed suit and bowed. "Wu Yuming is here to pay respects to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's master and Master Kalin." A moment later, Master Kalin's voice came from the main hall. "Why have the two of you come here?" Yang Dingtian said, A few days ago, I established the Tiando League's Council of Light. I'm here to invite the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earthshatter City to join us. As soon as these words were spoken, the aura of everyone present changed dramatically. The others didn't know what was going on. However, Master Kalen knew very well. Yang Dingtian was standing at the center of another faction. Yang Dingtian continued. Qin Wanqiu from the Northwest Qin City, Song Shao from the World Society, Qiu Wanjie from the Divine Weapons Villa, Li Guanong from the Wooden Sword Fortress, and the Sky Phoenix Pavilion have all joined the Council of Light. The Southwest, Northwest, and North continents have all been unified. Billions of people and millions of soldiers will fight against evil ways in the entire Western region. We will protect the justice of the world. Master Kalen was shocked again. Qin Wanqiu, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanjie were the three most powerful people in the Western region. They were all loyal to Yang Dingtian. How was this possible? Yang Dingtian continued. Black Heaven sects Zhu Qingzhu colluded with evil ways and started the middle ground strategy. The Council of Light will not sit by and watch as they try to destroy Earthshatter City and Cloud Sky Pavilion. Therefore, I'm here to invite Earthshatter City and Cloud Sky Pavilion to join the Council of Light. We will do everything we can to protect Earthshatter City and Cloud Sky Pavilion. The main hall fell into a short silence. After a while, Master Kalen's voice sounded again. Young Lord Wu Yuming, may I know why you're here? Wu Yuming smiled and said, I'm here for a private matter. Oh. Master Kalen smiled and said, what private matter? The fourth-generation grandson of the spiritual vulture sex Wu Lingzi and my wife's brother is the spiritual vulture's young master Lingzi. The day before yesterday, he met your junior sister Janu and fell in love with her. He specially requested me to propose marriage to Master Kai Lin, Wu Yuming said calmly. Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and his body trembled. What was the meaning of that old thief, Wu Lingzi of the Vulture Palace? What was the meaning of this, Wu Yuming? Didn't they say that the Vulture Palace was neutral? Didn't they say that the Sea of Hades was neutral? Why did they want the Vulture Palace and Cloud Sky Pavilion to form a marriage alliance? Yang Dingtian immediately saw through the so-called proposal plot. The Vulture Palace and the Sea of Hades had formed a neutral alliance. Now, they wanted to pull the Cloud Sky Pavilion in as well. Once the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Vulture Palace formed a marriage alliance. What did that mean? It meant that the Cloud Sky Pavilion had entered an absolute neutral position. It meant that Zhu Qingzhu and the entire evil ways would not dare to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion. It also meant that the Cloud Sky Pavilion could not join the Council of Light. It meant that Yang Dingtian could not obtain the Cloud Sky Pavilion's navy. It meant that Yang Dingtian could not defend against the invasion of Zhongzhou's millions of soldiers. It meant that some cities in the Western world would fall. Yang Dingtian wanted to stop a world war and prevent Zhongzhou's millions of soldiers from invading the Western world. His only support was the Cloud Sky Pavilion's navy. The Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal warships were more powerful than Yang Dingtian had imagined. They could completely seal off all the seas from Zhongzhou to the Western world and destroy any ships on the sea. They were Yang Dingtian's greatest weapon to stop a world war. Now Wu Yuming and the Vulture Palace were going to form a marriage alliance with the Cloud Sky Pavilion, making Yang Dingtian lose this weapon. How ruthless was this? How sinister was this? Yang Dingtian's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the vulture. Vulture? This matter? You knew? The vulture trembled and nodded. But I didn't know you would come. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and looked away, waiting for Master Kai Lin's reply. Zhu Qingzhu negotiated with Yang Dingtian. He agreed to tacitly accept the Council of Light's existence. The only condition was that Earth-Shattering City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were not allowed to join the Council of Light. In other words, Yang Dingtian was not allowed to save Earth-Shattering City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. in order to save Earth-shattering city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yang Dingtian rejected Zhu Qingzhu. As a result, Zhu Qingzhu's anger and the millions of soldiers in the central prefecture were transferred to Yang Dingtian. Now they were facing a situation where the Cloud Sky Pavilion, under the protection of Wu Yuming, had to retreat unscathed. In an instant, Yang Dingtian didn't even have the energy to be angry. He just waited quietly for Yun Kalin's reply. "Servant June, what is going on?" Yun Kalin asked indifferently. A charming female voice could be heard. "Master, I met young Master Lingxi purely by chance. He saved my life, but the two of us are upright and have no feelings for each other." Hearing this voice, Yang Dingtian's face trembled. His entire body trembled. Even his heart trembled violently, even though the voice had changed completely. But Yang Dingtian still felt an incomparably familiar scent. That's right, it was a scent. It was a unique intonation and rhythm, a unique charm. Dugu Fengwu, the birth mother of Yang Dingtian's son? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but pinch his thigh. Was this an illusion? How could Dugu Fengwu appear here? How could she become Yun Kalin's direct disciple, Yun Zhenu? Immediately after, he recalled what Dugu Shao said. Fengwu was in the central prefecture. Then, was the Cloud Sky Pavilion in the central prefecture? In terms of location, it was not. But in terms of territory, it was. "Open the door and invite the guests in," Yun Kalin said indifferently. "Yes, master," Yun Zhenu replied gently. Dugu Fengwu would never be so gentle. However, the way she spoke, the way she smelled, it was exactly the same. Creak! The doors of the main hall opened, revealing Yun Zhenu's face. Yang Dingtian instantly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 5:22. This was a face that was filled with haze, and it was even a face that was filled with contradictions. Most importantly, this face was very beautiful, and it was so beautiful that it was a little piercing. Watery peach blossom eyes, an exquisite nose, cherry lips that were as bright as fire, and an oval face that looked like a vixen. From this face alone, she looked more like a vixen than an enchanting one. However, her temperament was incomparably indifferent, as though she had no desire for anything. She was even more like a monk than Master Kalin. Her figure was just like her face, curvy and seductive. This contradictory temperament was simply too eye-catching. No matter where she went, she would be the center of attention. Of course, Yang Dingtian was most concerned about whether she was Dugu Fengwu or not. At this moment, he really had a misconception that she wasn't Dugu Fengwu. Not only was her face different, but her temperament was also different. Even her height was different. For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but doubt himself. Was he too sensitive? Just based on the so-called charm of her speech, he suspected that she was Dugu Fengwu? Seeing Yang Dingtian staring at her, Yun Zhenu didn't frown to express her disgust. Instead, she generously allowed Yang Dingtian to look at her. Her emotions weren't affected at all. However, this Yun Zhenu's dressing was rather similar to Dugu Fengwu. Her black hair was simply tied up with a hairpin. There was no makeup on her face at all, but her cheeks and lips were as beautiful as peaches and plums. Her dressing was extremely simple and even neutral. It was just a white long robe, which wasn't any different from a man's long robe. However, her curvy figure wasn't concealed at all. After entering the main hall, Yang Dingtian met the Sky Phoenix Pavilion mistress, Yun Kalin. This was the most simple and crude main hall that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. On the outside, it was grand and majestic. Inside, apart from the limestone floor, there was nothing else. Yun Kalin was sitting on a praying mat. She was wearing a coarse Taoist robe, and her hair was tied up with a dried branch. She was meditating with her eyes closed. Yun Kalin was already over 50 years old. People who practiced martial arts, especially those at her level, were the least likely to be able to tell a woman's age. Including his master's wife and Madame Shimin, they were in their 40s, but they all looked like they were in their 20s. The Yun Kalin in front of him seemed to be a woman, who did not hide her age at all. Her face was beautiful, and her skin was still white and tight. But for some reason, one could clearly feel that she was already quite old. That feeling of time, that withered loneliness. In fact, Yang Dingtian felt that Yun Zhenu and Yun Kailan's appearance were actually very similar. In the entire world, Yun Kailan was definitely the first person who was closest to becoming a great grandmaster. 15 years ago, she was already a 9th grade grandmaster. He had once been known as the youngest great grandmaster. 15 years ago, Shimanwuya had just broken through to the supreme power realm. However, 15 years had passed, and she was still a 9-star 9th grade grandmaster. The Cloud Sky Pavilion was not a Taoist sect. In addition, although there were monks in the primal chaos continent, they were all people with little ambition and no desire. Therefore, there wasn't a single powerful sect of monks. Yun Kailan had never said that she was a monk, but she always wore a Taoist robe and was never married. Therefore, as time passed, everyone in the world treated her as a monk and called her Master Kailan. Yun Kailan looked at Yang Dingtian. City Lord Yang, you've subdued Qin Wanqiu, Song Shao, and Qiu Wanjie? Yang Dingtian nodded. Amazing, Yun Kailan said. I can't imagine it at all. Then Yun Kailan asked, after you unified the Western world, did Zhu Qingzhu negotiate with you? Yang Dingtian replied, yes. His final condition was to acknowledge the existence of the Council of Light. However, he asked me to ignore the life and death of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Of course, I'm not that stupid. Once he destroys the earth-shattering city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion, he will do everything he can to destroy the Western region with the earth-shattering city's Demon Eagle Legion and the Sky Cloud Pavilion's fleet. So, your negotiations broke down? Yun Kailan said. Zhu Qingzhu transferred his anger to the Western world and ignored the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. At least on the surface, Yang Dingtian said. In order to defend against the invasion of Zhongzhou's Zhu Qingzhu, you placed your hopes on the Cloud Sky Pavilion's fleet. Yun Kailan said, as long as the Cloud Sky Pavilion joins the Council of Light, my fleet will be able to destroy all the ships on the sea and completely seal off the ocean from Zhongzhou to the Western world. Then, Zhu Qingzhu's millions of soldiers will be helpless. Yes, then the World War will not break out. Yang Dingtian said, otherwise, if the millions of soldiers in Zhongzhou cannot win the war, the East Continent will also be involved. The Evil Ways' army has yet to appear, and the Tiando League will already have a huge internal war. If that's the case, why did you come to the Central Tiando League? Why did you force Zhu Qingzhu to act against you? Yun Kailan asked. If I don't establish the Central Tiando League, I can only sit back and watch the Evil Ways completely encroach on the Tiando League. When the Demon King Wentian awakens, he will be able to conquer the world without any effort, Yang Dingtian said. Yun Kailan said, originally I had no other choice. But now, it seems that young Master Wu Yuming has given me another choice, a choice that is completely safe and worry-free. Am I right? Yun Kailan looked at Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming said, I came to propose marriage on behalf of senior brother Lingxi. It was completely unintentional. We didn't know that City, Lord Yang Dingtian would come. Our goal is very pure. It's purely because of senior brother Lingxi's love for junior sister Yin. There's no other meaning. Of course, once the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Spirit Vulture sect have formed a marriage alliance, then we have the responsibility to protect the Cloud Sky Pavilion from being harmed. We'll look for Green Lord Zhu and explain things clearly. I believe that Green Lord Zhu will not offend the Cloud Sky Pavilion again. Wu Yoming's tone was very calm, but the meaning behind it was very impressive. As long as Wu Yuming said the word, Zhu Qingzhu would not dare to have any improper thoughts about the Cloud Sky Pavilion. He wasn't bragging. Wu Yuming indeed had the strongest power in the world behind her. Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, that's right. Then Master Kalin will have two choices. First, join the Council of Light. From then on, there will be no peace. There will be constant fighting, and who knows how many people will die. Moreover, once Zhu Qingzhu realizes that the Western world can't be conquered and that his millions of soldiers can't cross the vast ocean, he will turn his attention back to the Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. At that time, the flames of war will spread to the Cloud Sky Plateau. Yang Dingtian continued. Second, join the Vulture sect through marriage. From then on, you will have no worries and can watch the world rise and fall. Yun Kalin smiled faintly and said, I have to think about it carefully. Yang Dingtian continued, Oh right, I also have a private matter that I would like to ask Master Kalin. Is it convenient? Wu Yuming immediately stood up and said, Master Kalin, I will take a tour of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. I will take my leave for now. Then, Wu Yuming left the main hall with the Vulture sect. Zhu Hongxue and Kuei Ning followed them out. Yun Zhenu was also about to leave, but was stopped by Yang Dingtian. He said, This matter has something to do with Miss Yin. Yun Zhenu was slightly taken aback and stayed. What is it? Speak. Yun Kalin said, May I ask if Miss Yin has always been under Master Kalin? Yang Dingtian asked. No. Yun Kalin said, She just returned to the Cloud Sky Pavilion not long ago. Yang Dingtian trembled. Oh, why is that? Yang Dingtian asked. Because she is the illegitimate daughter of Kuei Si and I, Yun Kalin said. Even though she was talking about such a secretive matter, she did not show any reaction. Yun Zhenu was still sitting cross-legged at the side and looked calm. However, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Kuei Si and Yun Kalin's relationship had been rumored for decades. He did not expect them to really have an illegitimate daughter. It was no wonder that Yun Zhenu looked similar to Yun Kalin. Since she is your daughter, why didn't she stay in the Cloud Sky Pavilion? Yang Dingtian asked. Because the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Fisher City have a deep grudge. She could not stay in the Cloud Sky Pavilion or she would be harmed. Yun Kalin said, So, after she was born, she was raised by an outsider, Mistress Mi Dai. Not long ago, Mistress Mi Dai traveled the world and went missing. Then, I brought my daughter back to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Now, she is a master realm cultivator and no longer has to worry about being harmed. A master realm cultivator? Yang Dingtian could not help but look at Yun Zhenu. Such a calm woman was actually a master realm cultivator. May I ask how old your daughter is? Yang Dingtian asked. 29 years old, Yun Kalin said. Yang Dingtian was stunned again. He had thought that she was only about 20 years old. City Lord Yang, do you have any other questions? Yun Kalin asked. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a while and shook his head. Not at the moment. Yun Kalin said, All right, please give me a day to think about it. I will give you an answer before daybreak tomorrow. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yun Kalin said, Zhenu, prepare a room for the guest. Yes, Yun Zhenu said. Then she stood up and said to Yang Dingtian, Guest, please follow me. Yun Zhenu led Yang Dingtian to a pavilion halfway up the mountain. This place was no longer covered in snow. Instead, there were green trees, red flowers, and fruits. The house was quiet and comfortable. It was luxurious and elegant. From here, one could see thousands of miles of highlands. City Lord Yang, Yun Zhenu said, If you need anything, you can call the servants outside the manor. Thank you, Miss Yin, Yang Dingtian said. No need. Yun Zhenu said, Then I will take my leave. Hold on, Yang Dingtian said. I have a few questions and a few words that I would like to speak with Miss Yin. Yun Zhenu was slightly stunned. Then she nodded. Yang Dingtian sat down and said, Please take a seat too. Sitting down meant that they would have a long talk. Yun Zhenu bent over slightly and let her beautiful body sit on the chair. Is there a scar on young Lady Yen's chest? Yang Dingtian inquired. This question of his was considered very rude. There was a scar on Dugu Fengwu's chest. It was pierced by Yang Dingtian's sword. However, when Yun Zhenu was asked this question, she didn't get angry. Instead, she was slightly surprised and said, "There is." "How did City Lord Yang know? Was it hurt by a sword?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes. 5 years ago, she was hurt by a sword. I don't know why. Even after using all kinds of medicine, the scar didn't go away," Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian was instantly excited. How could it be so coincidental that she also had a scar on her chest? "Is it here?" Yang Dingtian pointed at his chest. It was 2 inches above the left side of his heart. Yun Zhenu said with surprise, "It is indeed there." Yang Dingtian almost wanted to say, "Let me take a look." However, he wasn't sure if she was Dugu Fengwu. Of course, he couldn't act rashly. "Has Miss Yun been under me Di Nun for the past 20 years? Yang Dingtian asked. "That's right. I have always been here. I would occasionally come out and live in seclusion," Yun Zhenu said. "I have a question that might be very offensive. Before I ask, I want you to not mind it," Yang Dingtian asked. "Please speak," Yun Zhenu asked. "Miss Zhenu, are you still a virgin?" Yang Dingtian asked. At this moment, the indifferent Yun Zhenu couldn't help but blush. Her beautiful eyes turned cold as she said coldly, "City Lord Yang, are you teasing me?" Finishing her statement, her body surged with faint killing intent. Yang Dingtian said, "Miss Yin, please don't be angry. Before I answer your question, can I tell you a story?" Yun Zhenu said, "All right. However, if your story can't make me feel better, I won't be polite. My sword will kill." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "I once had a wife called Dugu Fengwu. She was the daughter of the Temple of 10,000 Bloods, Temple Master, Dugu Shao. She and I once gave birth to a child. After the Temple of Annihilation descended, Dugu Fengwu disappeared completely. She turned into another woman and appeared in this world with a different face." Yun Zhenu's beautiful eyes contracted slightly. Yang Dingtian said, "Miss Yun Zhenu, be it the temperament, looks, or even the height, they are completely different from Dugu Fengwu. Even your voice is different. However, the rhythm, charm, and rhythm of your speech are exactly the same." Yun Zhenu said, "Therefore, you suspect that I am that wife of yours, Dugu Fengwu?" "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "However, you weren't in the Sky Phoenix Pavilion all this while. Furthermore, there is a sword-shaped scar on your chest." Yun Zhenu's beautiful eyes stared closely at Yang Dingtian and said, "I forgive your previous offense because I know that your story is true, even though there are many things that you didn't say." "Many thanks," Yang Dingtian said. Yun Zhenu said, "Firstly, I am a virgin." Finishing her statement, Yun Zhenu pulled up her sleeves and revealed her snow-white arm. On it, there was a red and glistening cinnabar mole. Yun Zhenu said, "If you still can't let go of this mole, I can ask you to find a woman to check my body to see if I am a virgin." Yang Dingtian blushed and said, "There is no need for that." Yun Zhenu continued, "I understand your longing for your wife very well. Furthermore, I am very happy that you can have the same tone and rhythm as her. However, I am not your wife. Since young, I have been living beside Mistress Mida and have never left." Yang Dingtian was speechless. Lastly, Yun Zhenu stood up and said, "I feel that you have brought back painful memories for that woman. If she can become a completely different person, it might be a form of release. I feel that you should free her and give her freedom back." Yang Dingtian was stunned and then asked, "Miss Yin, what do you think of young Master Lingxi from the Vulture sect?" Yun Zhenu said, "I grew up under Mistress Mida. Young Master Lingxi is the first man that I met. I have a good impression of him. He is a pure person." Yang Dingtian asked, "Are you willing to marry him?" Yun Zhenu said, I have been indifferent since young and have no feelings for relationships. I will follow my mother's decision to marry Lingxi. If she thinks that marrying him will bring safety to the Sky Cloud Pavilion, I am willing. Yang Dingtian asked, "What do you think of justice, evil, the Tiando League, and evil ways?" "I have no feelings at all," Yun Zhenu said indifferently. "It has only been a few months since I came out from my seclusion." "I understand. Thank you, miss," Yang Dingtian said. "Goodbye." Yun Zhenu left. Yang Dingtian looked at her graceful back view as she left, even though her height was different. However, when she walked, the curves of her graceful back were very similar to Dugu Fengwu's. "I don't care if you are Dugu Fengwu or not. I will not allow you to marry vulture sex, Lingxi. For this I will do anything," Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Night. Yang Dingtian was preparing to ascend the mountain peak again to ask Yun Kailin's final decision. He couldn't wait until daybreak and allow Yun Kailin to make a decision. He had to take the initiative. In the darkness of the night, Yang Dingtian went up the mountain. Soon enough, he arrived at the snow-covered land. Yang Dingtian didn't know where Yun Zhenu had arranged for Wu Yuming and Dugu Fengwu to stay. However, they didn't stay together with Yang Dingtian. It was as though they were at the top of the mountain and not the middle of the mountain. From this, would he be able to see Yun Zhenu's preference? Yang Dingtian continued to move stealthily. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice in the snow-covered land in front. It was little Princess Vulture. She stood on the snow-covered land and muttered to herself, "Do you want to go? Do you want to see Big Brother Tian?" After that, she kept hesitating and struggling. She walked down for a while and walked back for a while. "Go, I must go and see him. I must tell him what I am thinking. I must tell him the secret." After finishing her sentence, Vulture made her decision and walked down the mountain towards Yang Dingtian's residence. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was in a dilemma. Should he go to the top of the mountain to see Master Kailin or go to see Vulture? What was the secret she was talking about? At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly saw a white crane flying out from the top of the mountain. Yun Kailin was sitting on it. Was she going out? Where was she going? However, Yang Dingtian soon realized that she wasn't going out. She was just flying in the sky. It was as though she was having a hard time making a decision. Therefore, she simply flew in the sky and let go of all her thoughts. Now he didn't have to make a choice. He should go back and see Vulture. He wanted to see what she was thinking and what secret she had to tell him. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to move stealthily and returned to his residence. Indeed, not long after, Vulture flew in through the window and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms. She hugged him and cried. Chapter 5:23. Big Brother Tian, are you angry with me? Vulture hugged Yang Dingtian and cried. Yang Dingtian stroked her back and did not answer her question directly. Vulture continued to cry. When we became sworn brothers, we promised that we would die on the same day, month, and year, even if we weren't born on the same day. That's why I wasn't there during the war. You must be angry. Yang Dingtian sighed softly. Actually, I don't really care whether you were there or not during the war. What I care about is whether your heart is still on our side, on the side of justice. Yes, it's definitely there. Vulture cried loudly. After the wedding, I wanted to sneak out and return to Cloud Sky City, but my great-grandfather imprisoned me. I didn't eat or drink and went on a hunger strike. Later, my husband opened the door and sent away the person who was watching over me. He said that my freedom shouldn't be restricted. Then he gave me two choices. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. The first choice was to send me back to Cloud Sky City and fight alongside you. Vulture said the second choice was to follow him to the Tiando League conference and help you there. I felt that the latter would be more helpful to you. So I made the second choice and followed him to the Tiando League conference. Yang Dingtian asked, and then? At the Tiando League conference, nothing seemed to have changed. I still became a sinner. Cloud Sky City was still expelled from the Tiando League, and millions of troops were still sent to suppress Cloud Sky City. But we saved you, the baby, Sister Chanhua, and everyone else's lives. Vulture said, "At that time my husband brought me to discuss with the higher-ups of the Tayando League. He confirmed that the Western region's matters would be handled by the Westerners. The people from Zhongzhou and the East Continent would not interfere, especially Zhu Qingzhu, who is not allowed to send experts to fight in Cloud Sky City. Also, even if Cloud Heaven City loses, we cannot harm you, Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Song Chanhua, and your family." Vulture continued, "We talked for a few days. Later, Zhu Qingzhu personally negotiated with us. During the negotiations, he said that he could not participate in the Battle of Cloud Sky City, but in exchange, no one from the Vulture Palace or the Sea of Hades could participate in the Battle of Cloud Sky City. I didn't return to Cloud Sky City because I didn't want Zhu Qingzhu to participate in the war." Yang Dingtian narrowed his eyes. He really wanted to laugh coldly and loudly refute the ridicule. However, Vulture used to be like his own sister. What kind of joke was this? The reason why Zhu Qingzhu didn't interfere in the battle at Cloud Heaven City was because Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi didn't allow him to. This was something that Crown Prince Li Ming and Zhu Qingzhu had agreed upon long ago. The western region would belong to the Ning clan of the South Sea, while the central region would belong to Zhu Qingzhu. It wasn't that Zhu Qingzhu didn't want to participate in the Battle of Cloud Sky City, but that he couldn't. Now that it was said, it was as if it was Wu Yoming's contribution. Moreover, the so-called protection of Song Chanhua, Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, and Yang Dingtian's family was even more laughable. Evil ways didn't dare to kill Yang Dingtian in this world. Zhu Hongxue, as Zhu Qingzhu's son, had always followed Yang Dingtian. However, evil ways wouldn't kill him either. Similarly, because of Qin Wanchou, no one killed Qin Huayu. Now it was all Wu Yoming's contribution? Yang Dingtian smiled slightly and said, "If I remember correctly, Wu Yuming suggested that after I was defeated in the Tayando League, my martial arts would be crippled and I would be imprisoned forever." Vulture said, "This was only what was said in public. We had already discussed it in private. After Cloud Sky City's defeat, you, Sister Yanyan, and the others would all change. Then we would choose an island in the Netherworld Sea for you to live on. You would be very safe there. Sister Yanyan had also stayed in the Netherworld Sea before. Wu Yan Granny there loved her very much." Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't help but gradually sink. Then he smiled and said, "In your heart we had no chance of winning the Battle of Cloud Sky City, right?" Vulture was stunned and then stuttered. At that time, it seemed that your chances of winning were indeed very low." Yang Dingtian said, "Girl, there are a few things. First, if Cloud Sky City was defeated, there would be no meaning for me to live. I have never taken my life seriously. Second, when we became sworn brothers, it wasn't because of feelings, but because of justice. Therefore, I am very grateful that you are running around for my safety. But this is not what I want." After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Dingtian said again, "Girl, I have always said that you are actually very smart. You are smarter than Zhu Hongxue, but because you are not very smart, Zhu Hongxue is very stubborn. He will not change his mind at any time and will always stand on the side of justice. You have no feelings for justice, and you have no feelings for Cloud Sky City. The only thing you care about is our lives. Therefore, I have also said that when the people you care about are righteous, you are righteous. When the people you care about are evil, you will become evil. I really want to change you. I really want you to become a righteous person from the bottom of your heart. But I have failed." Vulture raised her head and said, "I only care about my family. I only care about the people I care about and the people I love. Are they wrong? Do I, as a woman, have to place righteousness before family? Do I have to be righteous?" "No, you're not wrong. You are also a cute woman," Yang Dingtian said. "It is just that your heart is no longer on our side." "Who said that?" I clearly love you. I love each and every one of you, Vulture said loudly. No, maybe you didn't notice. Just now, when you were talking about Cloud Sky City, Songchanhua, and the others, you used the word you and not we. Yang Dingtian said, it was just a casual remark. You won't lie. You have already made a clear distinction between you and us. Vulture's face instantly turned pale. Then she shook her head desperately and said, I did not. I love all of you. I care about all of you. Yang Dingtian said, you are very smart, so you can think about it clearly. Zhu Qingzhu, not participating in the Battle of Cloud Sky City. Is it really related to Wu Yuming? Evil ways not killing me. Is it really related to Wu Yuming? Vulture's beautiful eyes changed. She said, you, what do you mean? Do you think that we are lying to you? For those few days and nights, we talked nonstop. My husband was originally proud and aloof. Originally, everyone wanted to curry favor with him and was afraid of him. But for you, he had no choice but to lower his proud head. He lowered it again and again, and promised others one thing after another. You, how can you say that about us? Yang Dingtian was suddenly stunned. Then he completely gave up all his thoughts. He smiled and said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Does he treat you well? He treats me very well, Vulture said. He promised you that he would wait for me to grow up before touching me. So, he has always been very polite to me. Also, he is very pure. He doesn't even dare to kiss me. It's good that he treats you well, Yang Dingtian said. All right, it's not early anymore. He should be worried. You should hurry back. Big brother Tian, although you are in big trouble this time, but I can still help you, Vulture said. I will go and beg him. As long as he speaks, Zhu Qingzhu will definitely not dare to do anything to you. Speak? Wu Yuming will speak. How? She will negotiate with Zhu Qingzhu and ask Yang Dingtian not to include the Sky Cloud Pavilion's earth-shattering city into the Council of Light. Then, Zhu Qingzhu will not crusade against the Western world. Did Wu Yuming even need to speak? Zhu Qingzhu had this condition in the first place. No need. Yang Dingtian smiled. You can go back. Vulture said seriously, Big brother Tian, no matter what you think of me in your heart, I will still help you. All right. Yang Dingtian smiled. Then, Vulture left Yang Dingtian's embrace. She seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. What else do you want to say? Yang Dingtian asked. There is something that I don't know if I should say. Vulture said. Say it. Yang Dingtian said. Vulture said, Big brother Tian, that identity of the hidden sect master. If it is not necessary, you should not continue to pretend. It will be very dangerous. Yang Dingtian's eyes were like lightning. He said coldly, What do you mean? No, nothing. Vulture said, This is a secret that I want to tell you. I should not say it. However, I really do not want to see you walk down the cliff. In any case, don't pretend to be the hidden sect master anymore. It will be very dangerous. After saying that, the little princess Vulture hurriedly ran out. About half an hour later, Zhu Hongxue walked in and said, Little girl, what's wrong? Although Zhu Hongxue had always been cold to Vulture, he still cared about her. Yang Dingtian turned around and patted Zhu Hongxue's shoulder lightly. Second brother, forget about her for now. She is like a kind of aura. When filled with red light, she will turn red. When filled with white light, she will turn white. But no matter what, her terrible ending is already destined. Can't we save her? Zhu Hongxue asked. Are we able to save him? Yang Dingtian asked. A person's path of heart has to be walked by himself. Of course, maybe we will save her. At least we have to wait until she wakes up. Now, we have more important things to do. Cloud Sky Pavilion Master Yun Kalin still did not return. However, Yang Dingtian still went up the mountain. However, this time, he entered Yun Janu's room. Her room was also simple and crude. When Yang Dingtian entered, she was just sitting on the ground. Yun Jianu did not get angry because of Yang Dingtian's intrusion. She only frowned and asked, "What is it?" "I don't wish for young Lady Yun to marry Lingxi," Yang Dingtian said. "Reason?" Yun Jianu said. "Is it just because in your heart I might be the incarnation of Dugufengwu?" "This is one of the reasons," Yang Ding'an said. "And the most important reason is that I will not sit by and watch the Cloud Sky Pavilion be incorporated into the Vulture Palace's system." "Why is that?" Yang Dingtian said. "You didn't have this thought a few hours ago." "That is because a few hours ago I still thought that the Vulture Palace was truly neutral," Yang Dingtian said. "What if I marry him?" Yun Jianu asked. Yang Dingtian said, "I will look for Dugu Shao to identify you. If you are not Dugufengwu, I might kill you, even if I have to break off all ties with the Cloud Sky Pavilion." "I understand, City Lord Yang Dingtian." Yun Jianu nodded and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Yang Dingtian still stood on the spot without moving. Yun Jianu opened her eyes helplessly and said, "I can only tell you that I will not fall in love with any man. Are you satisfied with this answer? You can leave now." "Goodbye," Yang Dingtian said. Until dawn, Yun Cailin did not return. When the sun was about to rise, Yun Cailin rode on the white crane and flew back to the peak of the Heaven Mountain. 1 hour later, Yun Jianu came to invite Yang Dingtian to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming entered the Grand Hall again. This time, the Vulture Palace did not follow them. Yun Cailin sat cross-legged in the center of the Grand Hall. His face was filled with deep fatigue. "All right, it is time for the reply," Yun Cailin said indifferently. Then Yun Cailin looked at Yun Jianu and said, "Little new, this matter concerns your marriage. I am your master and your mother. Before making a decision, I would like to hear your opinion." Yun Jianu said indifferently, "I will never marry." Yun Cailin said to Wu Yuming, "Young Master Yuming, you have heard it. I cannot go against my daughter's wishes." Wu Yuming smiled gently and said, "I understand. I will take my leave and return to the Vulture Palace. There is no need to rush." Yun Cailin said, "You can leave after hearing what I have to say." Then Yun Cailin looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "After a night of consideration, I am very grateful that you are willing to bring the Cloud Sky Pavilion under the protection of the Council of Light. I am very grateful." Then Yun Cailin bowed. "You are welcome. This is what I should do," Yang Dingtian said. "However, we do not wish to join the Council of Light." Yun Cailin said, "I am very sorry, City Lord Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he fell silent. Then Yun Cailin turned to Wu Yuming and said, "Young Lord Yuming, please tell young Master Lingxi that I'm willing to become sworn siblings with him and become his confidant. Is that all right?" Wu Yuming bowed and said, "All right, I will pass the message. Then I will take my leave. Farewell, young Master Yuming." Yun Cailin prostrated himself. For the first time, he was extremely respectful. "I do not dare," Wu Yuming said and left. After Wu Yuming left, only Yun Jianu, Yun Cailin, and Yang Dingtian were left in the hall. At this moment, Yang Dingtian did not care about his previous politeness. He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "Pavilion Master Yin, I need a reason." "This is my choice." "I am sorry," Yun Cailin said. "No, you have to give me a reason," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Otherwise, to prevent the Cloud Sky Pavilion from joining the evil ways, I will have to send the Demon Eagle Legion. I will have to send all your fleets to the bottom of the sea. I will even destroy the entire Cloud Sky Pavilion. You dare?" Yun Cailin shouted angrily. Yang Dingtian's eyes were like lightning. He said sternly, "Yun Cailin, you have to give me a reason. It has to be a reason that can convince me. Otherwise, the Cloud Sky Pavilion will cease to exist in a few days." Subsequently, Yang Dingtian suddenly punched and smashed a pillar in the main hall into smithereens. Yun Kalin, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Yang Dingtian said coldly, I was protecting the Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth-splitting city. That was why I was enraged by Zhu Qingzhu and the millions of soldiers. Now you are safe and sound, but you want to withdraw and watch from the sidelines. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You have to give me a reason. Otherwise, I will destroy you immediately. You, Yun Kalin, don't have to live in this world. If you are Dugu Fengwu's servant, I will spare your life. If you are not, I will eliminate you completely. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. For the past few days, he had been appearing in front of Yun Kalin with the identity of a junior and the identity of the Cloud Sky City. He was humble and respectful. However, he had another identity. He was the ruler of the entire Western region. He had a territory of 30,000 miles, hundreds of millions of people, and millions of soldiers. Even on Earth, there had never been an empire that had such a huge territory. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses would float. Yang Dingtian might not be the emperor, but he was not far off. Once he was completely enraged and wanted to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion. The Cloud Sky Pavilion would not be able to survive. This was because he had the Cloud Sky Pavilion's most deadly enemy, the Devil Eagle Army. Together with the countless bombs in the Devil Eagle Army, destroying the Cloud Sky Pavilion would be a piece of cake. It might be difficult for Zhu Qingzhu to destroy the Cloud Sky Pavilion, but it was not difficult for Yang Dingtian. Yun Kalin stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, she stood up and knelt in front of Yang Dingtian. Her entire body was on the ground. Mother, don't do this. Yun Zhenu hurried forward and said. Then, she looked coldly at Yang Dingtian. Why do you have to do this? What right do you have to do this? Shut up, Yang Dingtian said coldly. He stared at Yun Kalin and said, You have to give me a reason. Yun Kalin said, Yesterday, Zhu Qingzhu sent an envoy to see me. Continue, Yang Dingtian said. He said that once he decided on the strategy of attacking the Western region, he would not be distracted. If he could get 30,000 miles of the Western region, he could give up the few thousand miles of Yingzhou, Yun Kalin said. So, you sold the entire Western region? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Do you think he would let the Cloud Sky Pavilion go if he really got the Western region? If that was all, I would not compromise. I would unite with the entire Western region and fight to the end, Yun Kalin said. During the Tiando League conference, I could stand up against the sanctions against Cloud Sky City and against City Lord Yang. Today, I can stand up and fight to the end with them. Continue, Yang Dingtian said. Kuei Si is in their hands. Zhu Qingzhu said that if I joined the Council of Light, they would kill Kuei Si and send his head to me. Yun Kalin said sadly, City Lord Yang, I am different from you. Although I am the leader of a sect, but I am only a woman. Kuei Si is my only love and the father of my daughter. I can't let him die. I am sorry. After saying that, Yun Kalin knelt on the ground and cried silently. I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry. Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh and said, Do you think that Zhu Qingzhu will let you go if you compromise now? Yang Dingtian said, Also, do you think that by making Yun Zhenu and Lingxi brother and sister, you will be related to the Vulture sect and be protected by the Vulture sect? You will be able to rest easy, right? Yun Kalin silently agreed. Also, Kuei Si is in the hands of the enemy. You think that Fisher City is finished, but you only care about Kuei Si and don't care about the destruction of Fisher City, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Kalin silently agreed. That means that as long as the Cloud Sky Pavilion is safe, you can ignore the fall of the entire Western region and the destruction of Fisher City, right? Yang Dingtian asked. You have entrusted the safety of the Cloud Sky Pavilion to the Vulture Palace and Wu Yoming's pity right? Yun Kalin continued to agree. Yang Dingtian said, I wanted to say that I will think of a way to save city, Lord Kuei-si, and then you can make the decision. Now it seems that there is no need. Take care. Goodbye, Yang Dingtian said. Then he left. This time he did not follow the rules and ride the demonic lion down the mountain. Instead, he flew into the sky and flew towards the sea. In the main hall, Yun Kalin was still sobbing. Her eyes were filled with guilt. Mother, please get up. Yun Jenu helped Kalin up. Yun Kalin hugged Yun Jenu and cried, Perhaps we women are not suitable to be the leader of a sect. At the crucial moment, we will only compromise and beg for peace. Yun Jena said, Mother, I don't think you did anything wrong. Living in this world, one should be cautious. Being alone is the best choice. Zhu Hongxue saw Yang Dingtian fly up and took Kuei Ning with him. They flew into the sky and chased after Yang Dingtian. The three of them landed on the warship at sea. How is it? Zhu Hongxue asked. We are going to fight against the millions of soldiers from Zhongzhou alone. Yang Dingtian said calmly, The Cloud Sky Pavilion chose Wu Yoming's pity and protection. They chose to draw a clear line with us. How could she do that? Kuei Ning said in disbelief. We were just trying to protect the Cloud Sky Pavilion. That's why we were attacked by Zhu Qingzhu's millions of soldiers. There is no such thing as reason in this world, Yang Dingtian said calmly. All right, let's get on the flying demonic eagle and return to Cloud Sky City at full speed. Kuei Ning said, but the Cloud Sky Pavilion's rules forbid the demonic eagle from appearing in their airspace. The Cloud Sky Pavilion has lost its backbone, so there are no rules, Yang Dingtian said. Then the three of them got on the demonic eagle and soared into the sky. As expected, the soldiers of the Cloud Sky Pavilion on the ground were furious, but no one came to stop them. At this moment, 2 snow-white cranes flew out from the Cloud Sky Plateau. They were Wu Yuming and Vulture. Big brother Tian, wait for me. Vulture shouted. Kuei Ning looked at Yang Dingtian. Full speed ahead. Yang Dingtian ignored it. Vulture chased after him with all its might. Big brother Tian, no matter what you think of me, my husband and I will help you. The speed of the demonic eagle was not something the white crane could compare to. It instantly left Wu Yuming and Vulture in the dust. Zhu Hongxue said with a worried expression, Sect Master, what should we do next? Yang Dingtian was filled with fighting spirit. It's better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. Since the Cloud Sky Pavilion has abandoned us, we can't count on their navy. Then we will create our own secret navy. We will go back and create our secret naval weapon. Yang Dingtian looked at the vast sea below. His gaze was fiery and intense as he said, Zhu Hongxue Kuei Ning, believe me, since I can lead you to destroy Qin Chichi's army of a few 100,000. I can lead you to destroy Zhu Qingzhu's army of a few million. I swear to you, I swear to the whole world. I will bury Zhu Qingzhu and his army of a few million at the bottom of the sea. I will not lose a single inch of land in the Western world. I will not let a single soldier from the central continent set foot in the Western world. I will lead you to a victory even more glorious than the Battle of Cloud Sky City. Then Yang Dingtian shouted, Do you believe me? Yes, Zhu Hongxue shouted. He had always been cold and indifferent. He had never been so hot-blooded. Will you follow me? Yang Dingtian continued to shout, Die for Sect Master. Zhu Hongxue and Kuei Ning shouted in unison. Then, the three of them flew towards the northwest continent at full speed. Yang Dingtian's body was burning hot. He was filled with the will to fight and the will to win. He touched the countless blueprints in his interspatial ring. That's right, it's better to rely on oneself than others. Since the Cloud Sky Pavilion had betrayed and abandoned him, then he would do it himself. He would do it himself. He would use his extraordinary knowledge and experience to bury Zhu Qingzhu's army of a few million. Then he would lead the entire Western world to an even more glorious victory. Next, he had to do two things. He had to devote himself to the research and creation of a new secret weapon. The second thing was to impregnate Wu Maji and save Kuei-si. Chapter 5:24. Even though the earth-splitting city was not far away, Yang Dingtian and the other two still chose to fly past it without stopping. Sect leader, do you want me to announce that the earth-splitting city has joined the Council of Light in the name of my father? Kuei Ning asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said no need. The betrayal of the Cloud Sky Pavilion has caused the earth-splitting city to be in danger. Now that it has joined the Council of Light, it will not be of any use to the earth-splitting city. Instead, it will force Zhu Qingzhu to attack and bring more danger to the earth-splitting city. Then the three of them looked at the northern continent of Yingzhou and sighed. They continued to fly towards the Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, a black shadow drilled out from the seawater below. It was a demon eagle knight. She blocked Yang Dingtian and the others' path. Her entire body was covered in purple armor, indicating her identity. She was the Grand Commander of the earth-splitting city, Kuei-Qing. Yang Dingtian took off her helmet. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by her cold, mature, and aggressive face. City, Lord Yang Dingtian, are you going to abandon my earth-splitting city after having sex with me? Why did you make a trip here and leave directly without even entering the door? Kuei-Qing said. This woman's words were as aggressive as her beauty. I wouldn't dare. It's just that there are no benefits to dragging the earth-splitting city into this. Why don't we let Zhu Qingzhu forget about the earth-splitting city for now? It'll be safer. Yang Dingtian said. That woman, Yun Kalin, rejected you? Kuei-Qing asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Humph. Kuei-Qing said. A woman in charge is indeed disappointing. If she had the courage, the earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion would have attacked and defended one another. Why would she and Kuei-si have to go in and out together? The earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion are enemies and hate each other. When Kuei-Qing said this, she seemed to have forgotten that she was also a woman. All right, since City Lord Yang is here, why don't you come to my earth-splitting city for a visit? Kuei-Qing said. If I go, Zhu Qingzhu will remember you guys. That's not a good thing, Yang Dingtian said. He's already thinking about it. Kuei-Qing said. Yesterday, Zhu Qingzhu's envoy came to propose marriage for his son, Zhu Hongyu. Marry who? Kuei Ning finally couldn't help but ask. Marry me, Kuei-Qing said. Kuei Ning was stunned. Kuei-Qing was 10 years older than Zhu Hongyu, and in Kuei Ning's heart, this aunt of hers was a tigress as cold as ice. Then did you refuse? Kuei Ning was concerned about this. I didn't say no. Kuei-Qing said. In order to prevent the Elders' Council from letting their imaginations run wild, in order to completely put an end to their path of surrender, I directly slaughtered that envoy and then sent the head back. Therefore, City, Lord Yang Dingtian, you were worried that Zhu Qingzhu would set his sights on us. Now he has already set his sights on us. That emissary is actually an illegitimate son of Zhu Qingzhu. Ah, then the three of them were collectively stunned. This Kuei-Qing was really decisive in killing. The envoy sent by Zhu Qingzhu was killed just like that, completely forcing the entire Earth-Shatter City without any room for compromise. Of course, I didn't know that he was Zhu Qingzhu's illegitimate son at first. I originally only planned to teach him a lesson, but in the end his gaze was too wretched, and I couldn't help but want to kill him. He was afraid of death, so he revealed his identity as an illegitimate son. However, I had no choice but to release the arrow on the bow, so I still chopped off his head. Kuei-Qing said. However, chopping off his head also received a miraculous effect. A bunch of elders who originally planned to surrender no longer have any hope now, and are currently trembling at home, hugging each other for warmth. Therefore, Lord Yang Dingtian, make a trip to Earth Shatter City and help us get some warmth, Kuei Qing said. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the three of them flew together with Kuei Qing towards Earth Shatter City. The last time Yang Dingtian came to Earth Shatter City, he received an absolute cold reception. No one paid attention to him at all. But this time, Yang Dingtian received unprecedented respect. The entire Earth Shatter City seemed to have turned out in full force. First, the entire Demon Vulture army was pulled out from the sky and lined up in formation, escorting Yang Dingtian into Earth Shatter City. After entering Earth Shatter City, countless people waved their colorful flags and cheered in joy. When they arrived at the Earth Shatter City, Lord's castle, all the members of the Elder Assembly came out to welcome them. This group of 70 to 80 years old elders couldn't wait to kneel down and greet them. It was obvious that they were really frightened. They were afraid that one day, Zhu Qingzhu's army of 1,000,000 would sweep over them. Therefore, Yang Dingtian, who had defeated the army of evil ways, directly became their life-saving straw. In the square in front of Earth Shatter City's castle, Yang Dingtian gave a short speech, and the main content of the speech were as follows. First, he praised Earth Shatter City's bright and righteous stance. Second, the Council of Light would protect Earth Shatter City, and the level of protection would be the same as Cloud Sky Cities. Third, the Council of Light would completely eliminate all the evil forces in Zhongzhou and bring peace to Zhongzhou. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, what greeted him was a tsunami of cheers. Basically, all the people of Earth Shatter City only heard one sentence. The level of protection of Earth Shatter City by the Council of Light was exactly the same as Cloud Sky Cities. In other words, not only did the Council of Light not abandon Earth Shatter City, but they would also use all their strength to protect it. Then, in the castle's main hall, Yang Dingtian and the Elder Assembly of Earth Shatter City had a detailed discussion. The Elder Assembly of Earth Shatter City was not as easy to fool as the people. He directly asked how many troops sect leader Yang Dingtian intended to send to protect Earth Shatter City. Then the Elder Assembly vaguely suggested that 1,000 Demon Vulture army should be transferred back to Earth Shatter City. Yang Dingtian couldn't directly reject them, but of course he couldn't agree with them either. First, the Northwest continent is 6,000 miles away from Earth Shatter City. Yang Dingtian said, for ordinary troops, the West Continent and Earth Shatter City will be 2 battlefields. But for the Demon Vulture army, 6,000 miles is just half a day. Therefore, the Northwest Continent and Earth Shatter City can be regarded as one battlefield. Therefore, all of the Demon Vulture army will protect Earth Shatter City and the entire West Continent. Yang Dingtian said, and from today onwards, it is necessary to establish a smooth air route between the Northwest Continent and Earth Shatter City to transmit information and materials at all times. At all times, there must be Demon Vulture army shuttling between Earth Shatter City and the West Continent. When these words were spoken, the Elder Assembly of Earth Shatter City was instantly relieved. This feeling was very subtle. Earth Shatter City was all alone now, and they felt very insecure. But when Yang Dingtian proposed to establish an air route to connect the entire West Continent to Earth Shatter City, they felt that they were no longer alone. Yang Dingtian continued, also, I will establish a wartime committee. I hope that the elders of Earth Shatter City will send people to the Northwest Continent to enter the committee's headquarters and participate in the decision-making of the entire war. And the Council of Light will continuously send people to Earth Shatter City to participate in the defense of Earth Shatter City. When these words were spoken, the Elder Assembly of Earth Shatter City felt more relieved. Of course, their emotions were incomparably complicated. Previously, their mentality of surrendering was even heavier than that of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. They couldn't wait to directly surrender to Zhu Qingzhu and then throw all the flames of war to Yang Dingtian and the West Continent. They even took drastic measures and transferred the demon vulture army back. But Great Aunt Kuei Qing's sword cut off all their hopes of surrendering. She had chopped off the head of Zhu Qingzhu's illegitimate son. The door to surrendering was directly closed. Now, Earthshatter City depended on Yang Dingtian to save their lives. Finally, Yang Dingtian said, "As for how many troops Earthshatter City needs, there is no limit. I can only say that if the war happens in Earthshatter City, there is no limit. Then there will be as many as you need. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 1,000,000? There is no limit." Instantly, the Elder Assembly of Earthshatter City stood up excitedly and bowed to Yang Dingtian. "Thank you, City Lord Yang Dingtian, for your great kindness." Yang Dingtian continued, "Not only that, when I return to Cloud Sky City this time, I will immediately transfer 5,000 cannons to set up Earthshatter City's defense line." Instantly, the Elder Assembly was in an uproar. Even Kuei Ning looked at Yang Dingtian with an inconceivable gaze. As for Kuei Qing, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The rumors about the cannons had already spread all over the world. Yang Dingtian's secret weapon had instantly subverted the entire world's concept. In the Battle of Cloud Sky City, he had used 2,000 cannons to wipe out Qin Chi-Chi's army of hundreds of thousands. In the hearts of countless people, this was Yang Dingtian's fatal weapon. Regarding his power, it had also been spread by word of mouth. Who knew how many times it had been magnified? Earthshatter City did not even dare to mention the cannons, because they felt that this was Yang Dingtian's secret weapon and it was impossible for him to give it away. Who knew that Yang Dingtian would be so generous and directly give them 5,000 cannons? These 5,000 cannons will be set up at all the places where Earthshatter City can land. It will be enough to prevent any army from landing. Yang Dingtian said, "Earthshatter City's coastline is not like the western part of the world. It can only be landed for a few hundred miles. 5,000 cannons will be enough to cover it." In the end, Yang Dingtian waved his fist and said, 5,000 cannons and 2,000 Demon Eagle army will be enough to prevent any army from landing. Earthshatter City will be completely safe." Instantly, the elders of Earthshatter City felt their blood boil. Yang Dingtian said, "Because of the Cloud Sky Pavilion's betrayal, Earthshatter City has to be very careful of attacks from the Cloud Sky Pavilion." The great elder of Earthshatter City said, "You don't have to worry about that. The mountain range there is too high, at least a few thousand feet. Their winged cavalry army can't fly over such a high mountain." Yang Dingtian said, "What if they attack from the ground? I've seen their demon lion army. It's incomparably steep, but it's like walking on flat ground. Earthshatter City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion are completely connected, and the mountain range between them is at least 1,000 miles. It's impossible to guard against it. Once a few thousand demon masters enter Earthshatter City, even if it's an underground city, it'll be like walking on flat ground." Once this was said, everyone's expression changed. Yang Dingtian said, "You don't have to worry. I already have close to 8,000 strong demon dragon army in my hands. I can send a demon dragon army equipped with the sharpest small-sized crystal crossbows to defend the mountain range between Earthshatter City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion. It'll definitely be able to wipe out all the enemies from the Cloud Sky Pavilion." Instantly, the elders of Earthshatter City burst into tears. They were extremely emotional. Immediately, the Grand Elder held onto Yang Dingtian's hand with tears streaming down his face. He sobbed and said, "I have never seen or heard of such a righteous and magnanimous person like Sect Master Yang." Thinking back to the time when Yang Dingtian came to Earthshatter City to ask for help, the elders of Earthshatter City were so cold. The elders of Earthshatter City felt even more guilty. After the meeting with the elders of Earthshatter City ended, Kuei Qing looked at Yang Dingtian and bowed. "Sect leader Yang, Kuei Qing has some matters that she would like to discuss in private. I wonder if it's convenient." However, without waiting for Yang Dingtian's reply, she walked into her own room. It didn't seem right for a man and a woman to be alone together, but Yang Dingtian had no room to refuse. Yang Dingtian, you're crazy, Kuei Qing said. I know that you're determined to protect Earthshatter City, but you don't need so much. You're a commander. You have to consider the bigger picture. You know that Earthshatter City won't be the main battlefield. In fact, Earthshatter City might not even be the main battlefield. I have to make these people feel at ease, Yang Dingtian said. Otherwise, if some of them decide to surrender, it'll be troublesome. Then you don't have to send so many resources to Earthshatter City. Kuei Qing said, you have to know that the main battlefield will be in the Western world. I'm doing this to prevent Earthshatter City from becoming the main battlefield. I want Zhu Qingzhu to give up on attacking Earthshatter City, Yang Dingtian said. 5,000 cannons, are you crazy? Kuei Qing said. Most of these cannons are fake. They're just models. Yang Dingtian said, they're just for Zhu Qingzhu to see. When Zhu Qingzhu sees so many cannons in the narrow straits of Earthshatter City, he'll give up on attacking Earthshatter City. This way, I can focus on preparing for the next battlefield. Ah, Kuei Qing said, fake? Won't Zhu Qingzhu find out? Yang Dingtian said, real cannons require extremely expensive and rare black gold cold iron. They also need to be calcined with Xian flame. That's why the cannons can shoot very far. The 5,000 cannons that I prepared for you are made of ordinary steel. After firing a few dozen cannons, they'll be useless. Moreover, the range isn't very far, so the accuracy won't be good. Yang Dingtian continued. However, after the cannons arrive, a military drill will be carried out. A few hundred wooden warships will be produced to demonstrate the landing battle. Then, a few thousand cannons will be fired and the warships will be completely destroyed. They'll be buried at the bottom of the sea. This way, no one will think that it's fake. Kuei Qing's beautiful eyes stared intently at Yang Dingtian. After a long time, she said, Sect Master Yang, your honorable and noble image in my heart has been destroyed. Yang Dingtian was instantly speechless. Yang Dingtian and the other two didn't stay in Earthshatter City for long. After a few hours, they left. At this time, Kuei Ci's wife and Kuei Qing were talking. Little Qing, what do you think of this, Sect Master Yang? Madam Kuei asked. What do you mean? Kuei Qing said. Madam Kuei said, we women are women after all. We need to find someone to rely on. You don't like this man and you don't like that either. You're already in your 30s, but you're still alone. It's not a good thing. Kuei Qing said, heavens? Don't tell me you want me to be Yang Dingtian's concubine? I'm older than him by more than 10 years. Madam Kuei said, as long as the man dotes on you, it's okay to be a concubine. If no one dotes on you, so what if you're the official wife? How I'm doing, don't you know? That's because my brother is stupid. Yun Kalin, that woman, is weak and pretentious. A few years ago, she still looked pretty. Now she's old and dry. She's far inferior compared to sister-in-law, Kuei Qing said. Sigh. Madam Kuei said gently, Little Qing, regarding your brother, what did Sect Master Yang say? He didn't say anything, Kuei Qing said. He's been missing until now. No one knows if he's alive or dead. What should we do? Madam Kuei's tears fell as she said, although he's a bastard, but he's also my husband. Why didn't you mention to Sect Master Yang? Sister-in-law, there's no need to mention it, Kuei Qing said. This matter is very big. Sect Master Yang already has a plan in his heart. There's no need for us to mention it. Really? Madam Kuei said. Really? Kuei Qing said. Madam Kuei wiped away her tears and said gently, Little Qing, what I said earlier, you still have to consider it. A woman can't live her entire life by herself. You're here again. I'm leaving, Kuei Qing said. Kuei Qing turned and walked out. Madame Kuei chased after her and said gently, "If there's really no other way, you can find a chance to secretly meet with him once or twice. Even if you don't find a man to live with, you can have a child with him. It's fine if it's a son or a daughter. In the future, when you're old, you'll have someone to rely on. You don't have to be alone." Kuei Qing looked at her conservative and gentle sister-in-law in disbelief. Such an impudent and bold idea. Her gentle and virtuous sister-in-law. How could she say it? Madame Kuei blushed and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you force me to the point that I have no other choice? I can't watch you live alone for the rest of your life." Kuei Qing's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of a certain possibility, her face instantly turned red. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian flew back to the northwest continent and landed in Iron Furnace City. At this time, the entire Iron Furnace City had become a military stronghold. As the easternmost city of the Western world, as the closest city to the central continent, in the upcoming war, Iron Furnace City was very likely to be the first line of defense. In a short 5 days, there were already more than 300,000 soldiers stationed in Iron Furnace City. Countless citizens were building a defensive line along the coastline. Even the Devil Dragon Army and the Devil Eagle Army had fully entered Iron Furnace City. The Iron Furnace City's city, Lord Residence, had been completely vacated. Tang Buizhao, Song Lihua, and Mu Lianqing's professional troops had fully entered and taken over all the affairs of Yen City. Furthermore, until now, the entire Yen City citizens weren't very enthusiastic about building a defensive line. A portion of them even had a serious intention of surrendering. Therefore, Tang Buizhao might as well withdraw all the Yen City's citizens to the rear. And these citizens couldn't wait to leave Yen City, where a war was about to erupt. The most loyal and fanatical citizens of Cloud Heaven City were all riding on the Devil Eagle Army and the Devil Dragon Army to head south to Iron Furnace City and frantically build a defensive line. When Qiu Wanjie of the Divine Weapons Manor saw this scene, he instantly felt ashamed. Inside the Yen City's city lord residence, everyone had a grave expression. City Lord, after Zhu Qingzhu left the northwest continent, he flew back to the central region at full speed and ordered the world to convene the Tiando League Conference. This time, it will be held in the central region. Qin Wanqiu said the Tiando League Conference will be held in 3 days. It will undoubtedly be a crusade against the Council of Light. The Tiando League Conference? 3 days later? Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Qin Wanqiu said, at that time it might mean the outbreak of a world war. We might not only be attacked by the evil ways, but also all the factions of the Tiando League and even all the factions of the East Continent. Don't worry. A world war won't break out. Yang Dingan said, as long as we annihilate Zhu Qingzhu's army on the sea and prevent them from seeing any hope of victory or any hope of crossing the vast ocean, they will give up. They might even abandon Zhu Qingzhu and rely on our radiant parliament. Yang Dingtian said, therefore, our strategy hasn't changed. We will completely annihilate Zhu Qingzhu's army on the sea. Qiu Wanjie said pessimistically, but the Cloud Sky Pavilion has already betrayed us. We don't have a strong navy anymore. If we don't have a strong navy, we will build one ourselves. Yang Dingtian said, there is still more than a month before Zhu Qingzhu's army gathers. In this month, we will build an incomparably strong secret navy, one that is enough to annihilate Zhu Qingzhu's army. How is this possible? Qiu Wanjie said, nothing is impossible. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, Tang Buizhao, I will return to the secret underground arsenal of Cloud Sky City later. I will give you the blueprints. Our secret arsenal will be fully invested in the production of this secret weapon for the next month. Yes, Tang Buizhao said. Manor Master Qiu, Yang Dingtian said, regarding crystal power, your divine weapons manor is the most advanced. In this world, only you have created small crystal crossbows. Immediately create all the talents related to crystal power and send them to the underground arsenal of Cloud Sky City to start the production of new weapons. Qiu Wanjie was stunned. He hesitated and said, "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "Also immediately requisition Fire Island. Send the Demon Eagle Army, Demon Dragon Army, Grandmasters and Grandmasters." He immediately ordered everyone on Raging Flame Island to leave. Divine Weapons Manor, Northwest Qin City. Send all the talents in shipbuilding, weapon manufacturing, and crystal power to Fire Island to start the production of new secret weapons. Within half a month, the research must be completed. Within a month, we have to build a few hundred ships. During this time, no one is allowed to leave Fire Island. Yes. Everyone shouted. Qiu Wanjie said hesitantly, "But can your secret weapon really annihilate Zhu Qingzhu's army?" "It definitely can," Yang Dingtian said. "Furthermore, it will be easier and more thorough than destroying Qin Chichi's army." That night, Yang Dingtian immediately led his men and headed for Inferno Island. The owner of Fire Island was Ling Wu, who was wearing a red wedding dress and chasing after Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had saved Ling Zhong's life before. Yang Dingtian directly went to the Ling family to discuss the requisition of the island and the production of the secret killing weapon. In the next 3 days, Yang Dingtian would confirm the design of this secret killing weapon. After that, he would immediately start the research and production work. Because 3 days later, the Tiando League would be held. At that time, Yang Dingtian would leave the Ning clan of the Southern Sea. At that time, it would be time for Yang Dingtian to disguise himself as Ningyu to save Kuei Sea and settle Wumaji. Chapter 5:25. Daughter, you can't go on like this. Ling Zhong said to Ling Wu, "Why don't we go to Cloud Heaven City?" "I'm not going." Ling Wu said. "You're already in your 20s. Ling Zhong said. "It's not like there aren't people who don't marry for their entire lives." Ling Wu said. "Then what exactly are you thinking?" Ling Zhong said. "Why don't I find a son-in-law for you? Or you go to Cloud Heaven City. There are only these 2 paths, nothing else." "I won't," Ling Wu said resolutely. You're really trying to anger me to death." Ling Zhong said, "What's all this about?" Yang Dingtian's status is getting higher and higher. These few days, there are people coming to the island to pay respects to him. Those big shots that I couldn't even see before couldn't wait to kneel down and greet him. If you don't have such feelings for Sect Master Yang, hurry up and get married. Don't be so arrogant. Now, whenever a big shot comes to pay respects to me, I'll tremble. I don't even dare to go to Flame City. At the very most, let's move." Ling Wu said, "Let's leave Fire Island as a family." "Move? Where are we moving to?" Ling Zhong said, "Previously only 1,000 miles of land in Cloud Heaven City belonged to Yang Dingtian. Now the entire western region is his. Where can you move to?" "You've just moved to the central region today. Who knows, the central region might belong to Yang Dingtian tomorrow. Have you moved to the heavens?" "Humph. Now that Zhu Qing from the central region wants to hit him, he's in big trouble. Yet he still wants to occupy the central region?" Ling Wu snorted coldly. At this moment, a person suddenly walked in and said, "That's right. It's because Zhu Qing wants to hit me that I've come to Fire Island to ask for your help." Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Ling Wu's delicate body trembled abruptly. She pinched her thigh ferociously to ascertain that she wasn't dreaming. After which, she looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. How was this possible? How was this possible? How could he appear in her home? He was now the master of the entire western region, hundreds of millions of citizens and millions of warriors. Why would he come to a small fire island? After Ling Zhong was stunned, he immediately knelt down. "This humble one greets Sect Master Yang." Yang Dingtian immediately went forward and helped Ling Zhong up. "Uncle Ling, you seem to be getting better. Compared to a year ago, you seem much younger," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. "It's all thanks to Sect Master's good fortune." Ling Zhong said humbly. Then he said with a trembling voice, "This lowly one did not expect that you would come to my small island at this time." "It's really," Yang Dingtian said. "Uncle Ling, I won't be pretentious, although I miss you a lot." But she was too busy, so busy that she didn't even have time to hug her son. "That's why it's hard for me to have time to visit you. This time, I'm only here to ask Uncle Ling for help. Speak. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you," Ling Zhong said excitedly. Then he bowed slightly and said embarrassedly, "Look at me, I'm just a small character. How can I help you?" At this moment, Ling Wu was standing there prettily. Her beautiful face was agitated and complicated. He was even at a loss of what to do. "You sit too," Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu sat down somewhat stiffly. "It's like this, Uncle Ling," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. "There are people with evil ways in the headquarters of the Tiando League. Therefore, I established another Tiando League and established the Council of Light of the Tiando League, allowing the entire Western region to become independent from the Tiando League. Of course, some people in the headquarters of the Tiando League wouldn't do it. For example, the biggest spy of evil ways in our Tiando League, Zhu Qingzhu. He wants to send troops to attack us." "Yes," Ling Zhong said, "as long as Sect Master gives the order, my Inferno Island will fight Zhu Qingzhu of the Central Region to the end." "Thank you, Uncle Ling," Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu immediately rolled her eyes at her father. There were only a few people and a few ships in the Inferno Island. Yang Dingtian couldn't even finish using the few million soldiers in his army. So there was no need for him to specially come to your Inferno Island to recruit soldiers. The Central Region's land is 2 times bigger than ours, but its population is 10 times smaller than ours. Yang Dingtian said, "Their warrior army is a few times bigger than ours, and their warships are a few times bigger than ours. However, their few million soldiers can't fly over. They have to take ships. Therefore, we don't have to be afraid. I've designed a kind of secret weapon that is specially used to attack their ships. It can make their thousands of ships sink to the bottom of the sea before they can arrive, wiping out their entire army." "Yes." Ling Zhong nodded his head vigorously. His eyes lit up as he said, "What kind of secret weapon is this? It's so powerful." Yang Dingtian said, "I only have some impression of this secret weapon in my mind. I'm not very clear about how to make it. Just like those cannons in the Cloud Heaven City, I only have an idea, and they are all made by those people. Therefore, for this secret weapon, I only provided some ideas and a few blueprints. As for the rest, I'll leave it to the professionals. For us to make this kind of secret weapon, we have to choose an island that is absolutely safe and trustworthy. Moreover, we have to have a shipbuilding base. Then I thought of our fire island. There's nothing more to say. Take it all." Ling Zhong said excitedly, "It's our fortune that the sect master has taken a fancy to our fire island." Yang Dingtian said, "We can't take it for free. Firstly, the people on the island are my friends and comrades. Therefore, on the northwest mainland, we'll use 3 times the territory in exchange for this fire island. Then, for the islanders on the mainland, each person will be given an average of 20 mu of land and 3 houses. What do you think?" No, this is too heavy. Ling Zhong said, "You're fighting for the entire West region. It's only right for us to contribute. Now, we're the ones taking advantage of you. This won't do. Then it's settled." Yang Dingtian said, "Uncle Ling, you can go and talk to your brothers on the island. Then, there will be a ship coming to pick them up. The relevant land, farmland, houses, monetary subsidies, and food have all been prepared. Once they reach the northwest mainland, they will have it. How can this be good? Ling Zhong said, "This group of people on our island can't survive on the mainland anymore. We ran to this deserted island because we don't have any houses or land." Yang Dingtian smiled at him. Then he said to the outside, "Come in." Immediately, Tang Guizhou led a few hundred civil affairs officers and entered. Go with Uncle Ling, send money to every house, and do some ideological work. Remember, time is everything. Don't bring anything that isn't too important. Yang Dingtian said, try to evacuate all the people on the island within 6 hours. Then the army and professionals will be stationed on Fire Island. Yes. Tang Guizhou said. Then he led a few hundred people and Ling Zhong to deliver money from house to house. Immediately, only Yang Dingtian and Ling Wu were left in the house. At this moment, Ling Wu was at a loss. Ling Wu, do you know how to build a ship? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course, Ling Wu said. Then you stay on the island. Yang Dingtian said. After that, those extremely elite sailors on the island and the craftsmen who build the ship will all stay behind to help. All right, Ling Wu said. Do you have a sea map? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Ling Wu said, I'll go get it. Then she ran to get a sea map. This sea map was relatively rough and the various proportions weren't accurate. Fortunately, the various islands in the sea were marked out more clearly. Yang Dingtian pondered and drew the sea map, trying to find a location for the decisive battle. Ling Wu, are you clear about the hydrology of this sea region, the depth of the seabed, the distribution of reefs, and so on? Yang Dingtian asked. Ling Wu said, this sea region is so big, it's definitely impossible to know everything. However, I'm still clear about the sea conditions of those few fixed sea routes. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Are there many people like you who are familiar with the sea conditions? Quite a few, Ling Wu said. After Yang Dingtian responded, he didn't speak again. In the following period of time, the people on Inferno Island boarded the ships one after another and headed towards the northwest continent. On the surface of the sea, huge ships arrived at Inferno Island one after another. Batch after batch of people, batch after batch of materials, arrived on the island one after another. The first batch of 1,000 of Yang Dingtian's most elite devil dragon warriors had already boarded the island. They used the fastest time to take over the defense of the entire Inferno Island. Then the Black Blood Army and Cloud Heaven City's elite warriors, a total of 5,000 people, boarded the island. Then close to 1,000 cannons were transported to Inferno Island. Then tens of thousands of craftsmen began to board the Inferno Island and started to build land forts. Then 500 members of the Devil Vulture Army began to board the island. There were only less than 16 hours left before Yang Dingtian boarded the island. Close to 80,000 people were stationed on the island. Then they began to reconstruct the entire island in full swing. They expanded the dock without caring about the cost. Countless precious materials came one after another, one after the other in an endless stream. Close to 10 grandmasters gathered on Inferno Island and carried out the highest level of security. Everyone on the island signed the agreement. Before the ban was lifted, no one was allowed to leave the island. More than 20 hours later, the entire Inferno Island, whether in the air, on land, or under the sea, was fully protected. It could be said that not even a bird or a fly could fly out. Similarly, not even a bird could fly in. In the center of Inferno Island, the basement of the Ling residence was continuously dug deeper and deeper. It was already dozens of meters underground. In the basement command room, the people here were divided into 2 groups. The first group was the members of the Council of Light and the Wartime Committee. There were also Qin Wanqiu, Song Chanhua, Qin Huayu, Qiu Wanjia, Zhu Hongxiue, Ximenlai, Kuei Ning, and other important members. All the craftsmen in the West who designed and built ships and weapons were gathered in the basement, which was still relatively small. We know that this time, Zhongzhou will send at least a few million soldiers and thousands of warships to attack the West, Yang Dingtian said. Our warships, added together, are not even 1/10 of theirs. How should we fight? Everyone, please express your opinions. Can you get the cannons on the ships? Song Chanhua asked. It can be done. The one who spoke was Ling Wu. She was an experienced captain. She said, A few hours ago, I went to take a look at the cannons. Furthermore, I also tried to put the cannons on the ships and conducted an experiment. I came up with a few rough conclusions. After she finished speaking, Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian. She had a low status and didn't know if she should continue speaking. Speak, Yang Dingtian said. Firstly, the ships are too small. There's no point in putting the cannons on the ships. Ling Wu said the recoil of the cannons is extremely strong. Furthermore, the instant of the explosion, the damage to the ship's hull isn't small. There's also the problem of the ship's movement during the instant of the explosion, as well as the problem of carrying weight. Therefore, to board a large ship, it has to be at least 5,000 stones. One stone was 200 kilograms in the primal chaos continent. 5,000 stones was equivalent to 1 million kilograms, which was also 500 tons. Yang Dingtian recorded it in his book. In the future, it might be more appropriate to change the number of stones to tons. Ling Wu continued, I haven't tested it before, but it's merely an estimation. For example, those cannons shipped from Cloud Heaven City, even if they are placed on a 5,000 stones large ship, they can only fit 20 cannons at most. Yang Dingtian said, that's about right. Our current cannons are all 2 zhang long and weigh over 10,000 kilograms. 20 cannons would be 200,000 kilograms. A 5,000 stones large ship would only have a displacement of 1 million kilograms and a carrying capacity of only 500,000 kilograms. Cannons, sailors, and cannonballs. 20 cannons is more or less the limit. Furthermore, we have to consider putting in some small cannons. Qiu Wanjie said, how far can our 10,000 kilogram cannon shoot? About 25 miles, Shimin Lai said, or even further. Immediately, everyone cried out in surprise. Qiu Wanjie said, the giant crystal crossbow can shoot about 25 miles. However, after 10 miles, its lethality would be extremely weak. The effective shooting range for a warship should be about 5 to 6 miles. Any further, and it would be able to injure the warship, but it would be very difficult to shoot through it. Shimin Lai said, the effective aiming range for our cannons is also very difficult to exceed 10 miles or even 5 miles, especially on the sea. Where the ship is very mobile, it would be even more difficult to aim. Song Chunhua said, but in short, compared to the crystal crossbows, our cannons still have a certain advantage. Yang Dingtian asked, how many warships do we have that are more than 5,000 stones large? Song Chunhua said, from the statistics we just received, including the merchant ships and the various sect leaders' boats, we have about 88 ships. The largest ship is more than 25,000 stones. So little. Yang Dingtian said, in other words, if all the ships in the entire western region were added together, there would only be 88 ships with a displacement of more than 500 tons. Yes, Song Chunhua said, and the central region would have about 1,000 ships or even more. Qiu Wanjie said, to us, the bigger the ship, the better. But to the central region, a fast ship would be more advantageous. A fast ship's speed would be 2 to 3 times that of a large ship. 2 or 3 giant crystal crossbows would be placed on top of it, and they would quickly approach our large ship. Then they would take turns to fire and could easily tear our large ship apart. Furthermore, these giant crossbows would have burning crystals on them. Furthermore, the accuracy of the crystal crossbows would far surpass that of the cannons. Finally, Qiu Wanjie said, therefore, when our cannons are on board, they would have a great advantage in terms of killing power and attacking range. But overall, because we have too few large ships, the cannons were placed on board too hastily, and the large ships were slow, etc. Our large cannons would not have any advantage against the enemy's countless crystal crossbow ships. Yang Dingtian could already close his eyes and imagine that scene. The enemy's several thousand small ships quickly surrounded them, and from 3 to 4 miles away, countless giant crystal crossbows would shoot. Yang Dingtian's side, which had more than 1,000 large ships, would not bode well for them. The accuracy of the cannons on the sea was completely different from the accuracy on land. Furthermore, the surface of the sea was too wide, and the enemy's crystal warships were moving at high speed. If they wanted to hit them, it would be completely dependent on luck. The giant crystal crossbows of this world had too much killing power. In terms of bombing and killing, the cannons were of course powerful, but it would be hard to say if they could destroy a wooden ship. The arrows of the giant crystal crossbows ranged from a few dozen to 100 kilograms. They were made of the toughest and sharpest metal, and the arrowheads had all kinds of crystals. For example, if a person was shot, he would at most kill 3 to 5 people. But if he was shot, he would directly tear a huge hole and seawater would pour in. Therefore, at least in the primal chaos continent, when the cannons were on board, they would not have a great advantage against the giant crystal crossbows. The cannons moved in a curve, and their accuracy was too far away from the crystal crossbows. Even if there is not a great advantage, we still need the cannons on board. Yang Dingtian said, "In the following period of time, all the large ships will have their cannons on board. In this 1 month, we must continuously fire live ammunition and strive to achieve the best balance. Do not be afraid of wasting the cannons and strive to improve the accuracy." Yes, everyone shouted in unison. "What other tactics do you have? Tell us." Yang Dingtian said, "Demon Vulture Legion bomb air raid." Kuei Ning said, "The giant crystal crossbows will not exceed 10,000 feet in the air. As long as the Demon Vulture Legion does not go below this height, they will not be in danger." Last time, Yang Dingtian had bombed White Cloud City and reaped glorious results. Song Chunhua said, "How accurate is the bomb from 10,000 feet down?" "Very bad." Kuei Ning said honestly, "Thinking about it, the Demon Vulture Legion had a heaven-defying aspect compared to the fighter jets, and that was that it could stop in the air and throw the bomb. But even so, to throw the bomb from 3,000 meters up, the accuracy should be extremely touching. There is one more point. If the bomb is thrown from 10,000 feet down, the trajectory will be too straight, and it will be very easy to be hit by the crystal crossbows in the air and directly explode in the air." Chiu Wanjie said, "When the time comes, everyone must be mentally prepared. The enemy's crystal crossbows will not be in the thousands, but in the tens of thousands. When the time comes, the crystal crossbows in the air will be like raindrops. It is possible that one cannonball will be targeted by dozens or even hundreds of arrows at the same time. However, it is conceivable that the Demon Vulture Legion can cause a great disturbance to the enemy's fleet and even cause casualties." Qin Wanchou said, "We lack a kind of weapon that can win in one move. The best kind is the kind where we can hit the enemy, but the enemy cannot hit us." Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Qin Wanchou said, "That's good. Let's put the cannons on the ship, and the Demon Vulture Legion's air attack can be used as auxiliary attacks." Yang Dingtian said, "If we can create a warship that can sail underwater, it can be achieved. The enemy cannot hit us, but we can hit the enemy's target." "Underwater warship?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Kuei Ning said, "This is indeed possible. The Cloud Sky Pavilion has a type of boat that can sail underwater." That's right. Yang Dingtian had boarded this kind of boat before, and it was when he returned from the cracked Earth City. Kuei Ning said, "But this kind of underwater warship is very slow. Also, its size is very small. The Cloud Sky Pavilion created it to secretly monitor the cracked Earth City. Also, it cannot dive very deep, or else the underwater warship will split open. The most important thing is that it has no means of attack. We can't move the cannons to the underwater warship, and the crystal crossbows can't be placed there. Therefore, this type of submarine is completely unsightly and useless. Even the Cloud Sky Pavilion gave up on it." Yang Dingtian asked, "Let me ask you, is it difficult to build it?" Kuei Ning said, "It's not difficult to build it, but it can't dive too deep, Yang Dingtian said, "The Cloud Sky Pavilion submarine can't dive too deep because its design direction is wrong. Its submarine is almost the same as a surface warship, except that it has a roof. This way, the water pressure is very high and the resistance is very, very high. We need to use a new shooting method." Then, Yang Dingtian took out the blueprint he had drawn and stuck it on the wall. He said, "Craftsman, if it's a submarine like this, will its resistance to pressure and water resistance be minimized?" What was the shape of the submarine that Yang Dingtian had taken out? He knew almost nothing about submarines, but he had seen the general shape of submarines on TV and in games. There were all kinds of submarines, from the shape of two meeting ends to the shape of two round ends. Especially in the game Earth Empire, there were several generations of submarines. In short, from the early submarines of the 18th century to the submarines of the 21st century, Yang Dingtian had drawn all the submarines that he knew of. These craftsmen were not qualified to speak before, but Yang Dingtian had posted the blueprint. These people immediately exclaimed, "That's right, that's right. Why didn't I think of this? In this way, the water resistance of this submarine will be minimized, and its speed can be increased by a lot." Qin Wanchou didn't understand these things. He only felt that if they could launch underwater attacks, they could indeed turn the tide of the battle. An outsider asked, "Then how do these submarines sink and float?" Dozens of voices sounded, "Fill it with water and release it." That person immediately smiled embarrassedly. "That's right. There's no need to ask such a simple question." Yang Dingtian said, "There's no problem with the submarine's power. Just use the best crystal to power it. The key is the depth of the submarine and its resistance to pressure. Are there any problems?" Ling Wu said directly, "Blue butterfly gold, do you have it?" When these words came out, everyone exclaimed, "Blue butterfly gold?" Was he crazy? Blue butterfly gold was almost the lightest and extremely tough metal in this world. However, it was extremely expensive. It was even more expensive than gold. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, "Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, go to the Sky Devil City after changing your appearance. We have an astronomical amount of devil coins. Buy all the expensive metals." "Yes," the duo replied. Yang Dingtian said, "Uncle Mu, how much cold light condensed iron do we have in the entire western region? How much blue butterfly gold do we have?" "Cold light condensed iron, over 5 million caddies. Blue butterfly gold, 35,000 caddies." Mu Lianqing said, "The value of these things was even more than gold. This amount was already very shocking. Take them all out and build the submarine." Yang Dingtian said, "All those who possess mystic flames are to participate in the construction. Mystic flames melt, mystic flames bombard, mystic flames connect, and mystic flames take shape. It will be mainly made of steel, supplemented by cold light condensed iron, and coated with a layer of blue butterfly gold. I don't believe that this submarine won't be fast enough and can't dive deep." Yang Dingtian said. Qiu Wanjie instantly took in a breath of cold air and said, "This way, the price of one submarine can be used to build dozens of big ships." Yang Dingtian said, "As for the size, we will build 3 submarines first. 2,000 stones, for 1,000 stones, 6,000 stones. We will build it in the shortest time possible. After we build it, we will test it in the water." "What about the weapons?" Qiu Wanjie said, "There isn't a single weapon that can board this submarine." "That's right. Cannons couldn't board it. Crystal crossbows couldn't board it either." "There is," Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly. Then Yang Dingtian took out a blueprint and said, "Dao, this weapon is called a torpedo." Everyone looked at the item on the blueprint in astonishment. It was a long and thick cylindrical object that looked similar to the shape of the submarine. It had a round head and looked silly. But what was this thing? Yang Dingtian said, "This is a type of bomb. Each one weighs more than a few hundred caddies. In the water, it can move forward by itself and is also powered by crystals. In the water, It can travel silently and directly hit the enemy's warship before exploding in the water. Just one torpedo is enough to blow up a large warship of the enemy. Instantly, everyone was completely stunned. This is also possible. Yang Dingtian continued. Of course, I only know the basics of this torpedo. I don't know anything else. It all depends on your experiments. I don't even know how to make the torpedo continue to move forward without sinking. I don't even know how to launch the torpedo from the submarine. Instantly, everyone was stunned again. At this moment, Zhao Liao suddenly rushed in and whispered in Yang Dingtian's ear. Sect Master wants you to return to Cloud Sky City immediately. He said there is a change in Shuang Air. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly changed. Shuang Air has changed? What kind of change did she have? There must have been a huge change. That's why Master Dongfang Minmi asked Zhao Liao to find Yang Dingtian. Instantly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel anxious. However, his expression didn't change too much. Then he said to the craftsmen present, split up and build the submarine and torpedo at the same time. Keep experimenting. Don't be afraid of spending money. Don't feel bad about these rare materials. No matter the cost, these experts with mystic flames and heart flames, there are more than 10 grandmasters and hundreds of martial honorables. They are all at your disposal. I only want one result, and that is to build these 2 things in the shortest time possible. Yes, the craftsmen shouted excitedly. Their hearts were filled with excitement for these brand new things. They couldn't wait to build them and see what they looked like. Good. Thank you for your hard work. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, he immediately said to Qin Wanchou and Song Chanhua, I'm going back to Cloud Sky City. I'll leave this place to you. Yes, the 2 said. Then, Yang Dingtian left the basement, rode the Demon Vulture King, and flew towards Cloud Sky City. Note, the first update will be delivered at 7/100. The second update will be delivered later. That's right. Some of you guessed right. It's a submarine and a torpedo, with the crystal energy, mystic flames, and special materials. In the chaotic world, submarines must be strong. Recently, adjusting to work and rest is even more difficult than adjusting to jet lag. When I work, I'm sleepy. When I sleep, I can't sleep. Brothers, monthly votes.